racism, and he would say things that would, if said by anyone else, would be described as racist. And I understand like how oppression plays a large part in discrimination in general, and how it has to be like I don't know, it's important to the definition or whatever. But I just feel like it kind of downplays the impact that it has if we describe it as only prejudice or being bigoted or whatever. I don't know.
So I want to address the one point you said. He says things that if were said by other people would be considered racist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have an issue with the same action receiving a different label.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, not entirely, because I agree with the first point. So I don't know, like, because people will tend to make points about like reverse racism, whatever, and I don't think that's a thing. But
so I think like the perfect example for this is like, I bring this up all the time. If there's a Muslim and a Jewish person, if a Muslim person says something discriminatory towards a Jewish person, what would you call that?
I guess anti-Semitic.
And if a Jewish person were to say then something discriminatory towards a Muslim person, what would you call that?
Islamophobic.
Yeah. So the same action in this case is still receiving a different label depending on who's doing it, to whom, right? So this is like a perfect example to kind of illustrate how the same action can have a different meaning, a different weight, and a different label to it, depending on who's doing it and who's the person it's being targeted towards. So that was the point with regards to what you said with your father saying things that if other people had said would have been racist, right? And lastly, I wanted to say is I actually think otherwise. I think when we say everybody can be racist, it's downplaying the experiences of Black people. Because when we look at like in every single community and society, Black people are at the bottom of the racial hierarchy, and Black people bear the most brunt of everything. There is no other group of people who bear the most brunt than Black people. No other. And so I think it's very much downplaying when we make it seem as if when it comes to race and racism that we are on equal playing fields, and Black people have as much power to wield against other groups of people, because racism is again about power. It's about a racial hierarchy that was created to privilege whiteness and oppress Black people specifically, and then everybody else who wasn't Black was added in between. And depending on your proximity to Blackness, you were either disadvantaged, and if you're in closer proximity to whiteness, you were always advantaged. So like, could you give me maybe an example of what you think could be categorized like as racism that a Black person could say or do?
I suppose it's just like, from the context that I was describing, is just saying things about people having preconceived notions about specific races, like stereotypes and stuff. And to be honest, also, I think another part of it is that with my dad, it also applies to Black people. Like, I guess you could also call that like self-hatred or whatever, but it's not just like, yeah, anti-Blackness, sorry, yeah, that's a better way to describe it. But that's the kind of thing I was thinking of, like just having a kind of idea about other people that is based on stereotypes and not actually reality, and kind of in a malicious way. And yeah, I agree with what you were saying about sorry, just what you were saying about like it downplaying the experiences of Black people. I think that's a fair point to make. But you did say also that the way you describe it depends on the person who is doing it to another person. But I think, doesn't it apply more to who it's being done to?
Both. It applies both. It applies to who is doing it and who is it's being done to. So like your dad having those thoughts, can he cause harm to communities of people?
Not systemic harm. I mean, he can hurt a person, I guess, and that's what I mean. Like, in kind of, you can hurt a person in the way that it feels to be judged in that way, but obviously it doesn't feel the exact same as it does with a white person, so I see why you'd want to make a distinction.
So we're not talking about like judging, right? Racism is not about judgment. Again, racism is about, again, like a disadvantage, a systemic disadvantage, right? Like a white person can, let's say, hold Islamophobic views, and those views can translate into a systemic disadvantage. For example, let's say if white people within a country can hold Islamophobic views towards a certain group of people, they can support politicians who go and bomb countries or bomb democracy into other countries and kill millions of people, right? Like the we're talking about the material disadvantages and the systemic disadvantages that groups of people can get based on the individual person's biases, right? And Black people in generally just lack collective control over these institutions, which is why, like, our biases, we do have biases. I'm not going to deny it. Like, Black people do have biases, but Black people's biases don't translate into systemic disadvantage, right? So let's say, for example, a white teacher is able to disproportionately suspend Black students because they are living within a system that protects them, that conditions them to criminalize Black students and to look like to be cautious around Black students. That's why they're able to exercise that level of power individually, because they're a part of a system that does that on a macro level. Whereas a Black person cannot do that. A Black person cannot specifically target white kids and get away with it, whereas white people target Black kids all the time and get away with it, right? Because Black people don't have that system behind them. And when we're talking about racism, racism flows downward from a dominant racial order. It's not symmetrical, right? So if it's not symmetrical, like, can you tell me, like, any types of institutions or systems that were created by Black people that specifically oppressed non-Black communities?
I suppose not, no.
No. But I can sit here and name you like 10 different communities that have participated in the oppression of Black people.
Yeah.
And that's my point, right? So, like, let's say, for example, on an individual basis, a Black person can be bigoted, they can be xenophobic, right? They can be biased, they can be harmful, but that does not translate to them being able to harm whole communities, because, again, Black people still, even if we're in Africa, that's the crazy thing. Even if we are in the African continent, on the motherland, Black people still exist within a system that is built to oppress us, right? So our actions cannot reproduce that same structural domination that whiteness does, and other communities do as well. Like, even within Africa, Black people are being ethnically cleansed. Even within Africa, Black people are being enslaved, right? Even in your mother continent, like, you're literally experiencing the harms of racism. And so, as I just mentioned, like, racism is not just an attitude that anyone can have, or a bias or a belief that anyone can have. It's an active structure that kind of sustains unequal outcomes and privileges.
Yeah, I understand that. Obviously, the word racism itself, or like the concept of racism, is not just about attitudes, but wouldn't you say that when we describe people as racist, even though, like you said, their actions or the words can translate into systemic oppression, usually we're talking about the attitudes they have towards other people? Because also I was going to say, I can't remember what exactly you said that made me think of it, but even though Black people themselves might not wield the like social power to oppress other non-Black communities with whatever their actions or their words or whatever, wouldn't you say that it still contributes to, for that group of people, like, for example, if a Black person was being racist towards an Asian person or whatever, like just a non-white person, wouldn't you say that that still contributes to like the racism and oppression that that group experiences, or like the discrimination, whatever, like other people? It's kind of like validating what other people who hold those same views would think.
Do you think a homeless person can be classist to Elon Musk?
No, Elon Musk is a billionaire.
Why not though? Like if a homeless person were to say kill the rich or eat the rich, do you think they would be classist to Elon Musk?
I don't think that's what classism is, because he's literally like, it doesn't even matter to him. He's a billionaire.
Yeah, and that's my point.
But wouldn't that apply with like how you can't be racist to white people? Because I'm not talking about a black person saying those things to a white
Or let's say a
person.
homeless person to a middle class person. Or a homeless person to an upper middle class person. Can a homeless person be classist to anybody else who's not homeless?
Okay, so you mean like you're talking about it in like a punching up and punching down kind of thing?
Exactly. Because we know that within class, there's a hierarchy within class. You have the 1% who are on the top, the homeless person who's at the bottom, right? And then everybody else is going to be in between. We know that the one who's at the top can reproduce classism towards everybody else beneath them. But the one at the bottom, are they able to, again, can that classism flow upward?
No. Okay, I see your point with that.
Yeah. So it can't flow upward because, again, how are they going to make it flow upward? How is a homeless person going to in any way, even if they hold beliefs towards Elon Musk, even if they hold, like, if they hate the upper middle class, even if they say kill the rich or eat the rich or whatever it is, they will not be able to impact the rich. They will not be able to impact the upper middle class because they don't have the power to do that. They generally lack the collective power to be able for these biases to translate into systemic disadvantage. And if we can understand that when it comes to classism, racism is a very, very similar system. And that the people at the bottom of the hierarchy, like, again, because racism is not an emotion. Racism is not about bias. It's about like it's to be able to define, to exclude, to exploit other groups of people. That is what racism is. And if we are able to understand that Black people do not control these systems, they cannot uphold these racial hierarchies, they're at the bottom of it and the ones who bear the most brunt, then I don't know how they can turn around and wield those systems that are fundamentally rooted in our dehumanization.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. I guess with the punching up and punching down, in my head I was thinking of it more like punching to the side, but I suppose when you put it like that, it makes sense. So.
Black people are there is nobody on the same hierarchy as us. No, there's no such thing as punching to the side because even when we look at Asians are 100% yes subjected to racism at the hands of white people. They can be subjected to xenophobia if they are perceived to be Chinese, or they can be subjected to xenophobia 100%. But we can't oppress Asians. It's actually the other way around. When you look at the African continent is literally being plundered, exploited, oppressed by Asian countries. By countries like China, by countries like South Korea, by countries like Japan, by India and all that stuff. Whereas we, as Black people, whether it is in the we're not going around exploiting and oppressing non-Black communities, whereas everybody is oppressing us.
Yeah. Okay, I understand.
Well, where are you from, if I may ask, by the way?
I'm British, but I'm from Ethiopia.
Oh, okay, period. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you for your questions. If you have no further questions, I'm just gonna go to the next person.
Okay, yeah, thanks for your time too. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too. Her whole argument is about systemic racism. She doesn't take into account other strands. There is no such thing as other strands of racism. Racism is inherently systemic, right? Like if you have a plant, Systemic racism is like the soil. Institutional racism is the branch or the stem, and individual racism are the leaves. You cannot have individual racism without a system that backs it up. Like that's just illogical. It's not logical. It just does not make sense to be able to have individual racism without a system that is supporting you and helping you have that individual racism. Like a cop can unalive a black person and get away with it because they have qualified immunity, because they have a system that protects them. They have police unions. They have a judicial system that actively protects them, right? Whereas a black person cannot get away with that. Like, literally, like, there are sundown towns, whether it is in the US or whether it is in Africa. North Africa as a whole is a sundown area for black people, right? So, yeah, people need to just understand, like, what they're talking about. So, anyways, I'm gonna go to the next person. Oh, wait, Serial, can you hop back out?
Yeah.
I accidentally accepted 2 people. So, Cyril, you can re-request. I'm gonna bring you up next. I accidentally, requested 2 people. That's why I dropped you. I'm only doing one-on-one. Yeah, Jumbo, you disagree with the topics?
Hey, yeah, I could be wrong, but at first glance, I do disagree with the first point. And the reason I say that is because I know examples of oppression based on race within European countries with what is considered white people. And a good example of that is in Spain. In northern Spain, there's the Basque country, which is technically part of Spain because it was conquered, but they're still considered Caucasian, and they were oppressed by the Spaniards because of their culture, language, and darker features, like thicker eyebrows and just darker hair. And I think that's an example of white people experiencing racism.
Wait, but they weren't oppressed because they were white, though. Like they were oppressed because of their culture. Like, you know? Because you just explained right now that they were oppressed because of their... Are you talking about the people, like the Catalonians? Or are you talking about... Wait, hold on.
No, Catalonia would be the East Coast, and it's sort of similar, but the Basque Country...
Very similar. Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit
so that was oppression that was based on, like, different cultures, right? So when I'm saying, like, white people, you cannot experience racism, I'm not saying that there hasn't been instances of white people being oppressed, right? Yes, there have been instances of white people being oppressed, like the Irish, for example, but they were not oppressed for their whiteness. They were oppressed for other reasons, whether it is for their ethnicity, their nationality, their culture, as you just mentioned right now. So, in your example, it was like white Spaniards oppressing another group of white people because they think, like, they don't agree with their culture or for whatever reason, right? So nobody denies that. What I'm saying is white people being oppressed for their whiteness. By the way, that example would not even be considered like racism. It would, I don't know, I would consider it like tribalism or other. Because they're both white people. Like they're both categorized as white, right? So like it wouldn't make sense. It would be like saying Russians are being racist to Ukrainians or whatever it is. It doesn't make sense because both of these groups are still white people. And so there would be other isms that would come into play, like tribalism or whatever it is, because they're going at each other based on their ethnic makeup or their cultural makeup, if that makes sense.
Yes, in this case, I think it was both ethnic and cultural, but wouldn't you agree that ethnicity is biological?
Not really. I think like ethnicity is a social construct as well, but it is tied to a person's like it could be tied to a person's biology. Yes, like you could have a group of people in the same region who might have some type of biological similarity coming together and creating the same ethnicity. But ethnicity within itself is a social construct. It's a creation of people. Ancestry would be biological.
Okay. So what's and again, I'm just trying to really get a full understanding what in this case, because maybe I misunderstood the word race. What is race based on?
So, like, race is a social construct. It is a system that was created or emerged during the European Age of Exploration or European Age of Expansion in the 15th century, which is basically how do I explain this? So, race is basically a socially constructed system of categorization that is created to justify and sustain unequal distributions of power, privilege, and resources that is based on perceived human difference and phenotypical characteristics. So let's say, for example, if you live within a society that perceives your phenotypical characteristics a certain way, that can determine your position within that society. For example, if you go to South Africa, a person who might be more brown-skinned within that society might be perceived to be colored, and therefore they belong within the colored racial category. But if that same person were to move to the US, for example, they would just be deemed black, and then they would be categorized as black. So your race can change depending on the society you're in and how that society decides to categorize your phenotypical characteristics. That is what race is. So race, to make it simple, race is a social construct that is dependent on how the society you live in categorizes your phenotypical characteristics. So when I'm talking about phenotypical characteristics, I'm talking about like your hair, your facial features, your not only your skin color, but also your culture and all these different things.
Okay. So basically it's based on how you look and how society
perceives you. Yes.
Okay. But ultimately the way you look would be determined by your genes, right?
Well, kinda, but also at the same time, we have, let's say, for example, African people who are genetically very diverse from one another, who still are categorized as black. Like when we look at like East Africans and West Africans and South Africans, these are groups that are genetically wildly diverse from one another, even feature-wise, yet they would be considered black. And it's also not necessarily only on your look, because sometimes it can also be geographical. For example, Indians and Chinese people look very vastly different from one another, but they're still categorized as Asian, if that makes sense. It's a very arbitrary social construct, basically.
But is Asian a race?
Yes, Asian is a race. So officially categorized as a race, yes.
Where I struggle is, and not struggle, I mean that lightly, right? Still, I understand it generally, but when people, so if you're saying that race is solely based on the way you look,
not solely, it's how society decides to categorize your existence, like basically your culture, how you look, how you present in society, and the understanding of your history as well.
All right, and just like hypothetically speaking, right? I'm interested to hear you, and using the example of Michael Jackson, right? Mm-hmm. I think we both agree that he's black.
Yes.
Now, after his whether it was surgery or skin condition, any like towards the end of his career, his life, at first glance, right?
He's still black.
Society. I would agree that he's still black, but if he were to be in a society where they look at him and they say, oh, he doesn't look black, let's say, right? And they don't, would that change his race?
I mean, if he lived in a world that did not know who Michael Jackson was, yeah. If he lived within a society that had absolutely no idea who Michael take him as a white person, yes, right? But it's also like not dependent only on skin tone, right? For example, Zendaya is a light-skinned black woman. I'm pretty sure that there are some Southern Italians who might be darker than she is, and yet they would still be categorized as white within society, and she would be categorized as black.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So it's like, it's not only one thing. It's not only your skin tone. It has to do with your skin tone. It has to do with your phenotypical characteristics. It has to do with history, what historical group you belong to, because it determines your position within society.
I understand that. Do you think it would be wrong to say that race is also based on biology?
Yes, it would be wrong. I'll tell you why. Because like there aren't really biological components that people use to determine like what a person's race is. Like there is no biological basis for discrete human races. Like there is massive genetic variation within so-called races that are greater than between them. Like for example, a black person could have more genetic similarities to a white person than they do to another black person, right? So for that particular reason, it is I think it was a Human Genome Project that was back in like 2003. They did like this very extensive like research into race, if there is any genetic component, if there is any science behind it, and they actually found that there was no science behind it. That this is just an arbitrary, illogical. It's complete and utter bullshit, if you ask me. Like race is complete bullshit, right? There's random people who are like, these people look the same, let's put them all together. These people look the same, let's put them all together. So it was a complete bullshit, pseudoscientific construct that was created to justify oppression. That was the only reason why it was created. Like
I agree. I guess, on the other hand, right? Mm-hmm. You're saying that putting someone in a category due to their phenotypes, right? Their hair, their structure, facial structure, skin color, whatever it may be, that's racism. But what I'm trying to say is that those phenotypes, right? The hair, the skin tone, are dictated by your DNA. That's what determines the structure of a human, is their DNA. So if somebody's being categorized because of their phenotypes, which is given to them by their DNA, how is there no connection between race and biology? And I know you just explained that and answered that, but I don't. Do you like see my point?
Yeah. So the problem is that those physical traits that you're talking about do not necessarily correspond to genetic boundaries, right? There are white people who have curly hair. There are Asians who have curly hair. Like when we're talking about these visible traits like skin color, like hair texture, like facial features, there are some Indian people who are darker than some black people, yet they would not be considered black, whereas a black person would be considered black. There are some Asian people who might have curly hair. There might be some black people who have straight hair. When it comes to the facial features, again, if you look at an East African person and if you look at a West African person, their facial features are going to be drastically different. So this is what I mean by, again, the phenotypical characteristics are the same, yes. But how society decides to interpret these visible differences is what is socially constructed, right? So that is what creates race. The biology itself is not what creates race. It's the way that society interprets our biology that creates race. Why is, let's say, a dark-skinned Indian man who has like a darker skin tone not considered black? Whereas, let's say, a Zendaya, who might be lighter skin tone than he is, be considered black, right? So this is why, like, biology or race has no biological basis, because the phenotypes are biological, yes, but the meaning that we're attaching to the phenotypes and how we're categorizing them, that is socially constructed, and that's what race is.
Yeah, but the Indian person can look black, right, or look white, for example. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make them black. Right?
Why not, though? Because if blackness is based on your phenotypical characteristics, why not? Why isn't an Indian person who's dark-skinned black?
That's a good question. Are they black?
No, they're not.
Why not?
Because society doesn't perceive them as black. That's the point. They're not.
What if they look black?
Even if they look black, so like that's the thing.
Black.
No, they're not black though, because again, the facial systems.
Perceives them black.
Excuse me.
If a dark Indian man is perceived as black because or let's say a Dominican man is perceived as black because
Dominicans are black. Like a lot of Dominicans are black, even though there's like this, running inside gag, like I know Dominican, I know I'm Dominican, I know black, or something like that. Like Dominican is not a race, right? It's going to be like a national identity. So there are black Dominicans as well, right? So when we look at like these laws, right? For example, within South Africa, how a person was determined as black is they would literally put like a pencil in your hair. I don't know if you knew this, but during the apartheid South Africa, they would put a pencil through your hair. And then if the pencil stayed in your hair, that meant you were black. And if the pencil fell out of your hair, that meant you were not black. That's literally how they categorize people's races within like apartheid South Africa. And there were instances, there was like this one infamous case where like a baby was born in a hospital, and then they did not know if the baby was black or white. And then they waited a bit until the baby's hair grew or something like that. And the moment that they saw the baby's hair texture, like, okay, this baby is white, it's black. Therefore, it's not allowed to be in a segregated white hospital. And they had to transport the baby, a literal baby, to a segregated hospital. But they had to wait to categorize it as black based on these like understood phenotypical characteristics, right? So this is what I mean. Like it's race again is bullshit. There is no scientific basis for it. It is just very arbitrarily chosen depending on what country you're in. For example, if you go to Australia, Aboriginal people, right? A person could be blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and they would still be Aboriginal. They would be treated as an Aboriginal person within Australian society. They wouldn't be considered white. But once that Aboriginal person leaves Australian society and just goes to, like, let's say Europe or America or anywhere else, they would just all of a sudden be a white person.
Yeah, I don't think they would be considered Aboriginal if they're not Aboriginal, right?
I mean, like, if they were to leave Australia, they would be considered white, right? And they would be able to, like, get granted, like, these the privilege of being white. But if they are in Australian society, they would be categorized as Aboriginal. Because race is, like, arbitrary. Again, depending on what country you're in, your race can change. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sure, it could be. Yeah, I guess the race can be defined differently in different cultures, but yeah, no, I hear you. I just feel like
what's bothering you?
Basis to it. It can't just be strictly on the way somebody looks. I think that's when you can run into problems. I think with knowing what DNA is and that our features are based on our DNA. And I'm not saying racism is good, or believe me, I completely disagree with that. That's not my point. My point is that the way that race is categorized has to do, even if a little bit, with ancestry.
Yeah, I disagree though. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, but then if it's not based on ancestry, or if it's not based on biology, it's strictly based on the way you look.
Well, it can't be strictly based on the way you look, because I just mentioned Indians and Chinese people look very different, yet they're both categorized racially as Asian, right? So, like an Indian person and a Chinese person are still categorized as Asian, even though they look wildly different from one another, right? So, again, it has to do with like not
Yeah,
only
but
your phenotypical characteristics does play a part 100%, but your perceived origin and also the social rules around them, right? So race is not what you look like, it is how your looks are being interpreted by society. That's what race is. So it's not necessarily what you look like. It's, again, how the government decides to define your race, how culturally you're perceived, right? Like, how are you perceived? How are you categorized within society? That is what your race is. So race is not like, it's something that is forced onto you by society. It's society that determines what your race is, not you yourself. It assigns basically what society does is it assigns meaning to visible human differences. Right? And that very act, that's a racial categorization. And that is not something that has always existed, by the way. Because prior to that, prior to the 15th century, people did recognize these differences, but they never went around categorizing themselves as white, black, Asian, or whatever it is, right? They identified more with their empire, with their religion, with their ethnicity. But the Romans did not see the Greeks as their brethren, or the Alexander the Great did not go around thinking that he was a white man, right? Because, again, he identified more with his empire, with his family, with his ethnicity, and that's the same thing with Africa as well, right? People did not go around identifying as black; they identified more with other different categorizations. It was just during the European age of exploration and expansion where these racial categorizations emerged. And again, the only purpose, there was no other purpose. The only purpose was to justify and naturalize domination, to make it seem as if white people are superior, black people are at the opposite side of that spectrum, they're inferior, and therefore white people are somehow it's like a godly task to be oppressing black people and to enslave black people, if that makes sense.
it does make sense. But I think that I do think there's other examples, not just the one you provided, but with like native, quote unquote, Caucasian men first arrived, or even in, like, I forget the name of that island outside of India that hasn't been. But anyway, these
Centennial.
yeah. So, and there's examples, right, where a white man, let's say, arrives at this tribe in an attempt to, I don't know, befriend them, and their instinct is to attack, and they look at them as the enemy, and that distinction is based on race.
Wait, why do you think they looked at them as the enemy?
Well, it's, yes, that's a fair question, and I'm sure it's because maybe they were attacked in the past by a group of white men, or they were oppressed.
No, maybe, yes, they were. Yeah, they were indigenous people.
No, some of these tribes don't have that information, and it's solely based.
It's impossible. Like, information always, like, goes around. Like, it would be impossible for them not to know of people who were killed. Like
Not in indigenous tribes. Like, I'm talking about not, yeah, maybe if like in a specific island or a specific country, tribes are more aware if like that country had a specific situation where they were invaded. But, in the Amazon, for example, or some places where these tribes are truly, out of touch, not as much anymore, but, anytime 100 years ago and anytime before that, before even technology, like there was tension solely based on race. It's always been a human problem.
Wait, but no. So I disagree. Racism has not always been a human problem. Because again, when it comes to racism, it is that racial hierarchy that is being created. To say that racism has always been a problem is to claim, because again, at the bottom of the racial hierarchy are Black people. At the bottom of every single people group are Black people. I, as a Black person, rebuke the idea that my subjugation is natural. I rebuke it. Because if it were natural, it would not have been an active choice and an active conditioning that is being made today in society, right? The idea that this is something that is natural, has always existed, is like a talking point that is used to pacify Black people's resistance. And I rebuke the idea that for some reason that it's the natural condition for me to be at the bottom of the racial hierarchy.
I don't know if I used the word natural, but if I did,
no, I'm not talking about you. But this idea that racism has always existed is not true, because it hasn't. Tensions have existed based on ethnicity, based on religion, 100%. Conflicts have existed based on ethnicities and tribes or whatever it is, 100%. But based on race, that is a new invention. It's not an old invention. And it's not like if it was something that was natural, it wouldn't have been an active act that people are participating to, that are willingly partaking in, right? Like people would not have been actively conditioned into thinking that there's something wrong with Blackness if it was natural. But that's how we are. We live within a society that conditions us into thinking that there's something wrong with being Black and that whiteness is the default or the norm. And that is not natural. That is not something that has always existed. That is something that was implemented by Western Europeans so they could justify the transatlantic slave trade and also colonialism. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Do you think it's getting better overall?
No, I don't think it's getting better. I think it has become more abstract. I think it has become more, people have become more abstract with it, but I don't think it has gotten better, no. I think like the material conditions of Black people on a global scale has not gotten better, no.
Really?
No.
Oh.
There's still slavery in 2025. Active, full-blown slavery that is being funded by the EU.
You have to go to the Middle East for that.
Yeah, but when we look at Libya, for example, Libya is actively being funded by the EU. Like the EU is actively funding Libya. It literally created this framework. They destabilized the country. NATO actively destabilized the country by removing Gaddafi, which I don't even like Gaddafi, but removing him so suddenly was the worst possible decision ever because it destabilized the whole country. And after that country was destabilized, the EU continues to fund Libyan Coast Guard who are enslaving Black Africans and selling them like donkeys. And they continue receiving that funding, by the way, right? So globally, the frameworks that were created, when we look at the United Nations, when we look at the IMF, the World Bank, NATO, all of these are just Western institutions that work on behalf of the West to continue upholding a rate. Basically, the West created an apartheid state globally. We live within a global apartheid state that was created by the West, where we live in a tier system, and depending on where you are on that tier system, your humanity can either be stripped off of you or guaranteed to you. So we live in a global apartheid state that was created by the West. That should be my next topic, by the way. Global apartheid state created by the West.
Do you think? What do you think could be something to help make or help change these issues? Do you have a suggestion?
So first of all, I think like we need to understand what racism is. I think like a lot of us have like a very have a lack of understanding of what racism is. People think racism is just like an emotion or an individual thing. I think the first step 100% is to understand that global anti-blackness is not about personal hatred or prejudice. It's instead an action that is being embedded within the economic, political systems. And to challenge it, you have to understand, number one, that this is not about attitudes. You have to understand how these systems manifest themselves. And then number two, you try to focus on more equitable policies to fix these structures and systems of power, right? So when it comes to housing, when it comes to education, when it comes to policing, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to employment, we have to advocate for and also try to design more and come up with more equitable policies. And then secondly, while we're doing that, is to also support reparative justice, right? So whether it is reparations, whether it is land rights, whether it is like wealth distribution as well, to try to address this historical exploitation that people have been forced to deal with. So I think like the first step would be acknowledging there's an issue, educating yourself and educating others, and then moving forward towards more equitable policies and more reparative justice. That would be the first steps. Yeah.
That was it. I appreciate the conversation, and just want to come up and kind of get my brain picked a little bit, and learn a few things. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Have a good one too. It was a nice conversation.
Thanks.
Black people definitely are not inherently racist like white people. Coming from a white person. Oh yeah, Troy. Okay, let's go to cereal. Hello, Cereal. Do you disagree with the topic?
So not that I disagree with it. I just had a question. So I understand when people say it's all men, but like all men, I think of like women specifically generalizing men as bad and saying, don't talk to men, don't have anything to do with men, leave them alone. And that's how like kind of I see it.
No, not really. I mean, like, I'm not going to speak for other women, nor am I going to claim to be a representative of women. Like, again, I'm a representative of Athena, which is me. Both, like when I'm saying it's all men, it's not to demonize all men, but instead to basically illustrate that all men are complicit in one way or the other when it comes to upholding the patriarchy, and that men as a social group also hold like structural power over women, right? And to do that means to tell men that they are also going to be a part of the problem, and they would have to actively do something to combat that issue. That's what I mean by it's all men, right? So there is like this collective responsibility that men have to carry to try to deconstruct the problem. It doesn't mean that all men are bad, to me.
And do you believe that this could how I've like kind of like seen like society as like a whole, like wait, that's a different thing. That's not seeing all men. Like like this is just like kind of like talking about personal experiences, but when I have like seen like different women that like I've seen in my life personally, I've seen them like do bad things and not be like good in a sense, and
Like, can you explain what you mean? Like, can you elaborate?
like how can I say it? So you know what like a family is, right?
A family. Mm-hmm.
And sometimes there can be like where there's like you know kind of like where like a father will have like kids with another person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're sometimes like men or women can sometimes not do take like the best like actions or something. And okay, let me say this like hypothetically. So there's a dad and a mom, and the mom is not doing the best things. The dad leaves, and the kid doesn't get to see their like mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen like from like a personal like experience like that happen to where mothers aren't like the best moms in a way.
Yeah, so saying it's all men does not mean that all women are angels or women cannot be abusive, right? Saying it's all men just basically means, number one, that men generally get unearned advantages because of the patriarchy. And even men who do reject like sexism, they still benefit from these systems, which means it implicates men as a group, because they benefit off of the gender hierarchy. And also, it means that like men in general, right, are going to one way, like indirectly or directly contribute to the dehumanization of women and also to male violence. That's just what it means. It does not mean that women are angels. It doesn't mean that women cannot be abusive. Of course, there are abusive women. Of course, there are going to be like bad women. Okay, nobody's infantilizing women in this case. I'm just talking about the hierarchical power that men have over women, and also at the same time the danger that men pose to women. Historically and today as well, a majority of the crimes that women are subjected to, whether it is SA, whether it is gendered violence, whether it is femicide, is at the hands of men, right? So this goes to show that this is not necessarily about bad behavior, but instead it's a very systemic and structural issue. That's just what it means. It does not mean that like men are evil, but it just means that men as a group hold disproportionate power in almost every institution, and that is helping them gain unearned advantages and also subjecting women to systemic and individual violence.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's just that sometimes like I'm scared to like I understand when like facts and like evidence are like shown to me, then I don't want to think it's real. I don't know.
It's a cognitive dissonance.
What does that mean?
Yeah, like for example, when you hold a belief, or a belief is like so deeply embedded in you, you feel a sense of discomfort, mental discomfort or tension when there is something contradictory happening to our belief system. So, yeah.
And then I just had
when
one more.
the actions and the belief does not line up, basically.
I just had one more question. It doesn't necessarily have to do with this. It's more of like a map kind of a question.
Map?
Like a geographical question.
Geographical, okay.
Yeah, because I know you kind of like understand like a lot of like different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering about someone in my family that was born in a country, but then when I look at when that country is formed, it doesn't line up. So I was wondering if you could help me with that.
Mm-hmm. What country are you talking about?
Czechoslovakia.
Mm-hmm.
So it says my great-great-grandmother was born there in 1891, but it didn't form until like 1903.
Oh.
And my family also says she was born in Germany. That's two different places. I was just wondering if you knew.
Oh. I'm not too sure. Maybe they were just born in an area that during that time was a part of Austria, not necessarily Germany, and then it became Czechoslovakia, is what I'm guessing.
Okay.
You know? I'm guessing because I know that prior to 1918, Czechoslovakia was also a part of like the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So it would have to depend like where they were born. Were they born in like Bohemia? Were they born in like what is now considered like what was then Austrian Empire? And I'm not so sure. You'd have to see like the exact city of where they were born.
Have you heard of a city called like Silesia, something like that? Like Sicily, something. I don't know.
Sicily.
I think that is that
Sicily is in Italy.
Oh, okay. No, that's not right. I can't talk really well.
No problem. Sicily is in Italy, but like I'm not too sure about like the cities in Czechoslovakia, but I do know that prior to that, I know that it was a part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, like parts of Czechoslovakia. So I think it'd have to just be, you'd have to like ask what city they were born in, and then based on that, you can know what empire that city was part of, and then what country they're a part of today.
And the last thing, I feel like me as like being white and like where my family came from, there's so much I have to do to better myself and to educate myself to actually like deconstruct. But I'm gonna go. But yeah.
Yeah, deconstructing is very important. Oh, okay. Well, that's very interesting. That was very interesting. By the way, W Ali for using the Sudanese flag in your username. Thank you, Daniela. Okay, let's. Oh. Yeah, so if there's anybody who disagrees with the topic, you can definitely come up. That's a very interesting topic. My lives are hella shadow banned, by the way. Sheesh. My lives are hella shadow banned, by the way. I just wanted to say that. It's actually so fucking crazy. So from now on, I'm just gonna try to, you're fundraising for Sudan. W, Alley Cat. So I'm just gonna be doing like more debate lives for a bit. I popped up on your FYP. Oh, W, that's good. Yeah, I'm gonna try to push my lives into the to push my lives out there. I'm gonna do more debate lives, actually. I think that's what I need to do, unfortunately. Because, you know, I share with people, so hopefully they'll come out. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I haven't done debate lives in ages, you know, because I've just been doing more lives on like other topics. So, yeah, that's what I've just been doing, especially on like Sudan and stuff, and also in Congo. So, but I do need to debate more in between so that I can continue pushing my lives into the algorithm, getting more people in here. Do you have any thoughts on NYC Mamdani? Oh yeah, Mamdani's gonna bring Shakira law to New York now. You know? He's gonna implement Shakira law to New York City. It's crazy. Whether it's debates or discussions, your ability to give information is top-notch. Oh, thank you. Exactly. Shakira law. I've been singing other people's lately. Yeah, I've been going through different lives as well to talk about Sun. Hi, Erica, by the way. Exactly. He's going to be implementing Shakira law in New York City, Mamdani. So, I think that's a good thing, you know. Alhamdulillah. Does anyone know if Omar Fatah won? Hold on, who won? Did Jacob Frey won in Minneapolis? That's who I was looking at. I really wanted Omar to win. Who won in Minnesota and Minneapolis? She-Wolf Energy, exactly. Who won in Minneapolis? Win. Fuck it! Jacob Frey won. Wait, how many people voted for Omar, though? Wait, what the hell? Wait, he was actually doing really well. He was at 31%. That's actually really good, y'all. 31.6%. Omar was at, and Jacob Frey was at 41%, 10% loss. You know? Dang. Hi, Lyle. Yeah, I can't wait till everyone speaks Arabic and, you know. Can't wait till everyone speaks Arabic in Minneapolis. Hello, Mark. Do you disagree with the topics?
Yes, I disagree with everything.
What do you want to debate?
If you're white, you cannot experience racism.
Your thoughts?
I experienced it. I'm a biracial white man. I have a black mom, white dad, and every time I go to my mom's side of the family, I be treated differently, and they don't let me even participate in some of the things, and they automatically think I'm racist, even since I was a kid, they always blame me for being racist and think me for being racist, even though I wasn't. So I've experienced that racism towards other side of the family.
Wait, so like do you present as white within society?
Yes, and I have a black mom. I go to her side for Thanksgiving usually. I experience racism over there.
And what exactly do they say to you?
I haven't called no slurs, but they'll call me white boy, stupid. It's just like they don't treat me
Wait,
like how they treat each other.
isn't white boy just going to be a description though? Like if you present as white within society, then you would be a white person?
No, it's really different because if I were to say there's that black boy, it would be considered me being racist. So
Yeah, because
I
historically, boy has been used to infantilize and dehumanize black people, whereas boy has not been used to infantilize or dehumanize white people. So you have the context added to it. And like, them, I don't know. First of all, white boy is not necessarily derogatory. It's just like a description of what you are. If you're white, then you're white, you know?
they say it in joking manners to fit me about racism over there all the time.
Wouldn't it just be like roasting or bullying?
No, they're doing it just because of the fact I'm white, not because they automatically assume I'm racist. It is ever since growing up, I've always been called these names. Like
Yeah, but how does that impact you materially, though? Because like when we're talking about racism, we're talking about oppression, right? So your mother's side doing that, right, would probably be like roasting or bullying, you know. But
what it was
it
different when I
wouldn't
do it
be
though.
racist because it's not like oppressing you, if that makes sense.
Um, no, it's definitely oppressing me. It's putting me down. Like if I were to say
Well,
that about them,
how is it oppressing you though?
because it's hurting. It's make me feel like I'm down. It's make me feel like I'm on the same level as them. It makes me feel like I'm on the bottom of the pit wrong. Like just so. But if I
Yeah,
were to
yeah,
say
but
anything about them, I would be racist, right? Or
no, not really. Like it would depend what you want to say about them. So they call you white boy and they call you stupid. What else do they call you?
mayonnaise. I don't know why they keep saying that to me. It makes no sense at all. And they're all poor, and it makes no like I'm the only one with money out of all of them, which is confusing. Why would you put down the person with the money? It makes the most money. It just I don't know. It's just weird to me, but I experience racism on that side.
I'm so sorry. I tried to hold it back. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm laughing.
You're laughing.
I'm so sorry. Um,
You're laughing. Okay, so if I were to say, if I were to call them the N word, right, would it be the same exact?
so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. I'm so sorry. I I didn't mean to laugh. I'm so sorry. Okay. You know that mayonnaise and the N-word are two different things, right?
No, it's both. It's both a terrible word to use against somebody's race.
Wait, hold on. Have there been people who have been unalived because they were called mayonnaise?
There's no study on it, so we wouldn't really know unless there's a study on it.
But people have not, like, you don't, like, people have not been dehumanized. Like,
And the
the
word, the
fact,
C word, and the C word as
wait,
well.
hold on. The
They
fact that you're
active called it that.
saying, hold on, the fact that you're saying the N-word and mayonnaise already tells you the difference because you're not even able to say the whole word.
They call me the C word as well, which that's a slur. I can't say it on TikTok live. I don't think your TikTok live banned, but I'm also called that slur as well. So
It kind of low-key just sounds like you have like family that slightly might be abusive but not
no,
racist.
no, no. It's only the black side. When I'm on my side, it's never like that at all. It's just I feel like they
Wait,
make
did
no
you just
money
say
over there.
my side?
Yeah, my
So you
father's
don't
side.
see the black side as your side?
If they don't treat me as if I'm one of them, then I'm not going to accept them. I'm not going to accept myself as one of them. I think that's how it works. If I don't know. That's how I see it. If they're not going to accept
Do
me for
you
who I am,
think
why should I accept them for who they are?
do you understand the difference between male and the N-word though, right?
Well, the N word it just means ignorant. So I don't see the N word as such. Like I feel like I know they said it back in when there were slaves, but the real meaning of the word is ignorant. So it's not like I'm calling them anything disrespect. I'm just calling them ignorant if I were to say that word, but I choose not to because I choose not to get into fights with them. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to debate trolls, by the way, because it kind of feels like you were trolling. If you were being serious, you can re-request, but it kind of feels like you were trolling, okay? Because you said the N-word just meant ignorant. Trolling? Well, were you actually being serious when you said that? Wait, hold on. You were actually being serious when you said that the N-word only meant ignorant?
The fact you're not taking me serious at all, that anybody in the comments is as well, that's really terrifying. Honestly, that's actually my life. This is my life every time I go down for Thanksgiving. Like I'm stop going down there now. And it's just weird that y'all are laughing at
Wait,
this.
hold on. But you understand, like, saying that the N-word is just means ignorant.
That's what I searched the definition as well. It's
Hi, Lal. No, so it does not mean ignorant. You think when slave masters were calling like enslaved people the N-word, they just meant ignorant?
the thing is, I don't know. They're meaning I wasn't there. None of us were there during that time. Realistically,
But you know what happened there. None of us were there during the Holocaust, yet everybody knows what happened during the Holocaust. Okay? So the same thing with slavery. Slavery is not like ages, like it's not like centuries ago. It literally was a couple generations ago.
but I don't understand why you hold that against you if you don't even know your ancestor's name. Can you at least name me one of your ancestors that was in slavery, or somebody that you know that was in slavery?
I'm so I'm not like African American, but I'm a victim. Like my ancestors are victims of colonization.
But you don't even know your ancestors to even like to be doing what you're doing on here.
My mother was born under British colonial rule. I'm pretty sure I know my mother. Like some people like to pretend as if colonialism and slavery were like that nobody was alive there. But people are alive who experienced it. My mother experienced colonialism. Right? I'm the first generation within my family who was not born in under colonialism. Okay? So,
I understand.
okay, great. So these things okay, cool.
And you're laughing again.
No,
They keep
I'm
making fun
laughing
of me in the
because
comments and laughing at me for my actual experience.
I'm
I want to
not
laugh at your experience.
I'm not I'm not laughing at you. I'm just like I'm kind of like shocked that people think that these things are ancient things when they're not. Like they're not ancient things, okay? So exactly, like my mother is still alive even though she experienced colonialism firsthand, right? And her family experienced colonialism and their family experienced colonialism as well, right? So my point is these things are very, very recent and they do have material impacts on our society today and our community today as well. So my point is like when you see the N-word does not really mean like ignorant. It means like it's a method to dehumanize whole groups of people, strip them of their humanity, and then justify oppressing them. White people haven't experienced that. White people have not been oppressed based on their whiteness.
We can. Black people can start a KKK against white people with no problem.
Black
I'll be
people
racist.
can start a KKK against white people?
They could. They can seriously can if they
Why
just work
have they
together.
not then?
Because there's I don't know, maybe they're scared or they're just too nice. That's how I
Wait,
see
but
it.
if they could, why have they not?
Ask ask them. I mean, if they want revenge and they hate what's happening so much, why not start a KKK against us? So it could be, you know, I don't know.
Because
So you can get your
yeah, but I'm asking you if they have done it now though. I'm not asking you about hypotheticals. You're saying could when like yeah, like I'm so sorry. I'm like, you know what? You've left me actually speechless. I'm not gonna lie.
because they could literally start a KKK. I don't see a problem with that. I mean, obviously, if the problem gets me, it's going to harm me. But
Do
you
you
guys can do that
want
and be
black
racist.
people to start a triple K?
Um, Personally, no. But if that does happen, it will stop all KKKs out because there's going to be too much war
First
going
of all,
on.
say triple K, please. Don't say that. Don't say the 3 word. So you're saying black people could technically oppress white people because they could potentially, hypothetically, start a triple K that targets white people. That's your argument.
Yes, and I stand on that. That is true.
So then, like, why are white people only oppressed in hypotheticals and not in real life, if they are oppressed?
Maybe
Like why do you need to come up with a hypothetical to illustrate how oppressed white people are instead of actually giving like an actual like example?
I think there's because we weren't. I don't want to make it sound. We weren't scared of doing things like that, so we just did it, and
So you
that's
think
why I could.
so you think globally that white people are not oppressed because they're not scared?
I feel like they stand up for what they believe in,
Wait,
and
what
they work
about
together better.
they move together better?
I not to sound racist, but I feel like they do move together better than more racists do, and also the Mexicans as well. They move together better as well.
Well,
I work with some.
Mexican is not a race though.
Well, the Hispanics move together a
Hispanic is
lot
not a
better.
race either. They're like Hispanics of different races. But also, were the white people moving together when they were like, I don't know, engaging in white on white violence during World War One and World War Two? Because I would categorize World War One and World War Two as like this just forms of like white on white violence and tribalism, right? Do you think that white people were moving together well during that time? Do you think Russia and Ukraine, like white people are moving together really well now with further white on white violence with when Russia invaded Ukraine?
Well, when slavery started, they started coming together to oppress these black people, which is wrong. But that's why I see it.
Yes,
And now,
hatred for black people does unite white people, yes, but that doesn't mean that they're united overall. They're just united specifically in their hatred for black people. You got that right, yes.
yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you guys just won't fight back if it's such a problem. It's like a war. Why don't you fight back
Wait, you don't think
together?
black people have fought back?
Um, I don't. From what I hear, Africans don't even like their own. I mean, don't like not their own, but black people. So I feel like it'll be hard for y'all to even fight back with a big group of people. So
Wait,
I mean,
wait, did you just say Africans don't like black people?
yes, and most of you guys don't like each other because what I see from the um at work, because usually I travel, so I go to different places to sell houses, and you guys don't like it. Like you're always arguing, ending each other's lives over stupid things. I go everywhere, so I'm seeing these arguments. I'm seeing this stuff happen, and it's just never together. But the every other race, I feel like it's more put together, and I feel like you guys can do the same if you come together better, so there won't be no racism. I feel like you guys are racist towards each other. And you're laughing, and I'm telling the truth. I feel like you guys hate each. You guys don't like each other as we like each other. And there you go. The comments are laughing at my point of view because it's the truth. You guys don't like each other. You guys end each other's lives. Then when I say something about it, I'm racist. So I mean, that's just how it is.
Oh my god! I'm so sorry. This cannot be real.
I have a black mom. I'm around. I see people all the time. So I don't.
I'm so sorry. Oh god.
You guys hate each other, and that's the truth. That's why you guys can't come together against white people. Work better because you guys don't like each other.
Oh my god.
That's why I see in these music videos, like Chief Keef, for example, they're dissing their own people, ending their own people's lives and making music videos about it. And yes, I've seen that. And Why are we making fun of somebody your own people's lives? Honestly, and I don't think like King Vaughn also is a good example. Like I said, I be around it, I travel, I see everything, see what's going on. Why do you guys hate each other so much? And that's why I'm just asking you that question. So that's why I think there's racism to this day because black people hate they hate each other as well. That's why there's still racism, not just because of white people, because of black people.
Wait, did you mention Chief Keef as an example?
Yeah, he analyzed his own people, and I saw the video of of the mother of I don't know the kid's name. They were making fun of the kid's name. The mother was crying about her son dying, and Chief Keef was laughing at it. And I'm confused at your own people. Those are your people. You're supposed to stand together as people, but instead of standing together, you guys end each other's life and make videos about it and laugh at it. Also, with the New York system, I've been down in New York. I heard about these rappers literally unaliving each other to making music videos and child rhythm, and that's sick.
Yeah, so what I want to know is why did white people hate each other when all the Vikings were going around enslaving the Slavic people, you know? I want to know why white people hated each other when England and France were going through their 100 years of war. I want to know why white people hated each other when you had Athens going to war with Sparta, or when you had the Germanic tribes going to war against the Gauls or whatever it is.
And then that's why I say that's the
What
past.
about
It's not happening
the
today.
centuries worth of, I don't know, countless wars, whether it is the Civil Wars, whether it is the Italian Wars, whether it is the 7 Years' War, whether it is the Spanish Civil War, the Russian Civil War, World War II, Yugoslav wars, Russia and Ukraine conflicts, when we have the Franco-Prussian War, when we have the Crimean War of the 1800s, like, white people have a history of hating one another, don't you
But
think?
look, but today now we don't do that because you never see us make fun of each other's
Wait,
unalivement. We don't celebrate it.
Russia didn't invade Ukraine in 2022?
Okay, that
Aren't
has
they both
happened, but
white?
when it comes to the basis of America, just living in America as a citizen, we don't do that. We don't make
Wait,
fun of each other. Like,
wait, hold on. People in the North in America don't make fun of Southerners? Don't they call them hicks and rednecks? Don't they call people
but
in
we
the
don't
South like
unalive
white
each other and make
trash?
music videos. So I would say there's a
Wait,
difference.
I'm so sorry. Don't white kids, like white boys, literally get bullied one day and then go and mass pew pew a whole school?
All right, that's very dark for you to say. I don't understand why you would say that on your
I'm
live.
just saying, like, literally, you bully a white kid and then they literally go to school with an AK-47 and unalive everybody at that school.
No, the
And
black
like this is just something that happens. Like, white on white violence is a massive issue up until today. What are you talking about?
So it's only white people bullying these kids until school laws.
I'm just saying, they listen, white kids get bullied and then white men want to cheat, so they end up like unaliving their whole family, including the family pet. Even the family pet is not safe from a white man scorned who wants to unalive his whole family, okay? I can give you case after case after case of white men literally unaliving their pregnant wives because they want to go and cheat with somebody else. And they also unalive the dog.
Yeah, I understand that, but when it's us, we don't celebrate it. We put them down. We don't congratulate. We don't dance to it like you guys do. You guys dance to this stuff.
Wait, you guys celebrated Kyle Rittenhouse. What are you talking about? Kyle Rittenhouse
Yeah,
was 100%
but we can talk
celebrated.
about multiple times
And
where
the
you
two people
celebrated.
he unalived, hold on. Kyle Rittenhouse, the two people he unalived were white people. So that was white on white violence, okay? And he was still celebrated massively by all of y'all. Columbine shooting. There are so many people who celebrate the Columbine shooters. What are you talking about? People, neo-Yazis and groypers today literally still celebrate Hitler, right? The coward who literally took himself out with a cyanide pill because he felt like he was losing after he started a whole global white-on-white violence war, right?
No, no, those are
Dude, there's still
that's
people
different.
today in 2025 who celebrate that man. There are people in 2025 who celebrate Ted Bundy, another white man who went and literally subjected white women to violence. Was it Ted Bundy? Who else was it? There were so many serial killers. The guy who dressed up like a clown, you know?
Gacy, I think.
Yeah, John Wayne Gacy. He went out. He went there and he predominantly unalived white men too. So I don't know what you're talking about. White on white violence is rampant.
Well, where I travel and look. Well, this is my personal experience, what I see, because right, I said I sell houses and I travel. So this is what I see from you guys.
Well, I see a lot of violence from you guys, if you ask me. I feel like the fact that white people can just say they want to introduce democracy into a country and bomb democracy into that country and unalive 1.5 million people, I think that's incredibly violent. I've never seen black people do that shit. The fact that white people can say they want to implement democracy into a country or just exploit resources and go into that country and unalive like 10 million people, I think that's incredibly violent. You know what, like what Leopold did in Congo? I can give you, I can't even, I don't even have enough fingers to count the amount of countries that white people have butchered in order to exploit resources or in order to colonize for their own personal gain. You can't do that with black people, though. Black people have not.
So would you agree all black people are more together than white people? They like each other more than white people?
I think that there's a lot of division within different groups of people, but I don't think that has to do with us inherently being black. It just has to do with these are foreign interventions. And I think that those divisions exist within Europe as well, within white communities. But the only problem is that there are no foreign interventions within white communities.
I've seen your
By
point
the
of
way,
view.
thinking about that, you're right. I think we should host more white diasporan war lives. I think I should do that. Who would like that? A white diasporan war. Making different white communities around the
But
world.
that would just be rage baiting because, I mean, as people, we don't.
Yeah, but white people do that all the time with black people. They always intervene in the issues of black people and escalate the tensions and animosities between these groups of people. We need an end white on white violence live. Exactly. I believe that. I think we need to end white on white violence. I think it's a real issue that is causing a lot of death. I think that white on white violence as well, Mark, is causing even you guys not to procreate, right? Like when we look at the birth rates of like white people, they're heavily decreasing because I think that you guys are way too busy just unaliving each other. And like also the white men are too busy being incels, you know, instead of actually like even procreating one another. Hence why the birth rates are like decreasing. Like it's actually insane. I think I need to host a live about that. Exactly. Save the Christians in Ukraine. You know, save white people from themselves.
No. Because we all have money and we all. I don't see where the problem. I know what you're saying, Ukraine, and I don't really see it as. I guess you're right about the wars and stuff, but
I guess you're right. I am right about the wars.
But I feel like we just don't do it like y'all. It's just different. I feel like it's just different culture. I feel like it's the culture. I think it's different cultures.
What's the culture?
Your culture. Like I said, I've been down there. It's more music and food.
Wait, you think black culture is music and food?
From what I've seen, yeah, from my personal experience, when I'm seeing, that's what it is. I mean, I don't know what else could it be. Was it the braids too?
I'm so sorry. Is that your mom's culture too?
She doesn't really do that. She has straight hair and I don't know.
Wait, you think straight hair is not black culture?
No, well, that's our blonde straight hair. That is
Does your mom have
white
blonde,
people.
straight hair?
No, it's not. Well, it's not blonde. It's just straight hair. I mean, it's just not anything like the culture, like with the beads and all. They don't do all that. No.
Did you just say beads?
Yeah, she doesn't do all that. But I don't want to talk about my personal experience like that much because I know this is my personal experience with my family. Everybody else has different personal experiences. But I would like to move on the topic. It's all men. I do also disagree with that
Sorry, I had to drop him. I couldn't. I couldn't. I'm so sorry. He said his mom was black. Yeah, Wavy. He said his mom was black. I'm so confusion. I am confusion, bro. He said, the blacks are dividing. Do better. Hold on. Let me screenshot that shit, bro. I got lightheaded. What the hell did I just read, bro? I just got lightheaded. He just said the blacks are dividing. That's crazy. Crazy fucking work, bro. Oh my god, bro. He literally said black culture is music and food. Oh my god. Whew. How can you be communist and Muslim at the same time? Because I'm not Muslim, I'm Christian. Orthodox Christian, to be specific. And I am communist, yes. I honestly watched a show about him gearing up for Thanksgiving. No, low-key, I would literally love to see like just a day in his life, you know, like with his family. I like to see a day in his life. Literally, I'm not gonna lie, if I were his family member, I would have probably bullied him myself. Is that bad to say? Is that mean? I'm sorry, is that mean to say? Wait, he said, and that's why they're poor with 10 kids and they stink. Oh my god, and you wonder why your family says that you're racist, bro. You just said black people stink. Are you okay? Does your mom stink? Is that what you're saying? Oh my god. Oh god. Oh. Hello.
Hello?
Shanix. Yes.
Do you mean white people experience institutional racism or interpersonal racism? What's your
Just
definition?
racism in general. Like, I
So,
would say racism is inherently systemic.
how does that even make sense? There's like different types of racism.
Yeah, but those different
There's
types of
interpersonal and there's
racism.
systemic, and then there's like that's just a fact.
Yeah, but racism is structural, right? It's not going to be an individual basis. So even that in interpersonal racism that you're talking about exists within a structure, right? So that when we're talking about racism, these biases are embedded within our economic, political, and originated in colonialism and slavery. So racism is going to be inherently systemic. And these bias, like the interpersonal racism, people can only be interpersonally racist if they have a systemic racism that backs it up.
So, are you saying that racism is only systemic and there's no other definition?
I mean, like, again, if you're talking about interpersonal racism, like only like a person who has systemic power or is able to wield systemic power can be interpersonally racist. Black people cannot be that.
So, black
White
people
people-
can be interpersonally racist.
No, they can be biased, they can be bigoted, but they can't be interpersonally racist. No.
What? So, if a white person says something derogatory towards a black person, you're quick to call that racism, but it's not institutional racism either, though.
Wait, but that person, that white person's biases are conditioned within a system towards a black person, because we live within a system that inherently demonizes blackness and glorifies whiteness.
That's why there's a distinction between institutional racism and interpersonal.
Yeah, but we don't live within a system that glorifies blackness and demonizes whiteness, which is why a black person cannot do that to a white person. Whereas a white person, the biases that they have comes from a system that is conditioning them to think that way. Whereas a black person...
So is your definition of racism where white people have the majority power?
White people created racism. They do have the power, yes.
So you need power and what is it? It's a slogan. You need power, and then it's like plus something. I forgot.
No, I just think, yeah. So when it comes to racism, like racism again is about oppression, right? It's about which group is impacted materially, systemically, and which group is oppressed, and which group gets to determine who gets power and who doesn't get power. And in this case, racism is a political project that was created to uphold white superiority and black inferiority. That's how it was created. That's what it was. That's how it functioned, and that's how it still exists today.
But racism exists between Chinese people and Japanese people, for example. Like, it's a long...
No, it doesn't.
Historic grudge. Like, same with Jews and Arabs.
Okay, so Arabs can be Jews, first of all. There are a lot of Arab Jews. I don't know why you brought up Arabs and Jews. Jewish is...
Example.
Okay, yeah, Jewish, a black person can be a Jew, an Arab can be a Jew, a white person can be a Jew, so that doesn't even make sense. Chinese and Japanese people belong to the same racial categorization. They're both Asian, so they can't really be racist to one another. What you're talking about is the historical animosities that they had with regards to one another, and that's like Japanese supremacy specifically, because Japanese supremacy has impacted a lot of East Asian and Southeast Asian countries, but Japanese supremacy doesn't necessarily translate to racism. It has its own system, its own terminologies, because racism is something that was created during the European age of expansion. And black people in general exist within a system that is built to oppress us. So our actions cannot reproduce the same structural domination that whiteness does.
So would you say that it's your position that white people need to be in power for black people to experience racism?
Whiteness needs to continue existing for black people to experience racism, yes. And white people need to be in power, yeah. Yeah.
So in South Africa, white people aren't in power. So, I mean, what if a black person calls them a derogatory term?
So when I'm talking about power, I'm not talking only on an individual basis. I'm talking about on a global basis. White people have power. Even the people within South Africa, they make up like 8 or 9% of the population, yet they still have economic power because they own like 70% or over 77% of the agricultural lands within South Africa because of the history of apartheid. Right? And because white people have some type of global currency is why Trump, for example, decided to make up some bullshit ass oppression that they were not going through to accept them as refugees when people who are actually escaping war are being left to die in the Mediterranean Sea because they're not white.
Wait, can you repeat that last part?
Yeah, I said that white people in South Africa are not really oppressed, right? But like Trump and other communities had to make up this hypothetical oppression in order to give them asylum within the US, whereas people who actually are being oppressed, people who actually are fleeing war and other systemic issues and destabilization are being left to drown in the Mediterranean Sea or just die on the way to the US.
I still don't get your argument for how black people can't be interpersonally racist.
Because they don't have, again, a collective control over these systems. Like black individuals don't have collective control over these institutions, which is why our biases don't translate into systemic disadvantage for whites. Can you give me like any type of system of oppression that black people have created that oppresses white people based on their whiteness?
Your definition is systemic racism. I agree that white people can experience systemic racism, what you just said would be the prejudice plus power definition. But there's a difference between interpersonal and systemic.
No, and I'm trying to tell you that interpersonal exists within systemic racism. For example, an individual cop is able to unalive individually let's say a black person disproportionately is because they have a system that protects them if they do that. They have qualified immunity. They have police unions that protect them. They have a whole judicial system that protects them. They have a whole society that tells people, oh, maybe that person should have complied. What was their criminal record? That makes excuses for them. That's the only reason why cops on an individual basis are able to even subject black people to racism. A black person doesn't have control over these institutions to be able to translate their biases into disadvantages.
Do you know the definition of interpersonal racism?
Do you know the definition of interpersonal racism?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I know what the definition is.
Okay, what is it?
Yeah, so when we're talking about interpersonal racism, it is the bias, discrimination, or prejudgment by a white individual towards a person of color.
That's not true.
Racism. I'm talking about the sociological definition. I don't really care about the dictionary definition. It doesn't really go into... Yeah, the dictionary definition does not really go into depth into what it is. The same way I might read the dictionary definition of what a surgeon is, but it doesn't mean that I can go into an operating room and all of a sudden become a surgeon. Just because I read the definition. I did not make it up. This is according to Seattle.gov. Seattle.gov literally has a really amazing document called 4 Types of Racism that explains the 4 types of racism. Harvard also released a really good article on this called The Sociological Definition of Racism that takes into context the history of it, the manifestation of these of racism as well, and how it continues to operate. So no, I did not make it up. I don't read like dictionary definitions because again, the dictionary doesn't really even give that. It's not a prescriptive.
Well, they also
approach,
get those from a dictionary, though.
What did you say?
Harvard and all of those institutions get it from a dictionary.
No, they don't.
So which one are they using?
No, they don't. They don't get it from a dictionary.
I mean, yes, they do.
No, they don't. Because dictionaries don't prescribe what a definition ought to be. They just describe what a definition colloquially is within society. So, for example, these dictionary definitions just tell you, hey, generally society defines this word as this, and that's what they tell you. They don't actually prescribe what a definition ought to be or how it ought to be used, which is why definitions can change over time because how society uses these words can change over time, which is why you have to understand the sociological definition of a word to understand where it originated from, how it manifests itself within society. The same way, me simply going to a dictionary and reading the definition of a mechanic does not mean I would know how a car operates.
So I would say interpersonal racism is when the overwhelming majority of people are referring to when they just say racism is when somebody prejudges another person based on the color of their skin. That's like the very broad definition. So you would disagree with that?
What would the definition of prejudgment mean?
Discrimination. It's basically like another word for discrimination.
No, so prejudgment would mean a judgment or opinion formed before having all the facts or sufficient evidence, which means you involves forming a conclusion beforehand about a situation, person, or topic, often based on preconceived notions rather than actual knowledge. Based on that, Black people cannot even engage in prejudgment because we have actual knowledge of white people posing a danger to us historically and today as well.
Can you repeat that?
Prejudgment is, and I quote, a judgment or opinion formed before having all the facts or sufficient evidence. It involves forming a conclusion beforehand about a situation, person, or topic, often based on preconceived notions rather than actual knowledge. And I'm telling you that Black people have actual knowledge of white people posing a danger to Black people. And still continue to pose a danger to Black people too.
Well, I mean, sure, but if a Black person says, like, I don't like you because you're white, you're a stupid cracker or something, that's obviously racist.
That's not racist because it doesn't harm you. It could be biased, sure, but it's not racist because it doesn't cause harm to you. Like again, like how do Black people harm white people? Like how do Black people impact the material conditions of white people?
Would you say that if a Black person said that to a little 5-year-old kid and he started crying, is that harm?
How can they? It would be shitty, 100%, right? But how can they impact the material conditions of that kid?
By crying.
But that kid is not generally harmed. That kid is protected within society. That white kid is protected within society.
I mean, you're still using the systemic racism definition, which is different than interpersonal.
No, I'm saying the interpersonal exists within the systemic. Like, you cannot have interpersonal racism without a system that backs it up, without a system that conditions you to have these biases, without a system that allows you to have these biases with impunity. White people get away with their interpersonal racism. Black people cannot get away with it. A white teacher, a white person within America can literally unalive a Black person and get away with it. A white person within sundown towns within the U.S. can unalive a Black person and can literally have the law enforcement of that city or that town cover up for them. A Black person cannot do that.
It depends on the police department there, I'd say.
There are no police departments in America that would cover up for a Black person. I can definitively tell you that. But there are couple police departments in America that would cover up for a white person. Like, there are active lynchings of Black people, right? Where they would just be covered up by the police departments as just self-unaliving, when everybody knows a Black person wouldn't just hang themselves off of a tree. Right?
Well, I mean, so you're saying all police are racist?
The institution of policing is racist, yes. The institution of, like, you would not have these racial disparities if the institution at its core were not racist. The reason as to why we have racial disparities in sentencing, in charging, in racial profiling is because the institution within itself, there's racism deeply embedded in that institution that is producing these disparities. And those disparities are also very apparent when it comes to who gets protected and who does not get protected. Like, in every single field, Black people are the ones who bear the brunt of that systemic violence disproportionately. And that is not just a coincidence, it's by design. Because we live within societies that are systemically racist. And systemically racist societies are going to produce or condition the dominant society to be racist, interpersonally. But a Black person that cannot wield that system that is inherently rooted with, or they can, because Black people exist within a system that is built to oppress them, their actions cannot reproduce that same structural domination that white people do.
Well, I mean, I can agree with you on the cops thing, but is it your position that only Black people can experience prejudice?
No, not really when it comes to prejudice.
Well, that's what I was talking about when I said prejudges.
Yeah, but it's not racism then. It's not interpersonal racism. Because when it comes to, like, prejudice does not
But you said earlier that white people can't experience prejudice. Based
from
on some
Black people. No. When we're talking about black people and white people, like black people cannot be prejudiced either. They could be biased, you could argue, because everybody has biases, 100%. Everyone has biases. Every single person has biases. But when it comes to, let's say, racism, which is again a structure that literally sustains unequal outcomes and privileges, black people cannot wield that system against other groups of people. And when it comes to prejudice, which means preconceived notions that are not based on reality or actual experience, black people can't do that either. Black people could be bigoted, yes, but not racist.
So what I'm getting from this is that it's your position that interpersonal and systemic racism are part of the same thing and they're not split, correct?
So, hold on. Let me show it to you, actually. Give me a second. There we go. So, I think this would be the perfect example of this, right? So, as you see here, the structural racism is going to be the systemic racism. And institutional, internalized, and interpersonal exist within structural or systemic, right? Like again, the systemic racism builds the foundation. This is like the soil, okay? And then the institutional racism is going to be like the stem of the plant. And then the interpersonal racism is going to be like the leaf. So the leaves cannot exist without the stem, which cannot exist without the soil. And the people internalize racism because they have a system that conditions them to internalize said racism. And because they have internalized racism, they can engage in interpersonal racism. But the difference is that white people, because white people grew up in a society that glorifies whiteness, they internalize racial superiority. Whereas black people internalize racial inferiority, right? They accept and act out of like an inferior definition of self. They kind of express like this empowerment or disenfranchisement through like self-defeating behavior, whether it is through colorism, whether it is through addiction, self-doubt, self-hate, rage, shame, anti-blackness, anti-indigeneity, all these different things. But when it comes to white people, because they have internalized racial superiority, they can want to control things. They want to feel comfort, paternalism, individualism, anti-blackness, anti-indigeneity, cognitive dissonance when they're being kind of like confronted with this, right? So you cannot have the interpersonal racism without the systemic racism as the foundation.
Okay, so it is your position that they're not distinct and that you need it to be like within the structure, right?
They're like symbiotic, exactly. They depend on one another because the system conditions people to be interpersonally racist, specifically white people, and then white people uphold the system. So it's kind of like a symbiotic relationship. If that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll do more research on this topic, I guess. I guess it's a fun topic to research.
Yeah, if you want to learn more about the origins and the history of like racism, I would highly recommend the book Stamped from the Beginning, by the way. It's a really good book that delves into the origins of race and racism, which originated in the European age of expansion or exploration. And then also just look at the sociological definition. Like Harvard has a lot of paperwork on this already. So, but it was a nice conversation.
All right. Well, I'll definitely research that more. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day. Anyways. By the way, I just wanted to say you don't have to block anybody unless they're like openly bigoted. You can just let them be in the chat. You know, when they comment, they boost a live anyways. So you don't have to like block people.
To the mods. This is to the mods. You only would have to block people who are like, you know, outwardly bigoted and not necessarily like everyone. Anyways, I have been live for about 3 hours, 12 minutes. Ignorance should be taught. I know IU, but I just let them I just let them spam the chat. It's okay, you know? Because spamming the chat, they boost a live anyways. So it's perfectly fine. Okay, so hi Davi. Hello, Mamadou.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
Okay. I'm 20.
Okay.
So I agree with like some of the points, but like I don't really understand like some of your points at the same time. Like I understand like the core concept, but I don't understand them like totally, right? So I just came on here to get some more information and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like what do you mean by I wasn't really listening most of the live, so like I just kind of joined in right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by if you are white you can experience racism? Like what's your definition of racism? Because
Mm-hmm. So a political project that emerged in the 15th century during the European Age of Expansion to uphold white superiority and black inferiority. That is what racism was. That's the function of it, to uphold this racial hierarchy. And those power relations still structure wealth, policing, education, and representation up until today, this global system of racism. And since this system was built to oppress black people and built to glorify and give white people unearned advantages, it cannot be wielded against white people because the racism flows downward from like a dominant racial order. It's not symmetrical. So because white people are at the top of the hierarchy, they created this system for themselves to benefit themselves and other people who look like them and future generations. They cannot be harmed by a system that they built to work on their behalf.
okay, so it's like a hierarchy and white people are at the top and black people are at the bottom, right?
Yes.
So black people can't be racist if they're already at the bottom of the hierarchy, right?
Yes, black individuals just lack collective control over institutions to be able to translate their biases into systemic disadvantages.
So like you need power to be racist.
Yes.
Like without power you can't be racist. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Only the people who benefit from the system of advantage based on their race can be racist. And black people don't benefit anything off of their blackness.
But because I saw the other guest was talking about interpersonal racism, right? And you kind of explained how it's all in structural racism, right?
The interpersonal racism exists because of structural racism.
Yeah, but I don't really understand how someone being interpersonally racist is caused by systemic racism and not the other way around. What
do you mean not the other way around?
If I'm interpersonally racist, right? I create a system that is racist, right? You can't create a system that is racist without already being racist.
What do you mean?
For example, you know how the whole system is based on white people have power, whatever, white people are more privileged than black people.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a system that is built, right? And it's it conditions other people to think that way, right? But the people who built that system over generations were already racist people, right? So they were already thinking that they're better than everyone else. They weren't it wasn't built that way. They weren't, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, but they
were
thought that they
already
were better than everyone else because they invented race. That's the thing. Like they invented race to justify exploiting different groups of people. And they were basically telling each other, they convinced each other, white people, that they were better, and therefore race convinced them that they were better, and therefore it's okay to exploit other people. So,
yeah, but wouldn't that already make them racist in general?
well, I mean, I would say that they created. It's kind of like what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? Like, so they created the system that conditions white people to be racist, but then this system needs white people to continue upholding it. So this is why I'm saying it's like a symbiotic relationship, right? So this system, from cradle to grave, is going to condition white people to be racist, and then those white people, in return, uphold said system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So initially, white people wanted to better their material conditions, right? So for their capitalistic endeavors, they came up with excuses to pursue these capitalistic endeavors. So then they planted the seed of racism because they wanted to grow this tree. And now this tree needs to be sustained by future generations of white people.
Okay, so but if I have like for example, if I have like a prejudice against someone, or like I don't like a certain group of person because of like their ethnicity or race, and I'm not black, I can't, that's not really racism. Like it's not like if I'm white, I can't really like, okay, wait, I phrased that completely wrong. Okay, wait, if let's say I'm like, because you said black people can't be racist, right? So let's say like, I mean, I am black, but like, let's say I have a prejudice against another race because of their ethnicity or like their race, whatever, and I have negative feelings, negative comments, and it affects how I treat someone when I first meet them. I can't. That's not considered racism. But it fits in racial. It fits in this racial discrimination. But like that's also kind of part of racism.
Can people jump up?
Yeah.
Does jumping up reverse gravity?
No.
And what does gravity do?
It pulls you down.
Pulls you down. So would an individual person being able to jump up somehow reverse the very function of gravity, or how it works?
No. Okay, I understand what you mean. But
so then we can understand that individual biases that people might have does not overturn a structural imbalance. Can you tell me like one group of people that are not black that black people exercise systemic or structural power over?
Yeah, they don't. I know they don't.
Okay, so then if black people don't, do you think that is a coincidence or is it by design?
I mean, it's the system is built that way.
And who built that system?
Well, white people. I know. I'm not arguing that. I'm just arguing. What do you call that? What do you call that? Like, what do you call
biases? You could call it biases. You could call it bigotry. You could call it discrimination. But it's not going to be racism, because racism is, again, like, regardless of how much you, okay. Let's say
because like it's kind of confusing because like when people want to get educated and they do research and search it up, like in every definition of racism there's some form of discrimination, whether it's like whether you're talking about systemic or anything. So it's like
yeah, like, so the dictionary definitions are not going to give you an accurate definition. I would not look into the dictionary. I would look into the sociological definition, right? So Harvard has a really good article called The Sociology of Racism.
or race, which I would highly recommend if you want to understand race and racism. I'd also recommend like looking into Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, Stamped from the Beginning, which also gives you a very in-depth look into how race was created, right? So racism is going to be discrimination, but it's going to be systemic and structural discrimination that is creating these outcomes, these racial disparities, right? But it doesn't mean that all forms of discrimination are going to be racist. For example, there's discrimination that's based on religion, there's discrimination based on gender. So just because racism does also include discrimination doesn't necessarily mean that all forms of discrimination translate into racism, right? And second of all, like, you have to understand that society is like a ladder that is tilted steeply in favor of whiteness. And a white person is going to stand higher because the structure itself leans towards them. And even if a black person shouts upward, that doesn't mean that black person is changing who built the ladder or who benefits from the tilt, right? So it doesn't mean that the black person can change the tilt of the ladder, because bias at the bottom does not equal power at the top. The person at the top is still going to benefit off of it, right? So if that system is inherently built to benefit them, they cannot be impacted by said system. The same way, do you think that Elon Musk can be a victim of classism?
No.
Why not, though?
Okay, because what do you like? What's that? I'm confused.
Oh my lord, are you okay?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Like, do you think that Elon Musk can be?
I don't understand the word classism. Like, what do you mean by classism?
Yeah. Classism would be like class discrimination, right? Classism would be like systemic oppression that is based on a person's social class or economic status, right? So would Elon Musk be able to experience classism? Let's say, would a homeless person be able to be classist to Elon Musk?
No.
Why do you think that is?
Because he sits at the top, right?
Mm-hmm. And classism, like, inherently benefits him, right? Like, it's always going to disenfranchise people who are at the bottom of the hierarchy, and it's always going to work on behalf of people at the top of the hierarchy. And even if we talk about like interpersonal classism, we're going to be talking about the stereotypes or the prejudice that exists towards poor or working class people, right? Like that they're lazy, they're uneducated, they don't deserve help, them being treated differently because their clothes might not be expensive, maybe their speech might be different, maybe they might not get a good job because of it, right? These are going to be like interpersonal classism, right? Like a person like Elon Musk is not going to suffer under interpersonal classism. I could say, eat the rich, and that still would not be classist because it doesn't impact the material conditions of a rich person. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, I understand. That makes sense.
Yeah, but like, let's say a rich person could say, oh, this person is lazy, right? Like a working class person. And that could massively impact the material conditions of that working class person because that rich person could have them fired from a job, for example. They could not hire them, or they could just close up a factory and move elsewhere, right? That rich person has so much systemic power and economic power over people who are below them on the class hierarchy. So they can translate the biases that they have into like economic inequality or some type of like cultural and moral judgment that could support economic inequality. Whereas like a person who is not like rich or a person who's homeless, they could literally just say, yeah, I want to unalive rich people, but they wouldn't be able to cause harm to rich people.
Okay, so what I got from this was racial discrimination does not equal racism, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Racial
that makes sense.
discrimination is something different than
Okay.
racism.
Okay. Okay. And your last point. Yeah. No. For the last point. Like, what do you mean by it's all men? Like it's just it's general. I don't.
Yeah, so what I mean by it's all men does not mean, I'm not saying that all men are bad or all men are predators. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, number one, all men are going to benefit from male privilege, so they're going to benefit from the oppression of women. And all men, either directly or indirectly, are going to contribute to the upholding of patriarchy. And also, to me as a woman, it's going to be all men until I'm proven otherwise, right? Like, for example, if you have 100 snakes in your backyard, and let's say 30 of those snakes are poisonous or venomous, and like one single bite could kill you,
Yeah.
would you step out into your backyard?
No.
Even though it's only 30 snakes.
Yeah. No, because you don't want to risk it, right?
If you make the mistake and trust the wrong snake, it could literally alter your whole life. You could die, right? So that's the thing about me, right? So 3 reasons. Number one, I as a woman am going to be cautious around all men in general for my own safety, until proven otherwise by that man. Number two, all men benefit off of the oppression of women. And number three, all men contribute either directly or indirectly to the oppression and dehumanization of women. So it's kind of like not saying all men are bad, but instead illustrating the systemic nature of patriarchal violence.
Okay, how do you? So you're like feminist. So you don't like obviously like patriarchy is like you like you don't like patriarchy, right? Obviously.
Of course not.
So like how would you go about like removing patriarchy? You know, like what would you like propose as like a solution? Because I don't think like me personally, like this is speaking from like me personally, like if patriarchy could be like completely like just removed, like then like why not remove it? I don't think like you can destroy patriarchy without like using patriarchy, if you understand. Like you can't really like
you're gonna need the people who are in the dominant society to dismantle
to do it, so it doesn't really get rid of it, right?
No, but so I believe in a more egalitarian society. I don't think any group of people need to dominate over another group of people simply based on any immutable traits. I don't think that, let's say, for example, you as a man, somehow just because you were born as a man, you deserve to dominate over me or whatever it is. I don't think that's the case, right? And I think that when it comes to patriarchy, because we understand that the patriarchy operates through like structures, through culture, and through like interpersonally, dismantling it would take a multifaceted approach that does address all 3 levels. So it's not necessarily only about changing individual attitudes, but instead addressing like certain laws and policies within institutions and countries, addressing the norms, the cultural norms within society and media and ideology that normalizes the dehumanization and violence that women are subjected to. And also at your workplace or relationships or family as well. You would need a multifaceted approach to be able to dismantle the system of patriarchy. And I agree with a more egalitarian society. I don't think that different groups of people need to dominate over others for any immutable traits. Like if they're elected to, then fine. Like I'm not like a person who's pro-anarchism, but I don't believe that a person simply being born within their body means that they deserve unearned advantages.
And like,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I agree, but like, it's like, so in your mind, like patriarchy is like completely a bad thing, right? But how, like, you can't, it's kind of hard to like kind of make changes to something when like not all people believe that thing, you know? Like not all, like some women like are for patriarchy, you know? So it's like,
There are gonna be sellouts everywhere, right?
I know, but it's not like racism, where like racism is like it's like objectively a bad thing. Like racism is
No, but there
objectively
were
a
sellouts
bad
of
thing.
racism too. I know, but there are sellouts of racism too.
I know, but like racism is like objectively a bad thing, but patriarchy isn't objectively a bad thing.
Yes, patriarchy is objectively bad. Like the patriarchy literally is objectively bad. When we think about a system of social, cultural, political, and economic structures that are privileging men over women, by the mere fact that you are lucky enough to be born a man, I think that is objectively bad. Like, how can the patriarchy benefit a woman when the patriarchy is telling her that she deserves less rights for simply being born being born as a woman? Like how is that even a good thing?
But like I mean that's not, I mean like it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing, but like that's like kind of like looking at it through like job market specifically, or like for example, if you look at it in a household, how I don't understand how that's like necessarily bad in a household point of view.
Can you explain to me how patriarchy would look like in a household?
Where like the father figure holds most of the power and makes the decisions, and like for the benefit of his family. I mean like it can go both ways, but that's not a bad thing, you know? Like sure, you cannot want that,
make the decisions? Like what? Like if both me, let's say for example, if I have a partner, right? And if both me, I'm not saying we're the same, right? But I'm saying we're equal. If me and my partner are equal, why should he be making all the decisions over my life as well? Why can't we, as a if we're partners, we need to be able to come to a decision together that would benefit our family. So why would I need to be dependent on my partner for decision making?
I mean, you don't really need to be dependent. It should be both ways. Like it should be equal, right? But like,
exactly.
I don't know. It's like, it's just difficult because like for me, my experience, it's like all the women in my life are telling me the opposite. So it's kind of hard for, it's like, I don't like, it's like, I'm like, for example, like all the women that I've like talked to, or like just been involved with in general, like, or like my mom or whatever it may be, they tell me the complete they tell me like patriarchy. They're like, they'd be like, oh, like you should be preparing yourself to do this, you should do this, you should do this. But then another person would just like say like, oh, like patriarchy is bad, this, and it's just like, it's kind of hard to like understand if like everyone that I'm interacting with is telling me the opposite.
So to the example of racism, there are going to be black people who say racism doesn't exist anymore, black people are equal, yada 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 yada. But just because they say that, individuals say that, does not necessarily mean what they're saying is true, right? So patriarchy is like a boot on the neck, right? And women, like let's say for example, an intersectional feminist is going to say, I don't want that boot on my neck anymore. Whereas let's say a woman who has internalized misogyny is going to say, oh yeah, actually I love having the boot on my neck. You understand the difference? But just because she says she likes having the boot on the neck, it does not mean that the boot on your neck is not going to impact how you breathe, or it's not going to restrict your breathing, for example. It doesn't mean that it's not going to keep you on the ground. It doesn't mean that it's not going to oppress you. Just because a person who has a lot of internalized misogyny or internalized toxic femininity, just because they might think that they need to continue upholding it, it doesn't mean that in the grand scheme of things, it's not something that is oppressive. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay.
Because we have to address, like gendered violence. We have to address the fact that SA is rampant, femicide is rampant, violence against women is so normalized in society and so widespread and so systemic. And it shouldn't be that case. That is not something that is natural. It is something that is being conditioned and implemented and reproduced and upheld as well.
Yeah. No, like I understand. Like I'm for it being like gone, you know. Because I think it affects women more, but like it also affects like some guys in general. But like
yes, you're being told to kill a part of your humanity to uphold.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah. So it's just I think it's just a bad thing in general, but it's just kind of difficult to remove. That's what I was trying to say. It's kind of hard to remove that.
Yeah.
Like it's not something like racism, or I mean racism is equally as hard. Like, do you think it's gotten better in like the last like 100 years?
No, I don't think it has gotten better. I think it has just become more abstract.
So you think like a black person right now living in the West is not better off now than they were 100 years ago?
Well, I don't like to pretend as if we exist in fragments. I like to take the overall picture of the material conditions of black people. And I think like when we look at the material conditions of black people on a global scale today, it is abysmal. When we look at the fact that black people in 2025 are being genocided in mass for resources or for access to certain economic trade routes, the fact that black people are actively being enslaved and sold like donkeys in 2025, the fact that black people are being like just let to drown in the Mediterranean Sea en masse, or the fact that black people are dying en masse in general in Haiti and in everywhere in the world, even within the US, the fact that black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white newborns. Black mothers are 5 times more likely to die during childbirth than white women. Black men are about up to like 3.23 times more likely to die by the police than white men. And like, again, black people in every single sector of life are disadvantaged. And I think that is not enough. We need to live within a world that minimizes these racial disparities as much as possible instead of being satisfied with breadcrumbs.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, well, all right, thanks for elaborating.
No problem. You're welcome. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, have a good day.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, like, people need to understand that black people generally today are not doing good. Right? Like people need to get that through their head. Like, black people generally today are not doing good. There are like 45 different conflicts on the African continent. Like 45. Every 23 minutes, a black Brazilian youth gets killed. Every 23 minutes. Like, on every single continent, like, black people are literally dying en masse. So, yeah. Girl, nobody's doing good. I understand different groups of people are doing bad, but I can very much guarantee you there is no group of people on the racial hierarchy that are below black people, and I will die on that fucking hill.
I don't care how much you guys want to minimize what black people are going through, but I can sit here and guarantee you 100% there is not a single group of people that are placed below black people on the racial hierarchy. Not a single group. Even within the like refugees, black refugees are the ones that are treated the worst. Exactly. Even within trans people, black trans people are treated the worst. Even within homeless people, black homeless people are treated the worst. Even within women, black women are treated the worst. Even within disabled people groups, black disabled people are treated the worst. Even within Arab groups, black Arabs are treated the worst. Within every single group of people and oppressed people, black people are the ones who are treated the worst. Every single group of people. There is not a single group of people out there that are below black people on the racial hierarchy. And I will die on a motherfucking hill. You can like to downplay. Now in France, the Arabs are treated. Nope. Purpose. Nope. Arabs might be treated bad in France, but they're not treated as bad as black people. Abso-fucking-lutely not. In Europe, black people are at the bottom of the racial hierarchy. Don Bon, evidence for what, bro? What are you talking about? Evidence for what? When we look at police brutality, when we look at maternal mortality rate, when we look at racism, black people are at the bottom of the racial hierarchy. Exactly. Within Hispanic groups, black Hispanic groups are at the bottom of the hierarchy. Sleepy Hollow. No, it's not different in the UK. I've lived in the UK before. I've lived in Sheffield. In the Netherlands, Moroccans are treated worse than black. Nope. You guys are motherfucking liars. Motherfucking liars, because I've been to the Netherlands. I have been to the fucking Netherlands, specifically to Groningen. No. Cap. Black, there is no country in this world where black people are not treated worse than any other group of people. I am telling you again, you guys are motherfucking liars and you're coping. Black people are at the bottom of the racial hierarchy in every single group, continent, community. Black disabled people, black homeless people, black poor people, black women, black queer people, black every single thing. Black people are treated worse and are at the bottom of the racial hierarchy. This does not mean that other groups of people are not oppressed. That is true. Other groups of people are oppressed, but there is no fucking group of people who is being enslaved in 2025. There is no other group of people who are being sold like chattel for $13 per person in 2025. No other group of person. Black people today in 2025 are being sold like chattel in Libya, in Egypt, like donkeys. That is not happening to any other group of people. Black people today are literally being sold like chattel. There is no other group of person that is happening to. Ismail, the Bangladeshi people you're talking about, that was like a one in a time thing. It's not something, they're not targeted. They're not targeted. If you look at all the reports, it's the black people who are targeted in Libya and in Tunisia and in Egypt. So that's not true, what you just said. Yes, South Asians suffer, but South Asians are not being sold like donkeys, okay? They're not being sold like fucking chicken in markets. So that's not true. You see black people, black 13-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds being sold and working as slaves. Right? And I'm not talking about underpaid labor or kafala system. I'm talking about full-blown slavery. I'm not talking about the kafala system. I'm talking about full-blown slavery. You guys need to read up on this. I will die on that motherfucking hill. There is no other group of people that is below black people on the racial hierarchy. Don Bon, you're talking about modern slavery, which nobody denies that multiple groups of people are experiencing modern slavery. I am not talking about modern slavery. I am talking about people being auctioned off like chattel. That's what I'm talking about. People literally going to like an auction block and telling people $10, $13, $14 and auctioning people off. That is what's happening to black people. That is what's happening to black people today. That's literally what's happening to black people today. Black people are being lined up, and then people come there and they literally bet on them to buy them. That is not happening to Indians. That is not happening to other groups of people. I know you guys are so desperate to invalidate the experiences of black people. But that is not happening to any other people group. The fact that in 2025, we can see from satellites, from satellite imagery, literally pools of blood in Sudan, and Sudan being the #1 largest and worst humanitarian crisis out there, and nobody even talking about it. That shows you the level of dehumanization of black people. That black people can experience the largest and the worst humanitarian crisis out there, and people still don't care. People still don't care when you see videos coming out of the countless massacres. People still don't care when you see people getting fucking gassed. There are videos of people getting gassed on fucking video, and people still don't even care to talk about it. That level of dehumanization is not a level of dehumanization that other groups of people experience. Other groups of people might the other group of people might experience being depicted or presented as uncivilized, as subhuman, or whatever it is. But black people don't even get treated as human. That's the thing. That's why you guys need to familiarize yourselves with Afro-pessimism, okay? The fact that black people have literally been removed from the spectrum of humanness. There was a debate in 1550. It's called the Valladolid debate between Bartolomé de las Casas and Sepulveda. And what they were debating was whether they should enslave West Africans or if they should continue enslaving indigenous people. And in that debate, they came to the conclusion that indigenous people were uncivilized, but they could be Christianized and westernized and civilized, whereas black people were not even human enough to be civilized, and therefore there should be more of a focus to enslave black people. So black people have effectively experienced a social death. We have experienced a social death that plagues us today. Orlando Patterson called it a social death, where we have been so stigmatized that regardless of what country we go to, what ethnicity we belong to, what religion we belong to, what economic status we belong to, that we are still perceived as not human. That is that social death that we have experienced. And civil society today, as we know it, is rooted in the idea that we are not human. And if people think that we are not human, they're okay with us being genocided in silence. They're okay with us being enslaved in silence. They're okay with us being unalived in silence because they don't view us as human. So other groups of people are going to suffer. Nobody denies that. But black people are not even viewed as human. And even other groups of people, they are stripped of their humanity depending on their proximity to blackness. If you are in closer proximity to blackness, the less human you are. And if you are in closer proximity to whiteness, the more human you are. The more grievable your life is. And if you're black, your life isn't grievable at all. You just disappear. You know, you just become a hashtag, a slogan. You disappear into nothing when you die. Because you're not even human. And if you're a black person and you're sitting here trying to defend white people, trying to make it seem as if white people experience racism, would white people do that for you? That's the question I have. Would white people do that for you? Would white people go up en masse and defend your humanity? No, they don't. They benefit off of your dehumanization. So I don't even know why black people even bother trying to debate that. I don't know why black people even bother trying to help white people when white people are protected. Literally, white people have whole institutions, you have whole systems, you have whole structures that protect them. Whereas even black newborns who don't know their own name are not protected from structural fatal violence. Black newborns are not protected from it. Black newborns are not protected from it. So if you find yourself, right? If you find yourself rushing to defend white people, ask yourself why you do it. Ask yourself why you are so willing to be used as a human shield by white people who already have institutions that protect them. And we don't have any institution that protects. There is not a single institution in place on a global scale that protects and defends the rights of black people. Whereas white people have global governments, they have their embassies, they have their passports, they have the United Nations, they have the World Bank, they have the ICJ, the ICC, the IMF. Not me getting a restriction for hate speech. That's crazy. People got really salty. Capitalism, exactly. Capitalism also benefits the interests of white people. Right? Capitalism also benefits the interests of white people, whereas black people don't have any institutions to protect ourselves. So my question is, if you know you have no institutions to protect you, why are you too busy protecting other groups of people instead of yourself? Genuine question. Why are you too busy protecting other groups of people when you can't even protect yourself as a black person? That's a question I always ask myself. How are you going to protect other groups of people? How are you going to advocate for other groups of people? How are you going to sit here and try to defend the name and honor of white people when you can't even protect yourself? We live within a global apartheid state. This apartheid, our whole world is an apartheid state. That tier system was built by white people, and we're at the bottom. And unfortunately, a lot of black people try so hard to defend white people when white people would not even spit on you if you were on fire. Anyways, rant over. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I've been live for more than 3 hours, so I think my rant is over. To be weird to current white people today when they didn't even set Don Bon, the white people today didn't set those systems, but they continue upholding them. Why are we pretending as if, I'm so sorry. If white people majority-wise are not racist, why does racism still exist today? Why do I see countries funding genocides on the African continent? Why do I see corporations exploiting African resources and human capital on the African continent? Why do I see people funding enslavement on the African continent? Why do I see people dying in the Mediterranean Sea? Why do I see people still being unalived? Why do I see black newborns still being unalived? If racism is not actively being, this is the dumbest shit possible. I just wanted to tell you, people who say you can't blame people today for the what's called of the past. I'm not blaming people for what's happening in the for how it happened in the past. I'm blaming people for not doing anything today in 2025. Why does racism still exist? Why is racism a reality within the black experience? That's the issue that I have. Why is it so normal for black people on every continent to have had experienced racism? To have had their lives devalued? That's the issue that I have. And the fact that people sit here and they try to gaslight black people into thinking that it is normal for us to live in a society where black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth for simply existing within a black body, to me is diabolical.
diabolical. It's not even that, it's demonic. It is demonic for people to try to Jedi mind trick me into thinking it is normal for a black newborn to experience racism before they even know their own name. It is demonic for people to Jedi mind trick me into thinking it is normal for a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old black kid to hate the color of their skin. This shit is not normal. It is demonic. I'm not even gonna say diabolical. It is fucking satanic for people to try to Jedi mind trick me into thinking it is normal for 11-year-old kids to be enslaved in Libya. That shit is satanic if you think it's normal. And the fact that you guys want to continue upholding this and gaslight black people into thinking that this is normal, the normal state of the world, and we should just accept it, is fucking satanic. I rebuke that shit. The fact that like black people, like non-black people try to convince us into thinking racism has always existed. This is just how it is. No, the fuck it is not. I'm so sorry. The fuck it, I was not made to be at the bottom of the racial hierarchy, bro. Fuck you and your belief system. Like, fuck you, your belief system. Fuck your mama and your daddy as well, because they brought you into this world. Okay? It is not fucking normal for black people to be oppressed to this level in 2025. To die in mass in 2025. I rebuke that shit with every fiber of my being. I rebuke it. Anyways, I appreciate y'all. That was it for my rant. I hope y'all have a good evening. Hope y'all have a good evening. Appreciate y'all. And yeah, I'll be back. And wars and destabilization efforts, because if you notice, these economic corridors go through this whole region as well. It's not a coincidence that all the countries at the Red Sea, except for Saudi Arabia, which is a puppet of the West, well, I mean, they're helping in Sudan, that's true, okay? I don't want to West Coast, but they're still kind of like problematic, right?
I'm sorry, Fifi.
Yeah.
Oh, say something just because your voice is cutting out to me, شوية.
Okay, yeah. So I wanted to say, this is like this is something that needs to be mentioned when people are talking about Sudan, right? Or when people are talking about all of these genocides. You need to understand that they do not exist. They're not happening within a vacuum. They're happening for a reason. They're happening by design. Okay, which is again, it's an economic war between the East and the West, and all of these countries are stuck in between. The Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Indian Ocean are all important routes for economic trade, unfortunately, right? And historically as well, if you guys notice, when it comes to East African politics, general, including Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, and all this stuff, all these different countries that are on opposing sides usually ally on the same side. So, for example, when it comes to Sudan, China, Russia, America, who historically are enemies, are funding the RSF. Okay, they're funding the UA, which is funding the RSF. When it came to Eritrea, when we were being genocided for 30 years, you had countries like Cuba, America, Israel, the Soviet Union, China, all these different countries that are historically enemies also funding the people who are genociding us, right? So, and the same thing with Somalia as well. When Ethiopia was going to war with Somalia, they were all funding Ethiopia, right? So it's interesting that all of these opposing sides
when it comes to East Africa, they're always very unpredictable into which side they ally with, and many times they ally actually together, right? So this just goes to show that they're both controlled opposition to one another, first of all.
Also, can I add something, Kovi? Just because it's really interesting that India is in this, and this is why I feel like a lot of people need to ask themselves. You guys notice that every single country involved within this project are the ones that push the anti-Chinese agenda much more, especially the Muslim ones that push it on a basis of, oh, China is anti-Muslim, anti-Islamic, but you don't see them push the same agenda against India, which has a deeply enrooted anti-Islamic culture in it. And this is the same thing that we see repeating that was in Afghanistan before, when they pushed Muslims to go fight against the Soviet Union.
And these are also all the places that are support the Abraham Accords, by the way.
My bad. I just wanna do a quick pause, right? And just say something real quick. Hakar in the comment section. I understand. I like I like the energy, but you can't just spam the same thing. Keep spamming the same thing in the comment section. I'm gonna end up muting you, brother. Whoever you are, just relax. I understand. I like the energy. Dial it down a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and spamming also, I think, ruins the lives of the algo because it shows there's bots.
Yeah, and if you're gonna say, the K word, say unaliving. Say unaliving.
Yeah, and diversify your comments. Don't just keep writing the same one.
Yeah, and then when we...
Oh, go ahead, Manda.
Yeah, I just want to say, if you want to know all the companies that are involved, there is a list in the link tree in my bio. This was a beautiful list that was made by Shin. If you guys know Shin, amazing person, also educates people a lot. He compiled this amazing detailed list, okay? And this goes into detail about all the companies that are involved. Look at all of this, okay? So, Shin Shine, exactly. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad. Aya called him that one day. She told him Shin Shine. Okay. I get distracted too easy. It's diabolical, I swear. But anyways, if you go to the link tree in my bio, right? This is like the second link or something like that, right? So initially, in the first point, you have the companies that are selling weapons to the UAE that is landing in the RSF, okay? So literally, look at this. You have the US, United Kingdom, UAE, Spain, Estonia, Poland, UAE, France, Israel, China, Korea, UAE, US, UAE, Japan, UAE, Colombia, Russia. All of these companies are selling weapons to the UAE. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. And if you look at it here, it tells you also what kind of weapons they sell. Like, are they selling weapons? Are they selling vehicles? Are they sending mercenaries as well?
Oh, by the way, worthy to note, guys, I was in the UAE years ago, and I remember prior to them entering Yemen, the UAE didn't have like a very, very big focus on getting militarized. After they entered the war in Yemen, they implemented taxes in the UAE to help them because that war kind of did bug their economy. They started enforcing mandatory service in the army to the point that in grade 12 in public schools, I remember all the Emirati guys who were with us in school, not with me because I went, we can't go to public schools there. But they all told me they were getting officers from the army to school to train them once a week or once every now and then. And they'd get put in the army. And they started buying weapons en masse. I don't know if any of you guys remember this. There was even the time where Kushner tried to he started also, I don't know how I'd say it, polishing up this new image for the UAE, and he referred to them as the Sparta of the Middle East. And they've just been investing in drones and getting more weapons and buying everything from anyone they could to repel anything possible.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's a reason as to why listen, I'm going to keep it a buck. If you're from the Emirates, sorry, not sorry, disrespectfully, your country is a shithole desert country, okay? There's a reason as to why a shithole desert country went from being a shithole desert country in the 1970s to the country that it is today, okay?
Yeah,
and that is literally because it actively exploits and participates in the genocide of Africans. Okay, that is the only reason why it is the country that it is today. If you look down, there are also the economic ties. Okay, you have the National Bank of Abu Dhabi, where Hemeti's bank account is. Okay, and these are the companies that have economic ties with the UAE. The one company that is missing here, by the way, is Huda Beauty. If you like makeup, if you wear makeup, Huda Beauty is also involved. Unfortunately, her headquarters is in Dubai. I'm gonna add it on the list. But yeah, and also if you buy gold, okay, there's a huge probability of that gold being from the UAE. The UAE is the second largest gold exporter in the world. Right? The second largest gold exporter in the world without any gold mines. So in case, even if you buy gold that is like from Jordan, for example, or from whatever it is, they most likely got a lot of that gold from the UAE themselves. So that is also something that you have to understand, that when you are buying gold, you have to understand more than likely somebody was exploited for that gold, unfortunately, because the UAE is the second largest gold exporter. But yeah, I don't know why Trap Dive is not here. Have you guys ever heard of Trap Dive, by the way?
No.
This is something I found the other day. Yeah, Samir, let me show it to you, okay?
Diabolical stuff.
Yeah, دقيقة يا جماعة. Step up, my bad, bro. I'm gonna bring you down and bring you back up in a couple of minutes, okay? معلش بس I just want to bring up G Steezy. He's requesting.
عادي.
Okay.
معلش يا حبوب بجيبك تاني هسه.
عادي.
So this is Trad Dive, sorry. So this is Trad Dive, right? This is a company that is sanctioned. And you might ask yourself, why is it sanctioned? It's in the okay. It's in the if you notice here, hold on. Here we go. If you notice here, what does it say? Jurisdiction, United Arab Emirates. Country, United Arab Emirates. And when it was created, 2018. And this is Tradive General, right? And it's a company that is sanctioned currently, is subject to multiple sanctions. Now you might wonder why this company has multiple sanctions, and it's based in Dubai, okay? It says here, type of entity, limited company, date of registration 2018, a company based in the United Arab Emirates. Director and ultimate beneficial owner is Algoni Hamdan Dagalo, who is, mind you, if people don't know, Hameti's...
حياكوبي.
Huh?
I said, I was like, mashallah, bro.
Maybe everything in the world goes back to the dollar. Nothing.
Everything goes back, Lehum.
Out of nothing.
This is Hameti's youngest brother, okay? This is a company that belongs to Hameti's younger brother, which is based in Dubai, okay? And why were they sanctioned? It says here, Tradive is part of the RSF's commercial network, which generates stable revenue for the RSF, enabling them to finance and continue the conflict in Sudan. What else do they do, okay? For instance, Tradive has purchased vehicles for the RSF, including Toyota Hilux and Land Cruiser pickup trucks. You see all those Toyota pickup trucks and all that trucks that they use on those videos? They were purchased by Tradive in the UAE, which is registered under Hameti's youngest brother's name, and then it gets transported to the RSF. And then they convert those vehicles into highly mobile technicals, which are armed desert vehicles. So this is what I mean, right? At every level, if you see it, at every single level, the UAE is implicated, not only through the gold exports, but also even through the companies that are giving them the cars. These are companies, Emirati companies, that are under the Dagalo family. right? So these people cannot even say that they're not involved. And this is a guy, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this the guy who was just in Washington, D.C., trying to lobby some politicians?
Yes, he was captured. Yep. His brother, yes.
Okay. So, yeah. So it's very interesting to me as well, right? So there's a lot of information.
The money trail.
Exactly.
GSTZ, you know what's funny? I pulled up this picture earlier and I got dropped for it.
ايوه ده
In Emirati Live, they were like, "Oh, where's your proof that we're funding and all of this
الله لا
stuff?"
سلم الامارات ما يا هم شوف right I see they're يعني
By the
شغال
way, تحياتي لأبو شامة يا أخي، الله يديك العافية
والله
يا
ابو
أخوي.
شام ده انا مبسوط منه والله العظيم مدرسه هو
Yeah,
حياه
man,
ربي.
this is a brother that's in the field, in the field. Usually, he's in Sudan or in between Sudan and Egypt, right? And he does a lot of great work. Allah يديه العافية.
والله العظيم انا مستمتع والله العظيم انا مستمتع
Abu Shama in the comment section.
لو عايزين يعملوا فولو والله العظيم انه استمتع منه لكن يا ده كان يو اي كارجو شيب كان في يوغندا كان قبضوه هناك right they open it وكان لقوا فيه اسلحه وكذا right وحتى يعني we have other proof as well يعني مرات ذاته يعني we could see the airplanes شايف كيف يعني we could see them right we could see them entering we could see them exiting يعني we could see all of this يعني احنا we have the proof الكفايه شايف حتى الاسلحه that they bring تلقاها اسلحه من الامارات كده right هم الاماراتيين زي ما قلت لك يا سامر these niggas they be trying to play it يعني والله نازل السودانيين ما يعني بيتهمونا for no reason كلام زي كده يقول لنا والله نحن ابرياء وما عارف كده ولا الامارات يجي مع الامارات يقول
and usually if you follow the money exactly what Kobe was doing. يا جماعة my bad I have to drop one person real quick right but I'll bring you back up.
نزلني
I just want أبو شامة
أبو شامة ذاته رئيس السودان يا
حبوب يا الله يديك العافية يا أخويا. Sorry يا سلطان I'll bring you back up just now يا أخوي الله يديك العافية. ويا جماعة I'm gonna for the mods that are in the live I'm gonna go pray Asr real quick and come back, right? Please mod the live. If anybody says anything crazy, drop them. And حبوب يا الله يديك العافية يا أبو شامة.
منور.
نوركم يا شباب يا great job you've been doing such a great job especially Kovi as usual bringing from جوا from the inside of the inside زي ما بنقول في السودان يعني the butter the oil الزيت الزبدة. الله يعزكم يا شباب يا كلامكم جميل شديد. عايز اعلق تعليق صغير لكن وروني فرصة تمتين واخذوا راحتكم.
بس ممكن تتكلم يا حبيبي ده فرصة.
لا تفضل يا اخوي.
تفضل يا مانجا.
Okay, شكرا. معلش I'm sorry for the guy who went down for me to be able to speak. What I wanted to say is the ties between the countries that are usually opposing to each other. They look like enemies all the time, and all of a sudden when it comes to us, the weak countries, I'm not saying that we're weak, but like politically we're talking about now, we look weak when we are compared to bigger countries like Russia, countries with real political decisions. So they unite against us because, you know, as you said, controlled opposition. Maybe that's what it is, but there are such big intentions. There are such big difficulties between them, but they are never in such a big problems to like they get to the point where they're fighting. No, they know the expenses of being in a fight. They always leave themselves out of the fight. They just keep fighting each other like what's happening between America and China economically. And they feed on us, the little ones. They're not like friends pretending to be enemies. They are enemies, but they are kind of like, let's say that the wars in our countries are not actual wars. They are made. That's why they get to the point of becoming actual wars. Whenever you have a problem with someone, you can solve it by talking, no matter how escalated it gets. But our wars are made. That's why no matter how much you can contain the situation, it always ends up very, very bad. There are so much more things affecting it and causing it to be an actual problem with such big numbers and casualties. So we're fighting someone who isn't just fighting us as an enemy. He wants the fight to keep going because he has other intentions, like stealing the resources and whatever other reasons that if I started talking about, maybe the live is going to get canceled. So you understand me. Toilet paper, as I keep saying. So yeah, they are enemies, but when it comes to taking a bite of the cake, they get together, everyone takes his bite, and they get back to fighting in a soft way.
It's covert. It's all covert يا أخوي. Majority of this war is covert. الناس اللي بورا اللي بيحركوا الحاجات. Sorry for switching to Arabic, but the people behind closed doors that are pulling the strings and stuff, right? We know who they are, right? And we can see their agenda plain as day, right? It's something that we've been dealing with, like you guys have seen, right? In the earlier video that I've showed, since 2003, these people had a plan to, enact, an act of horror towards Sudan as a whole. So we can see it very clearly right now. And mashallah, like Kovi, one of the things like Kovi really demonstrated with what she just showed is that if you follow the money, it usually shows you who's supporting who. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna go pray Asr real quick. Mods, you guys control the live, and I'll be right back. Allah يديكم العافية كلكم يا جماعة. أعمل لكم دعاء إن شاء الله.
Allah يعافيك. It's an amazing live. Thanks for hosting it.
Can I say something?
Oh, sorry. I wanted to answer Ahmadi's question before I lost it. By the way,
Can I tell you really quick why I'm asking that question? So the reason I asked for what Saudia's involvement is and everything is because if there's a scenario where the army wins, God willing it does, right? If there's a scenario where the army wins, the mediator between us and the West is going to be Saudi. And I think majority of Sudanese would agree with that because Bin Salman and Saudi have been trying to do that for a while. They've done it with Syria, with Jolani, and I think they're going to try to do the same whenever the army wins. So that's why I was asking what Saudia's role in everything that you said.
Bro, Saudi, they always used to say this to us back in the day growing up in the Khalij. The Khalij is like a bunch of fish. It's like the sea. Saudi is the whale and all the other ones are the little fish. Okay? الامارات عامله يعني I don't know how to say this in English. الامارات عامله مثل الهامور اللي هو it's not too small but it wants to like push itself and like start getting involved in everything. But don't يعني one thing I feel people should keep in mind, don't let your blame for the UAE let you overlook Saudi's role, because even if Saudi doesn't fund RSF, it's involved one way or the other. One way or the other. Even the statement they just released, they're talking to the RSF as if they're a legitimate force. إنه ندعوكم إلى حفظ السلم الأهلي and some next bullshit like that. هاي هي السعودية, man.
Yeah, so Saudi is taking like a page out of China's book and playing both sides, okay? The reason as to why Saudi Arabia is even like supporting the countries at the Red Sea is because it wants to protect its interests, right? It's protecting like its interest in Sudan, in Port Sudan, and also I don't know if you knew this, Imadi, but it also invested a lot of money in Asab in Eritrea, right? So the reason is it really wants to protect its interest in the Red Sea, and that is because of MBS's Vision 2030, right? So in 2016, MBS actually like launched this like comprehensive like blueprint called Vision 2030, in which he wanted to diversify. Oh, hold on, can you please mute your feedback? Is your background noise is so loud, by the way. Thank you. So MBS launched like this 2030 vision thing, which was basically an attempt to diversify Saudi economy and make it less dependent on oil, right? So they wanted to become more dependent on like technology and renewable energy, tourism, entertainment, instead of only becoming dependent on oil, because they were afraid that oil would, in a world that is gearing towards like electric cars and renewable energy, that oil would not be as important. Now, because of this Vision 2030, what's interesting is when we look at the IMEC, like the India, Middle East, European Economic Corridor, Saudi Arabia like committed like $20 billion like investments to upgrade their ports and rail networks, right? Which is important for IMEC. So Saudi Arabia is actually central to IMEC, right? It is very important. It's very crucial. It's very central. It is actively trying to or developed more than 25 ports, 50 airports, and also like 15,000 kilometers worth of highways to be able to allow this corridor to be built through Saudi Arabia, right? Because this supports, again, its 2030 goal, Vision 2030 goals. And not only does it want IMEC to happen, Ya Amadi, it also wants the Belt and Road Initiative to happen. So because Saudi Arabia is located in a geographically in a manner that it could connect Europe with Asia, it is really making use of its geographic location by trying to play both sides. So on the one side, it's supporting the Belt and Road Initiative to happen, so at the Red Sea, right? And it's also investing in the ports at the Red Sea alongside China, because China invested in the ports in Massawa, for example, in Eritrea, and Saudi Arabia invested in the port in Asab. So both of these ports in Eritrea have been kind of now invested in by China and Saudi Arabia. But it's also investing in IMEC, right? So Saudi Arabia is going to play both sides, Armadi. That's what I'm saying. Ultimately, what it's trying to do is it's trying to help China build a green, quote unquote, Silk Road through Saudi Arabia as well, with the help of Saudi Arabia, while at the same time benefiting off of its partnership with the West. So when it is negotiating between like Sudan and the RSF, you said, if I'm not mistaken, Amadi?
No, I was saying, well, if the army ends up winning everything, it's gonna have to be Burhan sitting down, or whoever leads Sudan sitting down with the Saudis, because they're gonna be the mediator between us and the West.
Yeah, so Saudi Arabia is probably going to try to balance it out between the West and the East, because that's what it's doing right now. It's investing in both of the economic corridors that I just showed you. Saudi Arabia is investing in both of them. So
the same way they invested in Syria too. Whenever the war broke out in Syria in 2011, if you fast forward it, they ended up investing in Syria. They even almost allowed Bashar to rejoin the Arab League, and then they.
No, but guys, Syria was a different case. Syria, I feel like the case with Syria of why Saudi was involved in it is completely different from Sudan. Because Syria is involved in the whole axis of resistance, involved with Iran, involved with H group, Lebanon, H group, Gaza. Like there was much more complexity to it. And
No, I get that.
For Saudi.
I get that, Holy Land. The point I was making was they were the mediator between Jolani and his people and the West, and they're going to be the same when it comes to Sudan as well.
Yeah. What Saudi Arabia is trying to do is the same thing that Qatar does, right? So Saudi Arabia is, because the military is not that strong, right? So what it's trying to do is it's trying to, number one, use economic and diplomatic leverage. So economic through investment, it has so much money. Like Saudi Arabia has so much money. And MBS is trying on a very quick manner, trying to diversify the country and make it vibrant. Like literally, like I used to live there like 10 years, 2011, right? 2011, 2012. Saudi Arabia in 2012 is drastically different to the Saudi Arabia that exists today, right? The fact that like he immediately made like women able to drive. He opened up bars. He opened up concerts. And so what he's trying to do is he's trying to satisfy his people so that they don't leave the country and they don't have to travel anywhere else, so they can stay there and invest in the economy. And he's also trying to open up his country for more tourism and more investments into the country as well, so that people don't think that they depend only on oil. And so that's why they're playing both sides. They want everybody to be happy. That's what MBS is doing. Like, do not ever in your thought think that MBS actually cares about any people. This man imprisoned his own mother. Okay? I don't know if people know this, but MBS literally imprisoned his own mother. And if this guy can imprison his own mother, he's not going to have empathy for other people. Okay? All the choices that he makes are literally, again, what is going to benefit Saudi Arabia first and foremost, and what is going to keep him in power first and foremost. Like in Saudi, they literally call him a rasas, which means like the bullet, right? So because he's very like clear cut, very apathetic, and very kind of like strategic in his thoughts, right? If there's a mod, who's the Janjaweed in the chat? Hold on.
I'm a mod. Wait, who's the Janjaweed في الجات?
Injustice.
يا جنجوي الله ينعلك.
And I wanted to show a video. This is an incredibly important video that I wanted to show how there are about like 45 conflicts all across Africa right now. And this is a video that I really, really wanted to show. It's an important video. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god. Sorry. I want to make it lower. Oh, I don't want to show any.
40% of the wars and armed conflicts in the world right now are happening on one continent, Africa. The Red Cross says there are more than 50 active armed conflicts across Africa at the moment, a 45% jump since 2020. Here's why Africa has become a hotspot for war. Africa has two significant assets, the youngest population in the world and roughly 30% of global critical minerals. But resources fuel wars for control. Africa's critical mineral exports, worth billions of dollars, make up more than 10% of global trade. At the same time, millions of young Africans are unemployed or earn below the poverty line. Militias and other groups exploit that despair to recruit. Climate change is also a significant factor, driving a competition over natural resources such as water, land, and food. Boko Haram and other armed groups have been active around the shrinking Lake Chad Basin, shared between Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Nigeria. And political factors such as corruption and foreign interference keep feeding a cycle of conflicts. All the fighting has forced more than 45 million people from their homes, more than 1/3 of all displaced people in the world. Sudan is now the world's largest displacement crisis. Over 14 million people had to leave their homes. That's 1 in 3 Sudanese. The M23 rebel group has reignited a war in the mineral-rich east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. At least 7,000 people have been killed in recent months. More than 7 million people are displaced. Across the Horn of Africa, Somalia has been fighting the Al-Shabaab group for 16 years. Almost 1 in 4 Somalis is now displaced. Dozens more conflicts rage across the continent. Because of them, 3% of Africans are either displaced, refugees, or asylum seekers. 7 of the 10 countries that host the most refugees are themselves in conflict. That means millions are fleeing from one war zone to another. Across the continent, 1 in 5 Africans now needs humanitarian aid, but that's not always easy to come by. In 2024, humanitarian appeals for Africa were only 40% funded. The Trump administration has cut aid, and European donors also reduced their contributions. At a time when Africa is facing urgent challenges, much of the world is looking away.
Okay, so there has been an increase in conflicts and a decrease in help. Now, the reason as to why there has been an increase in conflicts and a decrease in help is because there's an active attempt to destabilize Africa through conflicts and also through corporations because they're trying to recolonize Africa. You see how Trump is doing it now with Nigeria, where he's like, we need to save these Christians, boots on the ground, da 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 da. That's what they're going to do also to East Africa, by the way. At some point, they're going to go, oh, we need to put boots on the ground. And that is how they're going to try to recolonize Africa. We're basically at the brink of a new scramble for Africa. And that's precisely why they're focusing on buying ports or investing in ports while they're destabilizing the countries, while they're sending corporations to buy the land like Al-Dahra, like Blue Carbon, right? They're actively trying to recolonize Africa with boots on the ground as well.
Yes. The rapid sponsor for war in Africa that we are seeing right now is mainly fueled by the AI race. Basically, after they discovered that AI takes so much resources and power to operate. What they're doing right now is that they are rapidly pacing the war and the proxy and funding all of these conflicts in Africa so they can manage and secure as much resources as possible. Like Kofi said, we are witnessing a new age of colonization, but colonization and imperialism at this day and age is work differently from we used to see back in the day. It's being done by proxies, capitalistic controls, monopoly, pushing false framework of conflict that are happening right now, fueling different conflicts, fueling both sides in conflicts so they can benefit from the destabilization that will happen either way. Either way, who's winning? So all of these things matter, and people should. That's why I say WCOVI, because people need to raise awareness and on why everything is connected and how everything is working together to push a certain future for the African continent. And what's happening, for example, in Nigeria and Sudan, just show them how the sense of urgency those powers have right now, to the point that they want to push a certain framework for what's happening, so they can justify any kind of intervention they can have in Africa. They already have control, but they don't have but they don't have that type of control that makes them shut down a whole country, and like they did in Iraq, Afghanistan, say oh no, we are here to fix this country, and we're gonna settle here, and we're gonna do this and that. They didn't have the justification, but what they are doing right now is trying to to fast forward so many stages, because they have this sense of urgency that we are in a race right now. And I wanted to say something earlier, that what we're seeing right now, especially with our movement regarding Sudan, in Nigeria, for example, that we are calling for people awareness to not play around with their sovereignty. What Western countries do, especially the USA, because when the Canadian senator went on and said what's happening in Sudan is a war against Christians. He's a senator. He's not that stupid. Yes, exactly. Yes, what Trump said.
Combo, I'm sending that guy a personal letter. I'm gonna bombard him with emails and letters لغاية ما زيته يطلع.
Yes, but I want to say the important point. So also Donald Trump, when he said that there's a persecution for Christians in Nigeria right now, that guy is a president. No matter how orange he is, no matter how dumb he is not that stupid. What they are doing right now for Sudan and Nigeria is they go out and talk publicly to check the consent for the international community. Whenever they see our movement is gaining big momentum, they want to weaponize all of the tools that all of the narratives that are happening in Sudan, manufacture fake narratives, push a certain framework, and they want this narrative to be exported for the people. What they are doing right now is they are seeking consent. They are seeking consent for the normalization of what's happening in Sudan, so they can now intervene. So what we want to do right now in our movement is to call for our sovereignty and to remind people that no matter how no matter how balbas guy you are, but even if we want peace with the RSF, it's not a peace that allows them to exist anymore.
Can I ask you a question, Combo?
Yes, of course.
Can I ask? Before you guys say this, I also have to say something urgent, right? Because I have seen, because you guys were talking about, spreading awareness and that. As of recently, the Da'm Syria on TikTok, right? They have been pushing the fact that, they should stop recording, right? Like if they're in the battlefield, if they're unaliving civilians, if they're doing all of that they should stop recording, because they now know that they're incriminating themselves, right? So people that, since there's a lot of videos out there already incriminating them, right? I advise you guys to repost them, share them, have people see them, because just in case, these people are
Yeah.
very well with,
Yeah,
they're
save them on
very
your
well versed in
devices.
No, it's
propaganda.
too late. It's too late. It's too late already. There's already enough videos. We've seen exactly what they're doing. لكن يا جماعة معلش بس ابن النيلين wanted to say something and I feel like he was fighting for the mic. اتفضل يا
Okay.
أخوي.
No, it's not like that, but I don't know it's important or not, but I'm gonna open my cam 1 minute. Okay. Okay, we have this account, okay? Do you see this account? His name is Mahir, okay? Where he live? عذبتني معك. تمام. طيب. We have this account, okay? His name is Mahir. زي ما شايفين يعني. His name Mahir. تمام? Where he live? He live in Dubai. His name is Mahir Muhammad Hamdan Dagalu. He's the son of Muhammad Hamdan Dagalu. تمام? He live like a luxury life, you know? He have a rosy eyes. His life is very good. He live a life so good. And we have his brother, okay? I send a request because he have a highlight. Okay, who win? We have here his brother. Tamam? Look, I don't know what his name, but his name Muhammad. I don't give a fuck. Tamam? Look his life in Dubai. Look, he living a perfect life. You see Dior. Look, Dior. يعني ده كله بمال
عليك
الشعب
الله شوفوا
السوداني.
ولاد الحرام ديل عليك الله.
قطر. Look, Qatar. Look. Jet ski and beaches and you know. Look. This is all from Sudanese money, Sudanese blood. They're living. Saudiya.
كلها قروش هذه والله اعوذ بالله من
كلها قروش دم قروش دم
Look,
عليك.
he go Kaaba Nizam. He's Muslim man. He gonna go hell. He and his father and his brother all live a luxury life. But do you see, guys? Look, a luxury watch, a luxury car, Rolls Royce. This is all
This
from
guy has a
Sudanese.
Patek on his arm, bro.
Yup. Look, a diamond watch. Look.
$100,000 watch, and a couple $100,000 cars. Like subhanallah, this is all on the blood of Sudanese people's money.
Yup, and where they live. Where they live. Look, Dubai, yeah, man. Look, شايف? Dubai. شايف? They're living on Dubai. This is not Hemeti family. This is Hemeti sons. فيعني يا جماعة, from Sudanese blood, they're living life like that.
This is important. يا ابن النيلين. You're actually showing, what these people are doing with the money. لأنه sometimes we us speaking about it, it's one thing. إحنا لا بنتكلم دي حاجة، لكن لا من الزول يوريهم قدامهم كده. Look at what's happening. This is what they're doing with the money.
Yeah, you should be making a video about this out the Nile.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
المشكلة السودانيين. The problem is the Sudanese that live in the UAE. They can't do anything about it when it comes to. يعني they're not even allowed to speak on any issues. Otherwise they get.
لما خلاص انت كونك انت قاعد في الامارات, okay, that's one thing. You can keep quiet. You don't have to say nothing. لكن عندك في ناس كده بيطلعوا يطبلوا للناس ديل لما غلط. يعني how much are they paying you to sell out your country?
Trust me, they don't have an option. I was contacted by a Sudanese in the UAE. He was forced to do whatever he was doing. He was asking for help, a way out. He doesn't want to be a sellout, but he has to. He faced things that he only told me and made me promise not to tell anyone. But these people are sometimes forced. That's why I don't talk about them.
If there anyone want his Instagram, take a screenshot.
Kobe, you wanted to ask me a question, right?
Yeah, I did.
Take a
So
screenshot. This is his account.
yeah, during the Mahdist revolt, what excuse did the British use to intervene?
During the Mahdi
Okay.
revolt.
Okay, so are you talking about the Mahdiya, right? So
In
basically,
1881, yeah. What excuse did the British use to intervene?
yeah, so basically, right, because I love history, right? So basically, in 1820, that's when the Ottomans attacked, right? They invaded the Sudan because due to the Mamalik getting expelled by Muhammad Ali Pasha, right? He asked the Sudanese government at that time, which is Sultanate al-Funj, to hand them over, and I guess that they didn't kind of care about that. So يلا شنو منها the Turks invaded Shimal al-Sudan, right? And they were planning to hit Shimal al-Sudan and Darfur ومناطق دي, basically kind of like, take it all over, right? يلا شنو, as time went on, the Sudanese that were fighting, sometimes they give them too much of a headache, right? Like for example, Ismail Basha was burnt by al-Maknimir, right? So they kept on facing these types of challenges. So they saw that the best person for them in warfare would be somebody from the British side, because they were known to be like very tactical and that kind of stuff. So they brought a guy, his name was Al-Khardum Basha, who was at that time famously known for quelling the rebellion in China. It was called the Taiping Rebellion, right? So they brought him to fight in the Sudan, right? And then he fought in the Sudan. He got unalived by Nasser Mahdi and them. After he got unalived by Nasser Mahdi, that's when the UK kind of invaded, and that's when Herbert Kitchener kind of got involved in the Sudan, and that's when the rest is history, So it's kind of because the Turks and the Sudanese people, like while they were fighting, we put up a good fight. That's why they had to bring a whole general from the UK.
But do you know what propaganda the UK used to intervene in Sudan?
It was due to slavery.
Not only.
Like for example, right? Like they'll say, like Zubair Basha, it'll be called the black slaver, right? We need to stop these people for basically causing this and this and that. We need to kind of because they thought it was like a Christian thing to kind of do, right? So that was their very beginning, right? They were kind of pushing out that propaganda. They were against the Zubair Basha, right, at that time, and that was kind of what the agenda that they were pushing.
And they also wanted to protect the Christian community.
No, at that time there was none, right? At that time, Mafi. At that time, the British were sending Christian missionaries into the South, right?
Wait, but like. So when we but when we look at.
So people like Daniel Camponi, for example. Daniel Camponi he was an Italian missionary. كان جاء جنوب السودان, and then he started spreading like Catholicism. He started spreading Christianity in some areas. Till right now, we still got schools in the Sudan. We call them Madaris Camponi. It's named after him, right? So that's when Christianity kind of started to spread in the South. That's when, during the 1930s, 40s, when Christianity started to spread, that's when the British started to make it about Christianity. I hope that makes sense.
So, in the 1898, reconquest of Sudan, and whether it was the Battle of Omdurman, they didn't see that as a civilizing mission to rescue Christians?
No. The Christians at that time didn't exist. At that time, the South was just animist, right? Maybe there could have been pockets. Maybe there could have been pockets of Christianity, but the majority of them were all animist, right? So they would kind of see it as these people, they don't have a religion. We need to save them, and show them the Christian path, while these Muslims are the evil ones. And that's why they sent Christian missionaries at that time. During 1940, 1950, that's when that's when the South mainly started becoming Christian.
Yes, so I have to look for the sources, because I remember in the 1880s and 90s that the British actually did use the protection of Christians. So they did both, right? They were sending Christian missionaries 100%. But also at the same time, they were talking about a minority that existed, that were Christian communities that were being oppressed by the Mahdi regime. And they used that as a justification within the UK to even intervene militarily.
So
there was a lot of propaganda that was being spread within the UK that
was another thing they wanted to do other stuff with, by the way. Talking about Christianity and then sending people to make more people Christians. Look what it ended up with. 2011, the separation of the South. They made them Christians and kept us as Muslims. They didn't touch our religion. They made big buildings like the College of Urdun. They made bigger buildings around Khartoum, the DC of Sudan. They made lots of differences on the level of community. So we find ourselves actually different from the southern people, and then that led us to the separation of the South, and that's one of the main reasons that they made sure it's going to happen, and then they gave us our independence. Yeah, so this is what they're trying to do again now by another country like America.
Exactly.
So to answer Kobe, sorry.
Yeah, Combo.
So what was happening during that time? So the way the UK was trying to maintain, because within the British Empire, there was people like merchant people with voices trying saying, no, we don't need more expansion. And the church was at that time, it wasn't under the state, but it was basically working with them, so it was under them, but for the people it wasn't under the state. So what they were doing basically, when they used to send those Christian and they used to send the church, they fool people to say that we are separate from the state, that we are here to give you food, we are here to to do all of that. So what the church was doing in the UK, that whenever people used to go to church, the church was trying to fool people into thinking that we not only try to save the Christians minorities in those areas, but we also want to introduce to them Christianity. So the church itself in the British Kingdom was doing all of the heavy work for them to justify their expansion in the African continent. So because at that time propaganda was working differently, and they didn't actually need a lot of justification like how big countries trying to do right now, because that's the main point that I'm trying to say. But for them, they still also wanted to do some kind of propaganda, and the church was handling all of this by gathering people, telling them this is a fight for Christianity, this is a fight to save exactly what evangelical Christians are doing right now in America.
Exactly. There's nothing new under the sun, right? So if people want to understand what exactly is happening in Africa today, you have to look back into what European colonizers did in the past with regards to the tactics that they used, the excuses that they used, and the British used that excuse as well extensively, in that they wanted to protect Christian minorities within these countries while they were doing missionary work 100%. But they did use the excuse of wanting to protect Christian minorities. So when Trump is saying that within Nigeria, and when people are talking about the Christian minorities in Sudan, you have to understand that this is literally a tactic that they were using because Christianity was a wing. And I'm not talking about like Christianity in general. The Christianity that I'm talking about is Western European Christianity that was embedded with white supremacy. That is an important distinction, not the Christianity that was introduced into East Africa, for example, from the Levant with Saint Frumentius coming in, right? Which is like, I'm not talking about Orthodox Christianity, whatever it is. I'm talking about specifically the Western European Christianity that was reintroduced into the continent. This is the type of Christianity that they used to justify colonizing Africa, right? So so what I would suggest just basically is, if you want to understand what's happening around you within your countries right now, just look into the past to understand the present, and then also to learn from the mistakes of the people in the past so that the mistakes are not repeated again. And that Janjaweed guy, by the way, was very interesting. In one of his videos, this is what he had. Hold on.
Is it the lad that I sent you? Oh.
La 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 la. The guy who was in the chat, the hand, like the guy who was like literally in the chat who got muted. This is what he had. Look at this. 2011, South Sudan goes away. Then 2023, Darfur goes away.
Yeah, he's a separatist. He's I'm a Sabian, you know.
So he's a separatist and a
I'm a
Janjaweed.
Sabian, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Which again,
back to
it's so stupid يا جماعة. It's so stupid. والكلام ده أنا أقوله لكم بالسوداني عشان شنو؟ في سودانيين كتير أنا دار يفهموا الكلام ده. أنت المشاكل بتاعتك مع الغبلية والحاجات الزي دي الوقت ما السدي. يعني لو عندك أمور زي دي ده تتكلم عليها، انتظر يا أخي لغاية ما الناس يعني ما يموتوا في بلدك، حتى بعد ذاك يعني there's a time and a place يا شباب. والله there's a time and a place. لو عندك
Yes.
grievances انتظر لغاية ما الناس you know at least survive this war. البلد to survive this war. حتى بعد ذاك
Yes.
لو دار تتكلم على الحاجات دي تتكلم، لكن ما ممكن الناس قاعدين يموتوا في بلدنا والزول يطلع يقول لك لا لا انا دار انفصل. احنا
لا،
في
ودي
شنو
كمان
انت في شنو؟
ودي كمان فرصتك، يعني شوف العيون اللي هسه بتعاين للي بيحصل في السودان. I don't think we've ever had eyes like this on Sudan ever before.
Yes.
وانت دار تفتح لي
Yes.
لايف تتكلم عن انفصال وما انفصال.
انت
Okay,
عارف
I have a
انا امبارح
question.
فاتح لايف.
So
انا
basically
امبارح
what?
فاتح لايف.
ها؟
Okay. So
كمل
basically,
يا
thank you. So basically, this go back to my main point that we need to understand which phase we are right now, because again, we are so good at diagnosing our problem, but we are bad at putting things in order. This is my point. So what to do? We need to understand what type of phase we are right now. Right now we are in the big stage. This is the type of momentum that we had never seen before in Sudan, and a certain framework is trying to being pushed upon us. International communities, international institutions, and NGO kids and NGO workers, aka, trying to push a narrative, and the Western countries, for example, in America and Canada, they are calling for consent. They are pushing a certain type of media to see the people reaction. Because in the end, no matter who's winning this war, they are still the power on top, and they are still benefiting from whoever is winning. But they always prefer the person who will give them better benefits. You know, for example, if the RSF won, they will call for the separation of the West, and now they have another state that is fully under their control. For example, South Sudan, my lovely South Sudanese people celebrated their independence, and it was coming a long mile away, but their government is so cooked, their government is so under control by Western proxies and non-governmental organizations from the West that they have zero sovereignty in their country. So this is their endgame. This what they want is to call for consent, to see the type of discussions that will appear after they allowed us to be in the big stage, because they are the people who control the media, and they are the people who control the narrative that's being pushed to someone. You have different channels posting. For example, you have like channels like Fox News, where mainly Republicans getting their news sources from. You have the modern day influencers in the alt-right trying to push the narrative of the Christian minorities are being persecuted in Al-Fashir, not even knowing that Al-Fashir is the most Muslim devotee in this whole region. But they don't care, because they're calling for consent, because this has been working for them for years and years and years, just like Kofi said. It's the same thing that happened back in the day, but now it's in a different context. So if you need to study the past, you need to understand how these tactics has changed in this modern age. Because sometimes we fall to the trap of talking about things that happened in the past, but we fail to mention how these things have evolved, and how these tactics has evolved, and how they are being pushed in this day and age. So we should understand what phase we are right now, and we need to do our best to control the narrative, because what's happening right now is a mass calling for consent to normalization the situation in Sudan, to make it in a certain framework that is perfect for them, to call for separation, to make all of the actors on the ground to do action that will lead to separation. This was basically Qaht is doing. Qaht is basically trying to normalize that what is happening right now is a war between two generals, and etc., etc. And after they want to call for ceasefire, a ceasefire will happen, and now you have a country that split completely in two. Their government, Tassis, will now have a better control, not on a military like point of view. I'm not talking about them will have more firearm. No, I'm talking with them to having now having more consent in the international stages, because now they will go into a PR tour, all across the world, on that day, saying that we are the people of the West, we are the people who are governing the western side of the map. So even if you are a Lail al-Harb person, even if you call for peace, you need to understand that peace is different. Al-Salam khashum biyut, like زي ما بنقول بالسوداني. There is a peace that will allow more harm for the people, because you are basically locking up the people who knew nothing but war, who spent all of their life being at war, locking them inside a new state, and making the people who've been killing them for years ruling over them, and making them being exploited and open for the Western powers to take control all over the country and resources, putting them in more harm. And there is other peace, the type of peace that we are calling for, that is for the complete annihilation of the RSF, because it is a militia. It doesn't have any type of right to exist. And even if they want to make a peace treaty, the only type of peace treaty that we allow, that is a peace treaty that will make them dismantle this fake government that they are trying to push, and to dismantle their militia, and for the UAE funding to be cut. So be cautious, stay awake. Know that people within our movement are right now our biggest enemy, are the same people who will enable more harm for the people in the West, and they are the same people who are trying to weaponize the history of South, the history of Sudan, and the history of those innocent people who are being genocided right now. Thank you.
By the way, I also want to say something highly important. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmah. I just want to say something that's very important. وانا عاوز اقولها لذاته لاخواننا السودانيين وكده. By the way, ما تخلوا في ناس كده عاوزين, they want to hijack the movement that we're right now doing, right? وديل اللي بيقول لهم الافروسنتريك والناس الجماعه ديل, المجموعات دي بيحاولوا يشيلوا الناريتيف بتاع يقول لك عرب versus African, تمام؟ they're trying to steer with it a little bit too much, to the point where يعني هسه في واحدة on, يعني she makes lives, her name is Aya, right? She's from Gambia, تخيلوا من غرب افريقيا بهناك, right? بتقول انه والله نحن مفترض ندعم الدعم السريع عشان SAF بيقتلوا في الافارقه, right? So هم بيعملوا push this narrative, which is obviously a false narrative, right? So we kind of have to, يعني لازم we have to take initiative وناخد our voices ونطلعها as much as we can, right? عشان ما تخلوا ناس تانيين أجانب يجي يشيلوا our movement ويجي يعملوا لنا their own agenda ويجي يبهدلوا لنا القصة دي, right?
Yes.
So
yes, because we have a problem regarding media representation in general. Like most of our bigger like influence, they have been funded by the UAE, not for propaganda, but for years. Like they were working with the UAE for like their inside entertainment project. So now they are being basically chained by the UAE. They can't even talk about what's happening. The only thing they are allowed to talk to is to say like, oh, save Sudan. Oh, what's happening in Sudan is horrific. And this is something everyone knows. So we have a huge crisis regarding media representation, because most of our diaspora, most of our people who are speaking English and trying to talk about Sudan, they are people who live their whole life getting educated from these NGOs, those international spaces and international institutions, that they always love to push this framework on into them. And this is not.
I get that.
Yes,
لا لا
yes.
I get that I get that
That's
لكن
one big point of like one group that we still haven't seen push their agenda yet, or we haven't seen them on the ground. That you know them, you hate them, you've memorized them, guys. We've seen them everywhere. The extremist Salafis. Like this.
ما هو يا جماعة عينه we can sit here يا شباب اسمعوني بس دقيقة. احنا we can sit here and say الجروب ده قاعد يعمل كده الجروب ده قاعد يعمل كده. This is why I'm saying in general anybody that's trying to hijack the movement and push their own narrative for their own selfish need needs to be called out. And this is why it's very important. يعني with all due respect for everybody that's helping us, right? With all due respect for everybody that's helping us, this is why it's very important for Sudanese themselves to take
initiative.
Yeah, take charge and take initiative when it comes down to like speaking about these issues, our problems.
Yeah, 100% man, 100%. Listen, أنا فلسطيني, I support it. بس السوداني هو البوصلة. The Sudani is the compass.
ولازم لأنه anybody could use the narrative and just run with it to push their own idea or their own agenda, right? So this is why, you know, it's very important. And by the way, Ibn Nilan, how much?
لكن I'm weak والله. لكن how much is it?
Man, that shit was fake.
Yo, everyone's here discussing geopolitics. So Ibn Nilan is googling the watch. He's bent.
But it's a nice watch, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't even blame him because it doesn't know you.
I'm trying to say something. That's like,
it's the same. Look, it's the same watch. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look how much. Look.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
It's the same watch, bro. Look.
How many Darfurians had to die?
By the way, Anna, guys, I'll tell you this. Anna, for me, I can never take serious people who collect watches that are that expensive, man. It's a sick habit,
bro.
It's a sick habit,
bro. He's killing innocent people, bro.
الناس قاعدين يموتوا في بلدنا وده قاعد يلبس ده لابس له ساعة.
Man, it's not even about ناس بموتوا. Even if Sudan was good, even if it was prosperous, it's like the fact that, bro, there's men who don't buy one or two. I've known people, bro, who have like collections of like 6-7 watches like this, like older people, parents like of my friends and stuff. I'm like, man, how do you spend this much money in your life on a piece you're gonna put on your hand, bro? Not even a house.
Bro, it's hemitical. Get some money from you.
No, ما هو شوف أنا بحكي I'm talking about the habit in general. Easy. It's a sick habit regardless of whose son you are. It's messed up. But the fact that he's doing it with people's blood is even worse. Don't get me wrong.
Well, Jama'a, this brings me to my next point, right? This brings me to a point that
Dave 390 يلعن أم النصر.
Yeah. في discount. شايف؟ $300.
الله.
لكن اسمعوني يا شباب. أنا والله I really want to get this off my chest. يا شباب السودانيين الفاتحين لي كل شوية فيديو وخاتين لي الأكل قدامهم وهناي سبحان الله.
خافوا الله في
الناس ماشيين في مجاعة. الناس باك هوم ماشيين في مجاعة. يا اخي اوكي انت قاعد تاكل لك اكله جامده واي حاجه تمام بالهنا والشفاء لكن can you not record it and show it to us؟ الناس كيف اهلك يكونوا قاعدين يموتوا من الجوع. السودانيين قاعدين يموتوا من الجوع والزول يكون فاتح لي الكاميرا. I'll explain it even in English too, right? Because this applies to a lot of people, right? This whole notion of, you know, posting your food and, you know, like taking pictures of your food, recording your food, going on live and showing people, oh, look what I'm eating, all of that stuff. يا أخي خاف الله. There are people that are going through starvation يا جماعة. That are being
تضامن معاهم. Like make them feel solidarity. They know you're not starving, but they don't know that you're eating so nice. Even if you're eating a piece of bread, don't tell them you're eating a piece of bread or
exactly. Yeah, you're eating a good meal, قول alhamdulillah, right? And close your camera and eat it in secret. Why do you need to show the whole world? Wallahi, I will never understand this.
Can I add to that too?
Wallahi, it burns these people's hearts. You guys don't know how much it burns their hearts لما يشوفوا الأكل هيك والواحد ما ملاقي المي.
Can I add something really quick to what Sam said?
This is more complex in regarding Sudan context. For example, you have a lot of people who came back to Khartoum. And what they're trying to do is to promote the idea that Khartoum is going back to normal. And this is very important to also show the people that how Khartoum was when it was under the control of the RSF and now it's finally its life is trying to coming back after the RSF have been kicked out. So I think this statement is subjective based on what the context of the video you're showing, and there's other one that are like mainly help us in our cause, that oh, remember that the Khartoum is going back to normal because the RSF have been kicked out, because wherever the RSF go, they bring in death. And so I'm not against people trying to promote life in Khartoum being back to normal, and it will not harm the person in West Sudan and say that, oh, look, they are going back to their life and forgetting about me. What we need to do is to highlight how Sudan is doing their best to rebuild Khartoum, and to highlight the people who are right now fighting in Kordofan. I made a whole essay talking about how the fight in Kordofan and the people who are fighting in Kordofan are being forgotten purposely, because the battles around this area like dismantle all of the UAE and all of the Gahad talking point, because you have people from Al Jazeera, people from Al Fashir, people from SAF, people from the revolutionary platoons, all of them fighting together in Kordofan. And you need to highlight who are fighting right now, and why a place in Sudan is coming back to life, and why another place is going through a crisis. This is how you should talk about what's happening in Sudan, in my opinion. So highlight everything, highlight the people who are fighting, highlight the unity that's being fighting, and especially focus on the Sudanese joint forces, and tell people that they are the previous rebel groups, the people who've been fighting for years are now joining hand in hand. And for the first time in Sudan history, all of the groups are working together and united to fight against the RSF, because they understood the scale of what's happening right now, because it's something Sudan and this area in general never have seen before. So this is my comment on
exactly. Thank you. This is exactly what we should be focusing on right now, and also the fact that the next two cities the RSF is aiming to go to and raid, just like what they did to Al Fashir, is Al Ubaid and another city I forgot. Yeah, they also want to go to Al Shamaliya, and they want to go back to Durman. The way to Durman is not very hard for them now. We should be focusing on that, pushing forward for people to focus so that doesn't happen. And guys, thank you very much. Subhanallah bihamdi, subhanallah al-azim. Let's focus on praying for the fighters on the ground, fighting for our freedom, fighting to get back the rights of those who were taken by the RSF. And let's nad'i alim, let's pray against them, the RSF. Thank you for having me. I really have to go now, sorry. And thank you for everything you've been doing. Good night.
Thank you.
I followed you back, everyone. I'll be on this live whenever you go live. Just send it to me.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you, Haley, for sharing this live to me as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley, always. Haley's the best. I want to say this, Samad, really quick. I want to add to what Samad was saying about the eating part. Also, if you're someone that's Sudani, that has a platform, that has been posting videos about the UAE, you have to remain consistent, right? If you've been posting about the war and speaking for the people in Darfur, remain consistent. You can't post a video speaking about Sudan, and then your next video is you doing the neck dance, because people are not going to take it serious. If you're going to commit to this, and you're going to commit to it all the way, you have to do it all the way 110%.
Yes, this is exactly. We have like someone in a previous life said that Sudanese people have not difficult, like they have a short life like attention span. It's almost like we keep forgetting, like we treat things as an atrocity, that we treat a war like it's like it's an earthquake or something, like, oh, pray for a fashion, oh, pray for that, and then we are waiting for the trend to die out.
اسمعني يا كامبو. It's not bad to use the trends. It's okay if you want to use a trend,
I'm not
right?
talking
And raise
trends.
awareness.
I'm saying people.
Even the
people
Ragaba dance, right? The Ragaba dance that everybody loves, right? Adi, okay, post a video about that, but post at the end that, you know, people are getting unalived and, you know, there's serious stuff happening. That's all. Well,
not the people. Don't exploit the people.
Mustafa has been here for a while. Mustafa has been here for a while. Let's give him a chance to say something. If you want to say something.
Yeah, just like my English is not that good, but I'm trying to make it so quick and so clear.
يا زول عادي، ما عندك مشكلة. كان بيتكلم عربي عادي.
Yeah. I'm none of the people of Sudanese people staying here in the country you mentioned it, I'm standing with my government, standing with my people. I'm not a rat, and I want to clear that to you guys, Most of us here, we can't say, we can't do nothing, But from my heart, so I'm standing with my people, standing with my government, and yeah, we're supporting our government and our people. Then standing with my war وبس لحد النهاية ما في تراجع واللي بيحصل يحصل.
يعني الله أكبر الله أكبر يا أخوي.
I wanted to touch on, oh sorry, go ahead Mustafa.
لا تفضل تفضل.
Yeah, Amadi, I wanted to touch up on something you said about Sudanese living in the AUE. They can post about Sudan, bro. ما حاجة man, يعني like nobody is stopping them. You know what I mean?
No.
Look.
I gotta show you a message. I gotta show you a message. 1 minute. I gotta show you a message. My friend posts about the fight. Look what they saying for him. Look, I'm gonna show you a message. 1 minute.
Okay.
Just stay with me.
All right. Because I know the insider of the. Go ahead, Khals. Go ahead.
1 minute.
What's your name again?
Jafar.
Oh, Jafar.
بالمناسبة
ميوت يا ستيزي.
يا جي ستيزي اعمل ميوت يا مان.
And I wanted to say you can't say anything about the Hukuma, right? You can't say nothing. But posting something about Sudan, like what's going on, there's no
Exactly.
issue.
No, not just that. There's a South Sudanese journalist that got detained in UAE, right? And there's a doctor that got unalived in UAE. You see what I'm saying? تحذير.
He posting about الفاشر يا مان.
لا تدخل اليوم.
Subhanallah.
He was posting about الفاشر.
بس يكون troll ما من الحكومة. The only issue they would have is if it's about the government.
No, I don't.
But saying free Sudan or look at Sudan, there's no issue.
لا إذا
they give them a sandbox
يا
to play
جماعة
in.
I'm not urging anybody from UAE that lives in the UAE to go and speak about it, right? It's okay, leave it alone, right? Just talk about something else. Lakin the problem is when people are like forced to like.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah.
When people are forced to like go against the narrative, go against what's going on, right?
Bro, what are we talking about?
In favor of UAE, so.
Read the picture in the middle.
I know, but I mean, like, what point
we're talking about Mongolia currently.
No, I know. No, you're talking about Sudan, but like, what are you talking about exactly right now?
I think your voice sounds familiar, but anyway, we're here to talk about.
How, bro? I never meet you in my life. What are you talking about?
No, it's another. We are here to talk about how to control the narrative, how to not let outside opportunists to try to weaponize what's happening in Sudan for their own agenda, and to not weaponize our pain and suffering to push false narrative that will open up the path for something even more horrific for the future of Sudan.
But wait, bro. How many people been killed so far?
You can't count the numbers in Sudan.
Is it like millions or how much?
Not millions. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Thousands.
It's thousands, hundreds of thousands what are being
that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Yes. So keep eyes on
Sudan. But I mean, they got like so many people anyway. So I mean, I guess it's population control. I mean, isn't it, bro? I mean,
yes,
I mean, bro. There's like 60 million of them. Like,
yeah, just like Saddam. Just like Saddam.
Go watch Nick Fortress or something. Go watch.
I mean,
wait.
Can you those
repeat that again?
Those black women, they're putting out like 10 kids each woman. So I mean, you're kids, bro. So they're just monkeys anyway, bro. They're just. I mean,
Hold on, do you know what I think? One second, Kudo. Wait, hold on. When I think, Kudo, I think your mother should have swallowed you or spat you out on the ground, Kudo.
I think you should have been a fucking back shot on your mother's back, Kudo. That's what I think, okay? You were
لا لا
nothing but
دقيقة
literally
دقيقة
a
دقيقة يا
back shot,
جماعة دقيقة
okay?
دقيقة دقيقة يا
Maybe you
جماعة
should
دقيقة
have been one
دقيقة
second.
دقيقة
One second, yeah. One
to
second,
go
yeah,
off.
Samir, because he decided to speak about black women, صح? Maybe, Kudo, you should have not existed because we know your father is a cum bucket, Kudo. Maybe if your father was not a cuck, he would have raised an actual man, Kurdo, right? Maybe if you were not a cuck yourself, maybe you would have had a country by now, right, Kurdo? Right. So before you fix your disgusting ass thin lips to talk about Sudan or any African country, maybe go and liberate your own country.
Hold up.
Maybe go
Drop him so I
focus
can
on
flirt
your
with the
country,
Saddam Hussein
Kudo.
jokes. Yo, Saddam Hussein
Maybe
controls your
go
population.
focus on your fucking country, Kudo. Oh yeah, your country doesn't fucking exist. Crazy,
Saddam Hussein
isn't
controlled the
it?
population.
Crazy, isn't it, صح? Crazy, isn't it, صح?
You know what's even crazier? They bent back over for Israel.
You know what's also crazy? The fact that your father spent his whole life being bent fucking over by other men who were more dominant than him. That's also fucking crazy, Kudo. Isn't that crazy, Kudo? Sharmut, your father is a sharmut, and his
Going
father is
after
also
black
sharmut.
women will not make you.
Yeah,
Will
yeah,
not make
Samir,
Yeah, your father is a sharmut.
Harabsha,
Yeah, Ibn Ragasa.
Kobe, hold up. I know, guys. Kurds are from Levant. Let me deal with this. ولا كردي هربشة روح صف على جنب Saddam's mustard dealt with you. Saddam's mustard dealt with you. Right? We saw what happened. We saw what happened. Saddam controlled the population very well in your situation.
Why can't I drop him, bro? What the fuck?
والله ينيك امك والله يخرب
Wait, why can't I drop him?
والله يخرب على
قرد الجبل
يا سامر ارجع.
امك شرموط عنك
سامر
ولا قرد الجبل
يا سامر ارجع لو سمحت please.
Mountain monkeys. That's literally, yo, by the way, guys, this is literally what they call them in the Levant. They call them mountain monkeys.
Yeah,
literally, this is exactly why people really hate on Arabs for what they do to Kurds, but they don't realize this is how a lot of them think of everyone else. But they won't say this if you're white.
Why can't I remove him? I removed him. Good.
امك مفتوحه يلا.
You know they can't handle a black
so
woman.
my phone overheated. I don't know what just happened.
There's something else.
Bring out the worst in them.
No, man, listen. حبيبي, let me give you guys, by the way, Sudanese folk, عشان ما تزعلوا حالكم. Just remember this. اللي باع القدس وباع بغداد وباع شو اسمه هذا باع دمشق and بغداد. They were cities within their own countries. They're not gonna buy Khartoum. They're gonna sell you guys out just like they sell out everything. All right? This guy's coming here talking about population control, but he'll go cry to the Jays and to the Americans about, oh, Arab, Saddam, what they did to us. روح, man, I swear to God, انتوا قرود الجبل, I swear, عارف.
هدي يا هولي لاين, هدي شوي عليك الله.
لا هدوا يا جماعة, هدوا. أنا, you guys, I wanted to do something specific, right? I wanted the world to see how some of these individuals will come up and troll. Right? I wanted everybody on here to see this. I wanted people يكبشروه وهو بيعمل الحاجات دي.
تعرف يا سامر المشكلة شنو? The problem is we have a Kurdish tribe on Sudan. If they hear what did he say, he gonna smoke them.
بيذبحوه يا مان.
Yeah. They gonna cut his hair
out. يتكلم زي كده. يتكلم زي كده أهله يذبحوه يا مان. فعادي. عادي. You wanna come up and mock and you know and curse our people and act like it's all a joke? Okay, عادي. ما في مشكلة.
You stupid, we have a tribe. We have a Kurdish tribe in Sudan. You stupid.
Sudan hosted so many.
Sorry guys, wallahi, I wanted to drop him earlier when he was you know saying that to Kobe. Lakin my phone glitched out for a second.
Hold up. I want to call this person who's like Holy Land. These guys you're on the panel with made fun of the G side in Palestine. Okay. All of them made fun of G side. They made fun of the G side in Palestine. Khalas, I'm gonna go and recruit myself to the RSF. This is what you want me to say?
Oh my God.
This is what he wants me to say. This is what you want me to say? Khalas, every Sudani stood there and made fun. Like, what the hell are you trying to tell me, bro?
Wait, hold on. Can you explain to me what this person just said?
He's saying, and oh, these guys are on the panel with made fun of the G-side in Palestine. So I'm like, okay, all of the Sudanese made fun of the G-side in Palestine. Khalas, I'm gonna go join the RSF. This is what you want?
Sudanese.
Man, they have their own shit going on. Like, you want me to
يا جماعة كان
لا
في
لا لا لا
مشاكل.
دقيقة. Let me explain something to you, right? What he's speaking about is a specific situation, where these people came up and called us abid and said that they enslaved us, said that they civilized us, and all this قلة الأدب دي. Okay? So people clap back at them. معلش, لكن that's what happens.
I understand,
right?
bro. I understand the anger.
Yeah.
I understand the anger. At the end,
يقول لك تدين وما تدان ما تجي تتبكى هسه and now he's holding a grudge. The same people that you're talking about, put in more work for Palestine than you ever did.
Can I say something? Can I say please 1 second.
I got introduced to I got introduced to all of these people in pro-Palestinian panels actually.
Yeah,
like most of us started doing this in pro-Palestinian panels.
1 second. Let me say something, right?
I met on a pro-Pali panel.
Hold on, 1 second.
On a pro-Pali panel. Like, bro, at the end of the day, مش فاهم انت what's the logic that you want to get. يعني, I'm not here on the panel for these guys on the panel, by the way. And I'm here just to discuss Sudan والشعب السوداني. I really...
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Let me say something. Holy Land. All of us here on this panel, we were all before all this fashion was going on. We were on the pro-Pali side, bro. Speaking for
Habibi, guys, this is
ask anybody for Kovi, the host. Everybody.
Habibi, I seen the Sudanese. I don't need no one to tell me what Sudanese people are doing. I've seen it with my eyes.
The only incident where they came up and they antagonized the Sudanese, and it was a back and forth situation. It wasn't like so Sudanese started. It was a back and forth situation. And then after that, it just khalas, we swept it under and everybody to their own thing. Yani, that's it. At the end of the day, every Sudani is still
I like to call this stuff out because you know what? هاي اللي احنا بنحكي عليها المناورات السياسية هاي. These maneuvers they try to take to play around with people's emotions. If you see black people in America support us, show them a video of a racist Palestinian. If you see Asians support us, show them one family of Palestinians in Dubai who beat their Asian maid. Oh, khalas, flip it. Like, these maneuvers are so over. Go, اسمع حبيبي, you can go use this on some 17-year-old Palestinian. Don't come bring this energy to me.
Yalla, I want to speak on Sudan real quick. Can we talk about how Sudan, helped the Palestinians and why they were put on a sanction? Can we speak on that?
Can I say something?
They hosted Sudan at some point also.
Can I say something?
They hosted Carlos the Jackal.
Yeah, and the Khartoum Accords. The Khartoum Accords happened in Sudan. The don't recognize Palestine.
The three nodes of the Arabic nation, they were formed in Sudan. No,
and you know the Sudanese mother. Let me tell you something, Holly.
Ya shabab, we don't need to do any of that. We do not need to do any of that.
It's to let these kids know بس.
الفلسطينيين بجد معانا يا شباب عارفين الحاجات دي كلها. والله we don't need to do none of that. Trust me.
No, I just wanted to say this point. Don't forget, the Sudanese mothers back. I still have the video. I sent it to Kovi. They used to take the gold that they have on their wrist.
Yeah, bro, I know. والله I know. خصوصا الأجيال القديمة, bro. Trust me, أنتوا غنيين عن التعريف. I was raised around Sudanese. It's not like I discovered you guys when I came to North America. I grew up around Sudanese. I know the energy. I know the sentiment اللي بيحملوها in their houses and how they teach.
Sultan, I have a question about the gold. When our women send the gold for Palestine, I don't know it's true or not. You know, when we send a gold, the Palestinians people say we don't take a money or gold from slave people. I don't know, is this true or not?
هاي مساخر. By the way, guys, just to point something out, do some research on your time whenever you guys are free. There is something called the وحدة 8200. This exists in the Israeli army. These guys do extensive training to all of their recruits. بكل اللهجات. The amount of times I've seen people that were cussing using different Arabic dialects, and when we track their accounts, because I used to know people who trace their IP addresses, Israel. It's all like, obviously there's still الخنزير اللي موجود في كل مجتمع عربي, الحيوان اللي عنده هالأفكار. But the grand majority, I'm telling you, wallahi, they put in so much work. لا يقعدوا يزرعوا. And I've seen it being used under Maghrebi accounts. I've seen it being used by Palestinian accounts. I've seen it being used by Lebanese, Iraqis, Egyptians, even Khalijis, Saudiyin تحديدا, because Saudis, believe it or not, they're not like the Emiratis. A lot of them do have like actual pure sentiment. There is so many accounts that speak in their names with their dialect and get traced back to Israel. So I'm just saying, watch out before you react. Bite your tongue. Even for me, and like with this Kurdish guy, I was like holding myself. I was skeptical if he's like مزروع أو لا. But really watch out on the internet because it's انكشفوا.
Aren't they called mustarabin or something like that?
No, مستعربين exist, but مستعربين are a unit that even exists on ground where they dress as Arab and they speak Palestinian. But I'm talking 8200. They're like 8200 is specific for internet, and it's not just, by the way, they cover doing like, you know, operations like that where they implant people with different dialects. They also cover like hasbara propaganda.
They
deal with hacking, everything. It's the internet unit. Like the official name of it is, I think, like the cyber security or cyber operations unit of the Israeli army, something like that. Israelis know that, listen, war is not just on the ground. If you really want to beat a people down, get in their heads, get into their culture. Get into their culture. These people know our language in 10,000 different dialects. I bet most of us here, including me, don't even know 20 words in Hebrew.
I know 8200. I know that. It was very interesting because I even saw some videos, by the way, of like some Israelis learning Tigrinya, even Israeli children being taught like Tigrinya, which is like an Eritrean language. It's actually insane.
They'll teach them Spanish. They'll teach them Spanish with certain Latino dialects, so they perfect everything. Guys, don't forget, what was his name? That the Israeli spy that was sent to Syria, Eli Cohen. Eli Cohen almost became a minister in Syria because of how well he mastered the Syrian dialect and his story and like the background story he created for himself. They flew this guy to Brazil, infiltrated, or Argentina, like somewhere where there's like a big Arabic Syrian population. He infiltrated, moved to Syria, like really look into how detailed this is, guys, like how serious it can be. They can literally speak and pray with you in the same line and you wouldn't know it.
He told them where to bomb,
and I just want to say something really quick because that guy came up with the Kurdish flag. His name is Kurdo or whatever. But I have plenty of Kurdish friends, and the Kurdish people stand with the Sudani people. There's even Kurdish tribes in Sudan. And I don't want people to think that we're cursing, because I have a son that's half Kurdish. So again, we're not cursing the Kurdish people or the Kurdish cause. I still stand with them. But that guy does not represent anything that has to do with Kurdistan. Let me just put that out there.
Wait. Did you say you have a son?
Next topic. Let's go.
Sudanese Kurdish too? Like, that's a crazy mix. Sudanese Kurdi is a crazy mix.
Yeah, my fiance is Kurdish. But anyways.
Bismillah, mashallah. Nice mix, akhi. Allah yahfad lak iyah.
Allah khalik. Yeah, that guy doesn't represent anything that has to do with Kurdistan. But I have a question really quick to the topic from before. We were speaking about the West and how imperialist they are and how they're doing everything they're doing in Africa. So when it comes to Sudan specifically, what's a way to maneuver around that? So if the army does win and we recapture everything and everything moves on, you have to sit down with the West, right? Like, I'm asking this question. Like, you technically still have to deal with them. Because like Sultan was saying, the war now is fought by sanctions more than it is by, other than Sudan, of course. Because we have sanctions on Sudan itself today, right? Because the US put sanctions on Burhan and on Hemeti. So my question is, when it comes to this war being over, you still do have to sit down and work with the West regardless, right?
I have a good answer for this. So, what's happening in this whole region in general, that people think that the way those all of authoritarian countries like Sudan, for example, in the past were functioning, now they will keep functioning the same. But no, the countries, even the most authoritarian country that you can think of, are being pushed by force by the way how money operate in this day and age into a more liberal capitalistic framework in their money and in their company, their investors, and all of that. So if they want to keep, even if they give them sovereignty, if they want to keep their money, they need to obey to how the international money system is now being operating and working at this point. And again, even whoever is winning this war, even we will end up sitting with the West, because again, this is a whole different beast a beast that is way bigger than us, that we have nothing to do right now, even though we're all against it, to not only to sit with them and to try our best to control, to save our, to clinch in our sovereignty, and to fall in line with the system that is happening right now in the world. So whoever is winning this war will have to obey the way money is operating in this day and age, and they need to be forced to follow this economical framework that is being pushed. For example, Egypt and Saudi Arabia, both of them are moving into a more liberal economical system. And Sudan will follow through, but this depends on after the war end, because when the war ends in Sudan, you will have all of these opportunities with outside allies to come and work with you, and you will have to follow them in their economical framework. So I don't think this is a good thing to educate people on, but also it's irrelevant to the subject, because a lot of us Sudanese who know that our governments and our regimes had been nothing but corrupt for the past 30 years are now worried about what will happen after the war end. But I want to remind them that we all together right now fighting in this war and doing everything we can in our disposal to secure the sovereignty of Sudan, and to not let Sudan to be divided, to not let it fall into the hand of the West, in the West, because not the hand in the West by working with them and obeying them, no, by actually them having a whole separate region. And I'm talking about the West, them having a full country in the palm of their hand. What we are fighting for right now is sovereignty, our freedom, for us going back to a previous stage that even this previous stage is not the best, but it will be hopefully inside politics. It will be us fighting within each other to choose the way we want to rule over the country. So it's something that you shouldn't worry about. It's something that no one should worry about right now, because Sudan has never been good, but we are now fighting for something even worse to happen. We are fighting to not let something even more horrific than to happen, and to save what we have left in our country.
I agree, you know. لكن يا أخوي, I'm not gonna lie. What's worse than what's already happening right now?
Exactly. I mean, the worst that I could think about, you can always think of something worse, but it won't matter, because what's actually happening right now is even beyond imagination. So yeah,
SubhanAllah, like, I wonder at times يا أخوي, like, أنا يعني أمي الله يرحمه ويغفر لها لما توفت, I start to think that يعني alhamdulillah she didn't get to see our country go through this. She didn't get to see our people go through this type of stuff. SubhanAllah.
أخي سبحان الله, هم كمان the old generation, they saw their share of what happened in their countries. الدور علينا احنا.
لا لكن يا جماعة احنا هاي كان عندنا corrupt regimes وأي حاجة, لكن بلدنا عظيمة يا أخي. بلدنا عظيمة يا أخي.
والله عظيم.
يا أخي احنا أهلنا ديل شافوا أيام في السودان دي. I'm sorry, I'm gonna speak in English. Our family seen a time in Sudan where, you know, even before, you know, now people have student loans and things like that in the West. We had bursaries at times. I guarantee you, every one of you guys, go and ask your aunties and uncles, you know, and your parents. I guarantee you they know about somebody that went and studied in Sudan at one point. It was the educational hub for the whole world.
You know,
Al-Imarat used to say we wish we can be like Sudan. at
Yeah,
one point.
I met a Palestinian like I think it was last year. He was in Gaza. I forgot, Wallah al-Azim, I forgot his name. He was explaining to us how he studied in Sudan to be a doctor, and that was one of his first. And I was like, what, really? He said, yeah, like I went to Sudan. I studied Jamaat al Khartoum. So I was like, oh, like that's insane. And a bunch of other
The
people would come up and
educational
say,
hub for the whole world, yeah, Sultan. Wallahi, educational hub
yes.
for the whole world. The standard of education in Sudan, it surpassed a lot of the Western countries during that time. So,
Maho, those are
yeah.
things also
By the
also
way, guys, most of the Arab countries you see today who are destroyed were the ones who were rich 50, 60, 70 years ago and going through, like, who were showing signs of like growth at a good pace.
Yeah.
And the ones who are swimming in money are the same ones that were very down on their luck. يعني أنا I don't want to get derogatory and like be disrespectful. I know إنه في this fitna we see between like Arab al-Khalij versus all Arab non-Khalij. من الشام all the way للمغرب للسودان. I don't want to like play on that. بس this is the reality. احنا بلادنا عظيمة 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 like فيها
والله يا أخي
غنية
المجتمع
ملونة
بتاعه
كثير فيها طبيعة
المجتمع
فيها
بتاعنا ذاته يعني عظيم يعني أنا
وفيها كل مقومات بناء الأمم. على فكرة فيك تبني في بلادنا احنا تبني مش أمة واحدة ولكن احنا اللي لازم نعرف القيمة هاي.
Also, just to add to what Sultan was saying about how education is and how Sudan can persevere, I think looking forward when we come out of this, inshallah, and everything is good again, I think these are things that we need to focus on, like technology, education, reconstructing the country, building a country that doesn't focus on what tribe you are, which part of Sudan you are, how dark skin you are, how light skin you are. All that shit needs to die with this war as well.
Definitely. I agree.
But I can't stay here, about the situation. It's just like chasing out this, the government down here. I can't stay up there. So I will stay in the comment. I was standing with you.
Mustafa, I want to say this too to the Sudanese that do live in Emirat. They have nothing to prove to anyone. I mean, other than the ones that go up in Bitabalul Emirat, the ones that dance and twerk for UAE, those guys are paid agents. We all know this. But
No. I fought in this war back in the days, like about 2 years ago. I've been in Al Jazeera state. I fought against this militia.
لا صح. I'm saying for the average.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear, we are not a rat. Most of us here, we can do anything, but we're standing with our people, with our country, with our governments. We are not a rat. Make it clear, buddy.
I also want to make it clear that Sudan isn't a bunch of what do you call it, masakin, and they never seen nothing, or all they seen is war, bro. Like even the starvation right now in fashion isn't because they can't grow food, bro. I hate when people say that, right?
Yeah, it's forced starvation.
It's bro. Sudan can feed itself and all the neighbors and half of the world with
tons of times.
Yeah, they don't need nothing. Water, they got water, bro.
Yeah, and we all know who causes that, who caused all of that, shit in Sudan happening, We know who the causes
the
is.
cattle, the agriculture, the biggest agriculture in the world, one of the biggest, bro, is in Sudan. We got 2 Nile rivers that meet in Sudan, right? So many farmland, so many resources, bro.
I will stay in the comments,
you need to put it together, bro. That's it. There's no other issues.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Sultan.
Guys, to go back to the subject. My bad, Amadi. What do you want to say?
No, you're good, Simon. I was just adding to what Sultan said. I was like, yeah, these are things that we need to focus on. The fact that we do have the capacity to do all these amazing things when this war is over.
100%.
Yeah, the starvation is because those Janjaweedis would unalive anybody that bring in food, bro. It isn't because there's no food. Like the aid, it's like Gaza. The aid can't get through, bro. It's the same one.
Exactly. No, our struggles are very similar, Yama. Not to just so I could go back, because I really want to just hammer these points down real quick. There's a few points that I want to speak about, and I feel like we kind of not sidetracked it, but we expanded on a lot of things, right? when it comes down to the UAE and the USA involvement in all of this, right? Now, the second part is, and we also talked about people hijacking the movement for their own selfish agenda, right? But I also wanted to talk about, right, a factor in what people use, especially Emiratis. Whenever we debate with them, one of the biggest points that they like to use is, "Oh, you took us to court." And the people that بيطبلوا للإماراتيين يقولوا, "Oh, you took us to court and then you lost." Now that's not true. That's not 100% factual when they say that, right? Anybody that goes and does their research will see that Sudan didn't actually lose in that ruling. No ruling has ever been made, right, about that case. They didn't look at the evidence. They didn't do any of that. They specifically, right, it was a procedural grounds. That's why the case got dismissed. The case literally got dismissed, and it was based on procedural grounds, not ruling based on evidence that was presented, right? So when Emiratis like to come up and say, "Oh, you guys lost," no, we didn't lose. Again, the case was dismissed, right? We can already see, that there's a nefarious plan at hand, right? And it's playing out right in front of us. The fact that so much evidence has been shown, right? And yet people still say, "Oh, they're not involved. They're not involved. You guys are, you guys are just trying to bully them," or you know what I mean? Like some kind of stupid nonsense, So yeah, just that I wanted to hammer that point down. And last but not least, the platforms, right? The crowdfunding platforms that are deliberately making it hard for us to crowdfund for Sudanese causes. GoFundMe is one of them, right? GoFundMe is one of those platforms that's making it hard for us to actually crowdfund for any organization or anybody on the ground that's working. So much so that now we're forced to use things like Bangkok, which a lot of people in the West don't have. Right? You see, Shing even said it. He's blocked, subhanAllah. You're blocked on, what did they block you for, Shing? But yeah, these type of things. I pulled up a few individuals, a few companies that are, just give me 1 second. You guys can continue to talk, sorry.
Yeah, that core was the ICC, right?
Yes. I wanted to say something that I think we can now organize enough to build up a momentum that we can use to push certain content creators. Unfortunately, even ones that I don't like, and ones that I like, because I feel the momentum will start dying out and will be stolen by people with enough money to keep the momentum going in their certain framework they want to go. For example, the Christian folks, the Save Sudanese Christian folks, and the Pan-Africans who will try to make it an ethnic war. For example, I don't know if you guys know about this person. There's this guy called Hassan Piker. I don't know if he talk about Sudan yet or not, but he has a huge platform that even people who hate them follow him because he has a lot of views, and whenever he make a deep dive about what's happening, he does have a knowledgeable enough background to talk about things and call out, for example, the UAE. There's other people that we can contact that they can make video essays. I personally know the person who was in charge of Mamdani media campaign. His name is Eric Govman. He also make videos right now. He's in China. He told me that he will contact me once he want to make a video about Sudan. I hope that happen eventually. Right now he's in China. He was the person in charge of Zohra Mamdani PR campaign. There is another person called Badi Panada. He makes one of the best video documentaries and long essays that are actually factually true, and he's very anti-imperialistic imperialism, we can also contact and we can also find like push him enough to hopefully make a documentary about what's happening in Sudan, because he think like me. For example, the type of video that he will make, it will be about stop trying to benefit from the pain in Sudan, and to help people fighting against the false narrative that's being pushed. So I think we need to use this momentum to push those creators into making help us making videos about Sudan. Even some of them I don't agree with. Even some of them I feel they are surface level. They will make surface level videos about what's happening in Sudan. But if we contact enough of them, we can help create this little environment where someone can go watch this video from someone who talk about things on a surface level. Then he will get recommended another video of someone who talk on things on a deeper level till he will find his way into more spaces where they talk about local reality, talk about the ongoing politics, they talk about the real meaningful thing. So in my opinion, this what should we focus on. That's why I go a lot on, try my best to go on international panels, try to go on pro-Palestinian panels that have a lot of momentum, a lot of views, to talk about what's happening in Sudan in connection what's happening in Gaza, and always to bring how Israel and the Greater Israel Project is also working, helping what's happening in Sudan. So I think this is what we can do, because we can stay here and talk as much as we want as Sudanese people. I think our job right now as Sudanese people to control the narrative, to be a police to the narrative that is being pushed, and to push creators, outside creators, because Sudanese voices will never be relevant. I'm sorry to say this, but our voices will never be relevant. Like I said earlier, there is a mass call for consent from international institutions to check their consent about what's happening in Sudan, and whatever framework that people will normalize. It's a type of framework that they will try to benefit from. So there is no specific framework that they will not benefit from. They will benefit from every situation, every outcome will happen in the Sudan war. So right now we need to focus.
لكن انت عارف, even though I agree with you, I emphasize, organization. Like us as Sudanese, people, we need
yes,
to organize.
Police. Yes, exactly. That's what I said. To police the narrative.
يعني أنا دقيقة بس أفهمك حاجة, right? أنا دي فتحت لي غرفة في الديسكورد, right? والغرفة دي, the main purpose of it is I want to gather up Sudanese youth or Sudanese people, right, that want to speak out about this and want to like push the right, educate people on what's going on, right, and control the narrative inside that room. I want people to join that room, and we can sit down and figure out how we could do this. Whether we're gonna have people that strictly repost, people that edit, people that know how to make videos. And I personally, I can edit videos. I have no problem. I even can make videos, right? And I personally feel like I'm not doing enough. So I need to do more.
Yeah, Samir, get in touch with Ayman.
Yes, that's one person I'm trying to get in touch with as well.
Yeah, get in touch, because I was literally scrolling on my reels and I seen all his videos. They just keep popping up, and he gets
Sultan. He ended up on a commercial, by the way.
People. Huh?
His video ended up on a commercial video. I seen it. It was like
a commercial video too. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like,
not only that, but
Sultan, like, you guys take in that his whole page wasn't even about what's going on, anything political, right? And he chose to push for it. Once he started seeing what's going on back home, he chose to push for it. So much so, right? And this is something I also want to raise awareness to. He's being called a T right now by the UAE. You guys know that, right? For how hard he's pushing. This man has pushed so hard that once you type in and Google, if you type in UAE and you go down to what people are saying, or the segment where it says, what people
Is
say,
he the guy in the
he's
car?
there. His video is there.
Yeah.
So
And
shout out
he
to him,
lost. He
man.
said he lost contracts as well. By the way.
I guarantee he did. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He said that. He said he lost contracts, bro, because he
So
played football, right?
if
So
anything, that should be one of the things too. Is as a community, as different communities, right? We can get in contact with the Jalias too in our neighborhoods, in our areas, right? And start rallying up behind these people, because like, especially somebody like that, he lost out on a lot speaking out about this. So as his community, we need to rally up behind them, right? And we need to control the narrative and have our own teams that are pushing for these type of things. All due respect to everybody else that's doing things, but عيب يا man, عيب.
To
لو
be fair,
الناس كلهم
also,
قاعدين واحنا عيب والله.
I was gonna say, to be fair, Combo made a good point as well. I think when it comes to Sudan, I think you guys might agree with this, but when it comes to Sudan, we don't have that big name celebrity kind of like, we don't have a Bella Hadid or a Gigi Hadid. I know that might sound like a joke, but that woman literally is one of the most famous people on the planet, right? And she always speaks about Palestine. I think when it comes to Sudan, we don't have that big name. So we do have to rely on the people that do have somewhat of a following to speak about Sudan. So we should help those people and get behind them. Pause.
Yes, like I said, because the Palestinian
100%.
cause is so easy to follow because you have a cartoonishly evil country like bombing kids every day and every now and then, so their enemy is clear. Our situation is so easily hijacked because it has more layer than the Palestinian cause. And if the American, if your average American who just want to go and eat pizza and eat burgers and drink beers manage to understand the complexity of the Sudanese of the Palestinian situation and the Nakba, and because there were people who told them that the word intifada is a bad word. Now people rally over Palestine and understand the complexity of what's happening. I have faith that they can also understand the complexity of what's happening in Sudan. We have people on this live right now watching who just got educated about what's happening in Sudan, and they understood the scale of things. They understood the urgency of what we're trying to do.
And
So
combo. Also, you do have to make the point as well. There is people that are just now finding out about what's happening, right?
yeah, exactly.
Especially the videos that came out from Al Fashir, right? And there's people that say, because I was on a panel, I was on a live, a guy named Assam, he's a Yemeni guy. This guy gets almost 1,000 viewers every night, and these are Saudis in the comments, Saudis, Qataris, and Kuwaitis. They were writing, because he had a RSF guy up there and he had a Jaish guy up there, he had a Mushtarika guy up there, and they were writing in Arabic, I don't know who's the bad guy. So if you have people that come from that part of the world that we come from that don't really understand what's happening in Sudan, imagine the American audience, the Western audience, the European audiences that are slowly finding out. That's why you should push for those videos to go out, and that's why you should talk to people.
They have Mark Ruffalo like threatening to leave Marvel and Disney if they try to control him and how he will speak about the Palestinian cause. So we lack everything. We lack everything. We are nothing but people that whoever is winning in this war, they will still continue benefiting from that. And there is a rising concern for people in more privileged countries that there's a rising awareness of them knowing that there's a lot of injustice that's happening in the world, and this injustice is giving them this comfortable lifestyle. So a lot of people are uncomfortable with whenever a war is getting highlighted to them. So they have this sense of that they need to do something. And we need to play on this factor. We need to contact those people because no matter how much you scream, no matter how Arabs scream, no one changed, no one gave an actual material push than the people who are the most privileged people on this earth. Why they are privileged? Because they are consumers. They are grade one consumers. Grade one consumers. They are the people who control the market, who are the people who, when their money affect the international systems and change and what it called and change the way their government will approach certain outside policies. This is very important for people to remember that we will fight for our sovereignty, and we need to gather as much allies as possible and to tell them that this is a fight for Sudan's sovereignty, and you need to help us by doing this is that, and to shut down these talking points. And our other job is to shut down our inside actors, our traitors like Al Kahata, like UAE dogs, like RSF dogs, who try to push the narrative into a certain framework that they will benefit from it. We need to scare people. I'm sorry to say that. We need to scare people. And we're not going to lie, We're going to scare them show them the urgency. We're going to show them that, oh, if you talk about what's happening in Sudan in this context, you will lead to separation. Ooh, you will lead for those innocent people who are you see, those innocent black people you see in these videos will be locked inside a new state, a state being ruled over the same people who are killing them. We need to like scare people. We need to communicate the sense of urgency that we have in our cause right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Communicate the sense of urgency, definitely. Like, another thing that I wanted to, before I was making a point about, even the fundraising, the crowdfunding companies that are making it hard for us to even crowdfund, right? This is another company too, right? GoFundMe is one of them. This is another company too, FundMe too, right? They're making it hard for Sudanese people to even send money to,
Can you explain to me, because I never had it.
We're forced now to a position where you can only send it to like Bank Khartoum,
Yeah.
And even that is not like reliable. So it's like
No, I'm talking about the company themselves, like GoFundMe, because I never had a Visa, I never had a MasterCard, I never even had a bank account in my life. مقطعاً. So I'm trying to know how they are making it
for the people that don't live, that live outside of the country, that live in the West, right? That are able to like put pressure on these companies, right? We've seen what social media pressure can do to some of these companies, right? We've seen it firsthand. The push that's happening from the Sudanese diasporas right now, right, is the main cause for a lot of these companies, I guess, being more aware of like what's going on, right? So, yeah, I mean,
Also, Samir, these
GoFundMe is
companies
one of
can't
them.
handle that. Samir, I wanted to say that. I wanted to say this too. Okay. So when it comes to, for example, it's not real, right? You're dealing with a different type of monster when you're trying to speak about them, right? Because I know this might make me sound anti-what, but they do control the media. They do kind of control the narrative. When it comes to the UAE, I want people to understand, right? They don't have that type of power. Right?
They are touchable. They are not untouchable. They are touchable.
They are not untouchable.
Maddie, did you just say anti-white?
No, anti-Shemitic, because I said they control the media.
Okay. I think
I didn't want to say the word.
I think we need to like support more on Syria towards like white people, in my opinion. I think like a lot.
Yo, hold up, Kobe. I'm gonna call this one out because here's my thing. You guys will say this on doing it like البيض. I'm gonna keep it like Arabic friendly conversation حتى لا ننفضح وينشرونا. بس لما يجي الموضوع على اليهود بتصيروا كلكم لا وحرام وما بدنا نخرب سمعتنا عند الغرب مع انه اليهود أسوأ من البيض بمليون مرة.
I don't know. If you're talking about the white ones, they're still white, are they not?
No. Listen. By the way,
are they not white?
No, because here's what you're missing. They are, but here's what you're missing. In Israel, some of the biggest criminals in Israeli history were the Polish. So we know that one, but there's the ones that people don't look at: the Iraqi and the Iraqi Mizrahi Jews and the Moroccan Sephardic Jews.
Yeah.
No. المزراحيز العراقيين والسفردكس المغاربة. They commit a lot of crimes, but people like to pin it to whitey. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I see a lot of white allies who support us, but اليهود, there's more of them that are evil than white.
I'm so sorry. I disagree with that one. Okay, the global frameworks that we exist in today were literally created by white people.
Okay,
When
بس
we look
أنا
at
I'm talking about the average civilian. أنا هلا what I look at, أنا when I see the white community, I feel like there's a good 30-40% of them or more if you want to count the Europeans plus the North Americans plus the Australians. A huge chunk of them are actually for human rights and for Palestine, for other people's
I
rights, for third
disagree.
world.
I
I
disagree.
No,
I
disagree.
no.
disagree.
I'm not gonna say all of them. I'm not gonna say all of
When
them.
it
But listen,
comes to,
Holy
wait,
Land,
hold on.
where do you live?
I
Where do you
can
live? That's why.
wait. Hold
أنا
on.
في كندا. أنا في كندا. And like when I see Europeans, like in
حرام
not
عليك
all
يا أخي.
Europeans.
Wait.
حرام
Let me.
عليك.
I can guarantee you right now. Okay, a majority of white people are not actively doing the work to deconstruct their anti-black racism.
Listen. I'm not gonna get at them for doing or not doing the
حتى
work
عندنا
because some people
يا
are
هولي
ignorant. They're
يا
ignorant.
هولي
بس
لاند.
اليهود
not
أشرار.
because they're
دقيقة يا
ignorant.
شباب، دقيقة بس أفهمك حاجة يا هولي لاند. أنا معاك في كندا، أنا شفت العنصرية اللي هنا. الناس ديل معفنين يا والله، الناس ديل هنا لا حول.
أخوي
أنت عارف
I'm
إنه
saying from area. اسمع أنا ما بقول كلهم مناح،
دقيقة
لكن
أنا
أنا بقول
أفهمك
if you
حاجة.
put them.
أنت عارف إنه كينغستون لغاية الليلة فيها التريبل كي.
أخوي ما بستغرب. أنا I'm not saying they're good بس أنا what I'm okay I'll give you, let's put it as 10 people to 10 people. Let's not look at the numbers. I'm talking percentages and ratios. If I bring 10 بيض وبحطهم on one side and ask them for their stance on Palestine, or if I ask them for their stance on so many things, you'll find 2 to 3 of them, you know, if we're gonna be mean about it, 2 to 3 who will be like,
Ask them their stance on.
The Yahud out of 10
them.
of them, 9.5 support anything that's for their benefit. There's
لا
no
لا لا لا.
humanity or ethics.
دقيقة واحدة بس، دقيقة
Ask
واحدة
them
بس.
their stance. Wait, hold on. Listen.
Go ahead.
Let me keep it a buck. Ask them their stance on niggas, okay? I'll keep it a fucking buck.
I'll take it a step further.
No one's open about
on
that.
black people, okay? When it comes to
Kofi,
black
I'll take it a step further. I'll take it a step further. Holy Land. Would you accept their solidarity with you if the same people were saying, you know, free Palestine, لكن F all black people?
No, because صخته بديش إياه.
Listen.
That's exactly our point.
No. Those people,
Listen.
I'm putting those people on the side. I'm talking about, you know those like sweet, I don't like the way people like to describe them, like those like super woke white ladies who, listen, they might have their own issues and stuff, but at least when they see some child from any third world country, they see a kid. انه في انسانيه. I'm not talking انه they're all like this or even majority like this. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying بالمقارنه مع اليهود
يا اخوي النسوان البيض بيخافوا على الكلاب اكثر، الكلاب والكدايس اكثر من الهيومن لايف.
Yeah. I was gonna say
too many good people. I think TikTok is showing all the goods.
I was gonna say motherfucking Nick Fuentes said free Palestine, okay? And this guy literally despises black people. Okay?
Listen, but there's a difference. Nick Fuentes wants to free Palestine to ship us back.
You got لحظة. You got David Duke saying free Palestine. Okay?
I don't know who David Duke is. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know
David Duke is the leader of the triple. He used to be the leader of the triple.
You know what I think? I think in their mind they're like, listen, maybe if we free Palestine, we can convince all the blacks and the browns to move there. I'm telling you, they think they're gonna ship everyone to Palestine once they liberate it. The crazy whites.
Listen. Whatever you see, whenever you see.
معلش بس بعديك يا كومبو. Let's give I don't know I love Monster.
I love Monster. Hello Kitty.
Yeah, I just hold on. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say before I love Monster. Before you go, I love your picture. By the way, the Hello Kitty picture is so cute. But what I was gonna say was, I feel like okay, I'm gonna speak for me as a black woman. Okay,
I hate white women.
Okay,
I'm
listen.
teasing you, Kobe. Wallah, I'm teasing you. Wallah, I'm teasing you. I just had to say.
Okay, but listen, I speak for me as a black woman. Okay, I feel like we give white people way too much grace, and I know here comes all the oh my god, she's anti-white. I don't care. I feel like we literally give way too much grace to white people, because literally the global frameworks that exist today, the United Nations, the IMF, the World Bank, international law, this apartheid system that we live in
like as a globe, right? The whole globe is an apartheid system, was literally created by white people. And I feel like a lot of people like to tippy toe around white people. Shin shine. Don't record me, okay? But a lot of people like to give grace.
I feel like we're so like these days in like man, comedy and open racism against them is like so accepted. Like the stuff I could go out and say in public about them in front of everyone, in front of them.
No, that's not racism, bro. It's not racism.
Okay, and we're talking about the system. Now we're not talking about.
I might be prejudiced, like I could never, right?
People cannot experience racism. White people
my skin, I'm melanated, and I have a Muslim name. I've seen the ugly side of them. Trust me.
Yeah.
When I came here, Holy Land, أنا من جيت لكندا دي.
Where you at, by the way?
أنا في the west of Canada. لكن قلت لك أنا من جيت كندا، جيت في 1998. Yes, I know I'm showing my age, but it is what it is. Okay? أنا شفتها aside بتاع كندا, the liberal Canada that everybody likes to act like it's all هناي وهناي وعايشين مع بعض. أنا شفتها the most ugliest side to it. Race wars happening. Right? So I'm sorry.
I didn't talk about that because I came in 2000.
ما عندي ثقة. أنا خلاص الثقة بتاعتي انتهت في الناس ديل. وما بس غتات عليهم. والله ما غتات عليهم. يعني طبعا when I'm doing my everyday thing, you know, and I'm out and about, I'm never going to judge someone based on, you know, just the way they look. Like I know what to look out for now.
Can we talk about the Canadian soldiers who, because Canada does not get enough flack, okay?
Facts. Can we cook Canada, please?
Yeah, let's cook Canada, right? Emadi, literally, like
Emadi is just because he's American
patriotism cannot come up. But listen, can we talk about the Canadian soldiers? Not many people know this, right? Can we talk about the Canadian soldiers who went as quote unquote peacekeepers to Somalia in 1993 and ended up literally unaliving Somali people? Did anyone know about that? No. Did anyone know about the fact that Canadian quote unquote peacekeepers?
Yeah, guys, by the way, Canadians, we're super good at like keeping our shit on the low. Like we've been in every single NATO war and people think we're like, you know, lovey-dovey beavers.
The reason we have a Geneva Convention is because of Canadians.
Wait, so they not only went there and unalived Somalis, but they took photos with them, calling them N-words with the hard ER. And in the photos, you could literally see them torturing the Somali people. And they went there as peacekeepers.
No, not just Somali people, the Somali kids.
Yeah, I know, but my point is, these Canadian peacekeepers literally went to, like, there during the quote-unquote Civil War, and they literally unalived countless people. And they don't only unalived them, they took photos of themselves torturing people. And in the photos, they were laughing and smiling and kikiing while they had dead bodies on those photos. Literal children. They were like 15, 16-year-old kids that they were torturing and unaliving. Right? So, like, this is my point. We tend to give, like, a lot of, like, people in the West, like, leeway as if like they haven't been subjecting like Black people to immense amounts of violence. Global people, true. I'm not saying that they were not doing that to the global South. They were, but I'm speaking like for myself as like a Black person. They did so much fucked up shit, right? And even me as like an Eritrean person, I have it out for the West because it was the West's fault that my country was colonized. Okay, so. Yeah, I just wanted to say we give way too much grace. But anyways, I love.
Saying get your pitchforks and machetes and chase Whitey, guys.
No, let me
allegedly in Minecraft.
Let me tell you this.
Allegedly.
Let me tell you guys this. I do have empathy for those people that do kind of feel a way about YT people. Like they kind of feel like, you know what I mean? They have to look at them once or twice. Let me tell you guys. I went to school in the South. okay, the South of America, the Alabama University, best school ever. But basically, I had a kid tell me he's gonna burn a cross in my
Salam
lawn.
alaikum. Can y'all
You
hear
know
me?
what Yeah, okay, hear you. What's up, me?
What's up? I ain't gonna lie, I feel like a lot of people they misinformed.
Bro, can we
Amadi
let the
was
man
literally
finish? You just
talking.
came up. You just
What?
came up. Wa alaikum assalam and everything, but you just came up. Let Imadi finish. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't gonna say something too crazy. I was just gonna say, so after those experiences and the things that I've heard down south, trust me, I visited states like Louisiana, the South of Louisiana, Mississippi. So now I do kind of feel not necessarily like I wouldn't say the word is scared, but I would feel I kind of have to look at them twice, and I don't trust them all the way through. And that's not to say all of them think the same way with the experiences that I've dealt. I'm just saying that's just me basically being cautious, and I have no issue with people being cautious around them.
Oh, I'm cautious
Exactly.
around every white person. Like I don't even
Wallahi me
hide it.
too.
I don't
Wallahi
even
me
hide
too.
it. Listen, I think the same way. Listen, I might make some enemies, but the same way I'm cautious around men until they prove me wrong. Okay, I'm also cautious around white people until they prove me wrong. I expect a white person to call me a slur. That's just my expectation. I expect a white person to say something like ignorant as fuck. And I'm actually more surprised when a white person has actively deconstructed and like is quote unquote woke. That surprises me more than like a white
Yeah, they're
person who's racist.
deconstructed. They're rare, but I don't know. Like, listen, I do walk around and expect them to feel a certain way, but I don't know if I
Wait,
expect
salam
them to say
alaikum. Wait,
something.
what this got to do with Sudan, man?
Oh, brother,
Maybe
you're hours
what do
late.
you got to do with
We've been on
Sudan?
the
What do
live
you got
for
to
You're
do with Sudan?
hours.
hours late, wallahi. But
Yeah,
listen,
I just hop in. I
before
just
you
want to
go
make things
off, hold
about
on, hold
Sudan,
on, hold
brother.
on. Before you go off, right? Again, I love Monster. She's been here or he's been here. I don't know if it's a woman or a man.
I love Monster.
If you'd like to say something, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I agree completely what everyone said over here. So it's kind of hard to like talk about what you just talked about because you like had so many topics. But I do want to talk about how most people say that they control the media, right? That notion.
Yeah, I did say that, Monster. Yeah.
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 I kind of have a differing
عليكم السلام
opinion
ورحمة
on
الله
that.
وبركاته. تفضلي.
From Gaza,
Sorry,
I'm
go
in
ahead.
Gaza, Allah يكرمكم. أنا من
I
غزة
kind of
من
have a
مدينة سعد.
differing opinion on that because I feel like it's more that they use that group of people to try and push their agenda. Like, and it's not like they are the controlling the media. I feel like they're like victims of it.
But
I'm from
Monster,
Gaza, أنا من
see
غزة.
the
Yes.
point?
في مدينة
The point that
سعدون الله
this
يكرمكم.
thing me sounds like he's sitting on top of a windmill. Can you mute for a sec?
You said me?
I think me. It's very loud. Your
It's
background.
me.
Yeah.
No, the point I was
And
making, Monster. When it
yeah, and
comes to
Dr.
the
Hassan is in
oh, go
Gaza,
ahead.
by the way. If anybody has extra coins to gift him, he
You
did
know
say
him?
he was in Gaza. Dr. Hassan? Yeah, I've seen him
Yeah,
around.
I've seen him on a bunch of panels. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
غزة يا
but
أخوان الله يكرمكم. وفي
Allah
مدينة
Khalid.
سعدون بيعيش الله يكرمكم يا رب.
But
حياكم الله جميعا.
I was gonna
الله
say,
يكرم يا
Monster.
رب.
When it comes to
الله
them
يسعدك يا
controlling
أخوي
the
الله
media,
يعينكم.
I meant like them controlling the narrative. So the point that I was trying to make was I didn't want to sound anti-Shemitic when I said that,
Yeah,
but
of
it is the
course.
truth, right?
Yeah.
And when it comes to the UAE, the point that I wanted to make was the UAE don't have that same type of power. So if you want to hurt a man, you go after his pockets, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to the UAE, if you're seeing all the stuff that they're posting, whether it's the Fly Emirates, the Etihad, all these companies that they have, even Manchester City, the soccer team, right?
Mm-hmm.
All the posts and comments under it are about Sudan and boycotting them. They can't handle the pressure. Not to say that Israel can, but Israel has the backing of everybody. Like we all know this. That's like a whole different type of monster. When it comes to the UAE, they can't handle that same pressure. That's why we have to keep our foots like on their necks. That's the point that I wanted
Yeah.
to make.
I also think they UAE can't get away with as much as the West does, also because of anti-Arab motives and racism and stuff. But I still feel like they still get swept under the rug when it comes to igniting genocides, of course, like in Sudan. So like
I I think the UAE gets protected from Arab phobia.
Yeah,
Like I
100%.
don't
Because
think.
people, when they think Arabophobia, they're thinking of us. You know, the
Yeah, I
ones with
don't.
pew-pews in the
Hello.
deserts and
Yeah,
scarves.
I
They're not
think.
thinking
Hey,
of people
Dagiga,
wearing
Yanash,
kebabs.
Yeah, I
can I
think.
spill my narrative?
Yeah, Ami, why do you always interrupt people when they're talking?
Sorry, Habibti. Sorry, my bad. I'm
Habibti
a
is crazy.
Sudan. Look.
Wait, can
Hey,
I
look.
just say? Wait, can I just say? To Amadi, I think like when it's they own the media, I just think it's the West. The West controls the media again.
See? Let's
And
not
I
lie to
think
each other.
the UAE, huh?
I'm like, let's not lie to each other. We know who's controlling the
No.
media.
Yeah, it's the small hats,
But
Kobe. It's the small hats. You gotta admit it, Kobe.
no.
They
I don't.
control a
I
narrative.
don't. I
Kobe, you
don't. I
cannot have a
don't.
Palestinian
I
and deny
don't.
this to
I
me.
don't think so. I just think it's the West, right? So I think like even if I think see you niggas interrupt me every 2 seconds, and now I
I'm
forgot what I
sorry.
wanted to say.
I'm sorry, my list. Sorry.
Listen,
I remember what I said though. Can I say it though? Can I speak? Let the Sudani speak real quick, okay? Well, it's gonna be quick and it's gonna be understandable. First thing first, right? As a Sudani, every Sudanese person, they are misinformed right now. The reason why I say they misinformed, because everybody thinks it's the UAE that's responsible for the whole thing. Hey, look, y'all
So who is
laughing,
it,
right?
Yami? Who is it then?
Y'all laughing, right? Hey, look.
Wait. Is the are you
No,
saying
look.
it's
Hey,
someone else, or are
look.
you saying the
Hey,
UAE is
let me
innocent?
speak. Hey, brother. Let me speak though, right? Cause look. Let me speak. Can I speak my whole thing? The eager.
Okay, Habibi, go speak.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you,
Yeah, we
Habibi.
can
Okay.
hear you. We can hear you. Go.
Okay. If y'all do y'all research, right, y'all could look up this name. Look up Abu Dahir. He is the guy that owns the gold business in the UAE. And then if after you looked up him, right, look up his nationality, who actually owns that shop and where he's from. He's from Sudan. Hamiti's brother, and there's a guy from I think Romania, right?
Bro, we never said that
Don't
Hamiti is
no no
innocent.
no no. Hey, let me speak, bro. Let me speak. Those people, they are sanctioned. Look, they sanctioned by the United States government. Look up the OFAC. That's the entity that sanctioned people. You know that guy Abu Dahir. He's the one that owns the gold business, all the companies in the UAE. He's the one that's funding this whole world war. Y'all think it's the UAE, but it's not the UAE. He just owns the business in the UAE. He just like if y'all own a business in America, he got the LLC in the UAE. It's a Sudanese man.
Does he live in
Okay,
the
so
UAE? Me? Does he live in the UAE?
I don't know. I don't know too much about that, but that guy Abu, just look it up. I'm gonna send it in the chat too, so y'all can look it up.
Yeah, type it in the
Do
chat.
you live in the UAE is a good question.
No, I live in America. I live in Des Moines, Iowa.
Don't dox yourself.
okay, so what you're saying is it's not
Hey,
the UAE.
everybody, go look up Abu Dahir and then look up OF. Hold on, there you go. Let me make it easier for y'all to search it up. Well, as a Sudani, I'm not trying to misinform
I
nobody.
think he means Abu Dhar. Abu Dhar.
Abu Zarta?
No, Abu Dhar. It's a name in Arabic.
It's not the UAE. The UAE isn't responsible for this shit. It's a Sudanese man.
Even
It's a
pronounce
Sudanese man.
name. He can't even pronounce names, and he said he's Sudani.
لا لا قال لك اسمه أبو زرطة يا أخي.
I'm a Sudani that grew up in America. I was born in
Mom,
Masjid in Jadida,
bless.
came to America when I was little, and I got the American accent. Sorry, not
No,
My
sorry.
you're
mom
good. You're good. You're good.
Hey, look, if y'all a Sudani, y'all need to go inform yourself to know who's really causing all this.
So
Yes,
so
the
me. Can I
RSF,
ask you
they
a question?
committed genocide, and the Sudanese man named Abu Dair, he's the one that's
But
committing and
who
funding
funds the
all this.
RSF? Me. Who funds the RSF?
I literally, do you not just hear me, bro? I just said Abu.
So where is he? In a factory somewhere, just sending
Me,
weapons?
wait, hold on one second. Me, can I ask you a question? Every
No,
single
guys,
panel that I see you.
I get what he means.
Wait.
Guys, I'm sorry, I'm
Look,
sorry.
look,
So
hey,
all
look.
of
Wait, can
If y'all
I?
didn't look it up, look it
no,
up.
no, 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 no,
Wait.
no. I get it now. I get it. No, no, please, please. I get it now, guys. For all of these years, we got confused. We confused Abu Dhabi with this Abu Dhabi. Man, oh my God, how did we miss this?
Can I,
I,
me, why is it, why is it all the time, me, every single time I see you on a panel, you always try to say it's Sudanese on Sudanese violence. You always exonerate the
Okay,
we
look.
got,
Can I answer
we
that
got
question?
into an
Hey,
argument. Nigga, can I finish?
I Habibti. Sorry, my
Stop
lips. Sorry,
calling me Habibti, bro. What the hell?
sorry,
But
sorry, Habibti. But
can
continue.
you
يا
not
زول
call me
احترم
Habibti?
نفسك، احترم نفسك.
Hey,
الزول قالت لك ما تقول لها حبيبتي ولا كلام فاضي. احترم نفسك.
okay, look. The reason why.
لا
Okay,
لا ما لوك ولا اي
I ain't gonna
حاجة. Let
lie.
her finish. Let her
Back in.
finish. احترم نفسك وانتظر وقتك. Go ahead يا كوفي.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, we had this argument yesterday as well, where you tried to make it seem as if it was a civil war. And you and I had a massive debate on this yesterday. And I feel like every single time I see you on different panels, you always make it seem as if it's just a Sudani on Sudani violence issue and not necessarily the UAE is involved. So my question is, why do you try so hard to defend the UAE? I'm confused.
ما خلصت. Go ahead. You want to reply? Go ahead.
Habibti, it's not like that. I'm not defending the UAE.
الله
الله
يهديك.
يكرمكم يا رب. الله يكرمكم. الله يسعدكم. لو في مجال توصلون اثنين كيف بدي
Habibti,
اكمل بس
UAE give me installation every month of good salary. Of course they don't do anything.
الله يكرمكم
الله
يا
يلعن
رب. الله
ابوكم على
يسعدكم.
هالافكار التعيسه.
اللهم اجعلنا اللهم الفردوس الاعلى.
Guys, if you're gonna send any gifts, please send it to Dr.
لو في
Hassan.
مجال يا اخوان تساعدوني بس اثنين
Send all your gifts. Send all
ما عندك مشكلة يا اخوي، ما عندك مشكلة يا اخوي. خليك في البانل واحنا ويزوا الحياة.
معكم. لو في مجال تحكي لهم 2000 نقطة. الله يكرمكم.
يديك العافية يا اخوي.
Okay,
But yeah, now you don't want to speak, me?
me.
All of a sudden now you're on mute mode? Hush mode has been activated?
Oh, sorry. I muted myself by accident. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, can you answer my question?
Bro, this whole time I was speaking, I did not hear me. But when did I ever defend the UAE? I said the person that orchestrating the whole thing, that's financing the RSF, is the nigga Abu. I'm not committing nobody for the genocide. I'm
Abu
from
Dhabi.
myself. Why would I say, oh, they doing a good job, committed genocide of my people? I didn't defend the UAE. I'm just telling the people who actually funded this. The guy is named Abu Dair. Look it up.
Abu Dhabi.
Look. If y'all don't look it up, then y'all misinform yourself. Y'all want to spread the narrative.
And who's sending weapons?
Huh?
Who's sending weapons?
Abu Dair.
So all the weapons are coming from him.
Look it up right now. Look up the OFAC. Look it up right now. Abu Dair. Him, his brother, Hamiti, Dongolo, fucking whatever his name is, his brother, and this Ukrainian guy, or I don't fucking know, but look it up right now. I'm not spitting just bullshit. Just look it up.
Stay woke, everybody. Stay woke. Stay woke.
Hey, the person that's speaking right now, bro, you the problem what's going on, bro. Why you trying to make this situation a funny joke? It's not a joke, bro.
Wait, but the
My people from
OFAC.
Darfur is dying, bro. Why you making
Wait
a
one
joke?
second. The OFAC is just a U.S. Treasury Department agency
No,
that
they
decides to
sanction people.
enforce trade sanctions and economic sanctions. So, which exact company did they sanction?
It's like the capital tap or something. Bro, look, read it, scroll down. It'll tell you the companies that Abu Dahir. He owns like 50 companies in the UAE.
Abu, how do you write his name?
Look, the Yiga. Look, I'm gonna type in the chat. Give me a second.
I'm so confused on people who come here and say things that they don't even fully understand. And whenever they ask them, they say, "Oh no, you need to educate yourself." The person who's doing this and that, and his name is something. Oh, I don't
Abu
know.
Dar, okay.
Yeah, bro. My pronunciation is terrible. Look it up. Look it up right now.
Can I ask you, me? Can I ask you a question? A serious question? Like I'm
Yeah,
not trying to
Habibi.
laugh.
I mean Habibi. Yeah, Kalam.
I'm trying to ask you a real question.
What's up?
Let's say there's this person who has nothing to do with the United Emirates, but somehow he lives in the United Emirates.
What you talking about? What you saying? What person that got nothing to do with
Somehow
United Emirates?
he have a company in the United Emirates that send planes, cargo planes from UAE. They go and land in Botswana airport in Somalia. They
Bro,
go through.
what you saying,
They
bro? Like,
go from that.
Akalam English equates. Akalam. Like, what, your question don't make sense, bro. Straight to the point.
No, my question makes sense. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm telling you. Let's say there's this one person who is funding the UAE that somehow he
He's
exists
not,
in.
bro. He's a Sudani that lives in the
Yes, yes,
UAE.
yes,
He got
exactly. Yes,
business.
Sudani, yes, a Sudani guy. You know, because in the end, RSF is sending gold to the RSF. The people who are sending the gold and selling this gold are Sudanese. The RSF are Sudanese. They're not Americans. So anyway,
Yeah, yo, guys, sorry. Just to
What
point
is you
something
saying,
out.
bro?
Yo, just to deconstruct this guy's brain. Yo, if a country sponsors Teism, is it a T state?
Is it a T state?
Yeah, a Terror
Well,
state.
what you mean sponsor?
If a country sponsors people who commit war crimes, is this country not linked to these crimes by just by default?
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what that'll be considered of, but like the UAE, they sponsoring people and
No,
having an
listen,
open company.
listen.
That's totally
This is
wrong.
not like, oh, he's doing this and the UAE doesn't know. You're saying it, we're saying it. Everyone agrees these guys are involved, but they're in the UAE. If the UAE sponsors people like this, then should the UAE not take responsibility?
You live in America, right? Wait. You
been
live in
listening
America,
to
right?
you. I've been
Wait.
listening
You
to
live
you,
in
Yap.
America, right?
I've been listening to you, Yap.
Wait.
For a little while.
Let me answer this
Listen,
question
bro.
real quick.
Go on mute.
Let me
Go on
answer this
mute.
question. Let me
My
answer.
dagiga, ya akhi, my dagiga, go on mute. Right?
no.
I've been listening to you, Yap, for a little while, right? And a lot of the shit that you're saying doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because if you're telling me that it wasn't the U.S. government, it wasn't the UAE government that sent supposed aid,
Can I talk, bro? Let me tell him.
can you
Let me
just go
talk. Let
on
me answer
mute?
this
Go
question.
on mute and let me finish. Go on mute and let me finish. Right? I'll give you a chance to reply. If you're telling me that the aid that the UAE sent to Sudan that was literally found out to be weapons is sent by Abadar and it's not sent by the UAE, then you're on a whole different level of delusion.
Bro, this is why people on TikTok they got poor comprehensive skill. They can't read. I bet
I
you didn't
have
even read an article. You just went with an
what I was
Instagram
saying is,
narrative.
let's
With
say
an article. Look.
me.
You went. You did. You don't even
Me,
try to
please,
get the facts. Look, I didn't, bro.
please. Let me,
Bro,
let me,
you,
let me, let me,
Dagiga,
yo, let me finish.
what article are you talking about?
what? I'm talking about you, bro. Your knowledge is from articles and news headlines on Instagram and TikTok.
No, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
You're not actually
There
trying to
are
inform
weapons
yourself,
that's been used. There
bro.
are weapons that has
Do
been
you not hear me?
used
I
that
said
was
Abu.
found out to be coming
Bro, do you not just hear
from
me? I just said
UAE.
Abu, he owns a company in the UAE. Of course, if you own a company in UAE, it's gonna be packaged, you know? Just like if I have a
Listen,
company
you're
in China,
talking
it'll
about
be
a
say made in
company
China.
making a company doing
Bro,
transactions.
hey,
I'm
look,
talking about
that's
aid.
why they didn't look, that's why they didn't
Aid.
charge the UAE with the stuff that's going on with Sudan. That's why they dismissed the case.
Okay, so
They don't got no
hold on.
involvement.
So
It's
the
the people
UAE
that
didn't
got the
send
companies
aid.
over there.
So the UAE didn't send quote unquote aid.
Bro, can you
Sami,
can
this
you
is not how you destruct his argument. Please let me finish. Both of you.
look, yeah, Capital Tap Holding LLC. Hey, see, this
I'm
people
gonna
that's
give
actually looking it
I'm gonna
up,
give
they're actually doing the research.
Kobe,
Hey,
don't worry, I'm gonna
thank
give
you
you
so much.
showtime.
Shukran.
Please let me say. Anyway, me.
شكرا ولا كلام فاضي عليك الله دقيقة. Go ahead, Yako.
Okay, this is how I know this guy is disingenuous as fuck, me, right? Number one, you said this is why the ICJ dismissed the Sudan case, because they have no evidence. This is misinformation, by the way. If you read the official ICJ statement, they don't say that they don't have enough evidence, but it's because they lack the jurisdiction because of an article that the UAE had signed when it was signing the United Nations Genocide Convention, okay? So that within itself is Emirati propaganda. And initially, I legitimately thought that you, as a guy who was from Darfur, were genuine in the critiques that you had. But now you saying that makes me aware that you actually have very nefarious intentions, me. Right? Because you sat here and said that the ICJ dismisses Sudan case against the UAE because of a lack of jurisdiction, when in fact, that wasn't the case. Right? The UAE had entered a reservation upon joining the Genocide Convention that excludes the ICJ's jurisdiction over disputes arising under Article 9 of the convention. That is why the case was dismissed. It's not because they didn't have enough evidence, me. Number two, I like how you did not mention that Abu Dar is actually closely tied to prominent UAE officials, including the UAE's national security advisor and brother of bin Zayed, Tahnoon bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Why didn't you mention that, me? Why didn't you mention the fact that Abu Dar, the reason as to why he has access to a lot of these financial resources to be running Capital Tap Holding is because he is associated with Tahnoon bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who is the UAE's national advisor and also the brother.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Colby. That's why I'm always against this timeout thing. But let's just say whatever Colby just said is not true. Let's just imagine all of the facts that he just said is not true, and that the person and that the person who's sponsoring the RSF is a Sudanese guy with a company in the UAE. Is this exactly what mean? This is exactly how the UAE is sponsoring the RSF, by the way. The people who are selling their gold are Sudanese people working through company, sending gold illegally through companies in the UAE, and by extensions they send cargoes, they send airplanes from the UAE. All of these are things are coming are UAE. Dahnun, for example, the person who just Kaveh said, he's the person that we are now doing. What's happening? Oh, he is the person that we are now trying to make this campaign against, because he has a lot of investment investment that we can actually target. So for this person to come here and say that, oh, come here and say no, the person in charge of funding the war, he's just a normal guy, he's another Sudanese, but he live in the UAE. This is exactly what means the UAE is funding the war in Sudan. They are
Yeah, but Holy Land, before you go, Holy Land, I just wanted to say combo, okay? This guy, I've seen him on every single panel trying to argue this is just a civil war. Every panel I go to. And what he says is, I am from Darfur. My parents are from Darfur. They experienced a genocide. This is a civil war. He always uses that, right? And initially, I genuinely was like engaging with him because I thought like maybe he's talking through trauma from his parents, and that's why he is talking this way. But the fact that right now he came up to use these two talking points, to me, just goes to show that this guy actually has more nefarious intentions and is not being genuine. Just wanted to say that.
You're right. All his talking points are Emirati talking points, by the way. They've used the same rhetoric before in Palestine. If you talk to a lot of Emiratis, whenever we blame them and tell them what they do in Gaza or like Palestine as a whole, they always say, هذا صراع بينكم, هذا صراع بينكم. But you know what's crazy? We have our own, by the way, we have our own Hmeti. سابقا. His name is Muhammad Dahlan. This guy was basically funded by the UAE. By the way, till this day, Dahlan is in Dubai. He's you know how I would describe him? He's like a highly intelligent pit bull for Muhammad bin Zayed.
You guys have Dahlan, we have Hamdan.
Yeah, man. And no,
we have Muhammad
like
Dahlan, we got Muhammad Hamdan.
But Dahlan, you know, Dahlan's involved in Sudan. Dahlan is involved in everything, bro. Dahlan is the one who linked the Emirates. You know what he did in the back in the day? He linked the Emirates to arms dealers in Eastern Europe and ex-Yugoslavian states, and they purchase, you know, ex-Soviet weapons, like cheap stuff that they can sell to other organizations and like spread it in different countries. Dahlan was his spearhead. Dahlan is the connection. Dahlan is the pit bull he releases on people. Dahlan was the security system in Gaza back in the day. He's the one that the Khalij is trying to implant right now to put him back on top of the Sultan. The Emirates always has someone like this within that country, and then they cause them to make all these issues, and then what do they tell their people in the media? These people are barbaric and they do this among each other. Ehna, we're here to help them. This is sha'an dakhili, but we are always willing to help and extend our Arabic Islamic hand to our brothers. The same narrative they've used in every single country they've destroyed. Yemen, Palestine. In Yemen they have شو اسمه هذا المجلس sorry, Yemen الجنوبي. Like southern Yemen, the المجلس الانتقالي, all this stuff. They always plant someone and then they blame it on them and put them in like بيصدروا حالهم انه they're heroes.
Yes, Samir.
They have a handbook just like Hasbara, by the way.
Yes, Samir. Remember the whole beef that happened on Highlanders Live like 2 days ago or something like that? Where I had to cuss people out. You know who started that beef? It was this guy. This guy, because we were talking about we were talking about like different issues, and then this guy all of a sudden came up and he started like making it seem as if it's just a civil war, it's a civil war, da, 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 da. And then that opened the door for like Sati to come up and other like separatists, and then they started talking only about separatism. But it was this guy who started the conversation and moved it towards that path.
Yes, I witnessed something similar the other day as someone who just tried to raise awareness about something, or they tried to weaponize ignorance by trying to pretend that they are fooled, and they heard this to shift the highlight into something that is irrelevant. But again, they where they fuck up is where they accidentally slip in an information that only someone who's really, really, really educated and involved in the politics of Sudan and UAE involvement know about. They're always so sneaky, but they're always so easy to press and be pushed into a corner. But what's worrying is how many they are. They are a lot. It's actually concerning. A lot of them actually going around doing the same tactic, using the same talking point, being this. It's almost like they are organized or something. I don't want to go into a theory or something, but it's kind of worrying because we are only 60 people, and I don't think we are this big, but I don't know, it's just worrying. It's worrying at this point.
Yeah, I think like you have to understand. Yeah, I think like you have to understand. Yeah, I think like you have to understand that there is like news. Wait, why are you gonna leave it on a cliffhanger? How do you say no and then not say what happened? Yes, Ahmed. Can anybody hear me? I was on a cliffhanger. Damn it, I will literally stab you.
You're actually tripping out. Okay, this is sketchy.
I will literally stab you, allegedly. Okay. Why did he say no? As if he had discovered something and leave us on a cliffhanger. No, but he said no. I think his phone overheated again.
Hopefully the live doesn't drop.
I hope it's something with his phone whenever they. Oh, Ismail is here. Ismail is here. Ismail. Ismail is a great guy. He's very educated. He has a lot of information regarding Central Africa, Sahel, and this region.
Can I say something real
I can
quick?
I can
Oh shit! Sorry. You know those like extendo dog leashes?
What the hell?
Like the ones that, yeah, my dog chewed down on it, so now every time she walks away and like it extends, it makes this noise. And I just bought it 2 days ago.
Wait, what kind of dog you have?
Rottweiler.
Oh, that's so cute.
Little
Wait,
pet
why is
dinosaurs.
Samit
Hold up, if you want. Hold up.
Samit, I can't let you up because you are on pause. So when you're on pause, I don't know why he requests. What the?
Hold up, hold up. I'm about to open her cam to show you.
Yeah, I can't let you up, Samit, because you're on pause. Oh my god!
Cooks.
Cook. I can't even put you on the big screen. I can't even put you on the big screen. I can't even put you on the big screen.
So fucking.
Samit, are you
I gotta hear this the whole walk.
My phone literally, my phone is glitching out like crazy.
Yes, I figured. Since I figured, like, because previously when you opened the green screens, it's also start lagging.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Ismail is goated.
He's not in the request.
Yo, Haley said she can't see her. Oh wait, she can't see her or she can't see anything?
Oh, I think they couldn't see because Samir's phone had glitched, and so for that reason, like everything had glitched as well.
No, I was gonna tell Haley, I'm like, yo, trust me, I'm with her and I have the same issue because when it's dark and she's like black, if I go somewhere where there's like no lighting, man, you know how many times it's happened when like she's running at me and all I see is like a big black ball of muscle and fat just slamming in? Like this fucking snow, literally.
Hi Ismail, ازيك? How are you?
Alhamdulillah, khair. I'm good, man. I'm at work. Things are just.
Okay, I'm using my other phone, guys. Yeah, this is my art account. So I have like art stuff, drawing.
Oh, by the way, I also work as an artist.
Really?
Yes, I'm actually might be the craziest, the person with the craziest background you can ever meet. I work as a commission artist, and I work with a lot of big YouTubers, like big YouTubers you may have seen. And I have the craziest store back home in Sudan, and I know a lot of big influencers on a personal level, and I know a lot of actual like big politicians on on a personal level. So I'm somehow like positioned in the center of everything. Everything I'm doing, I find myself in the center of it. I don't know why.
Wait, yeah.
Kobe, I'd say something. Don't judge me hard. Huh?
There you go.
Thank you, Samit.
I said I was gonna say something, but like you can't judge. I got her trained, like you know the bite sleeves, like when you train them to bite, like for protection. No, you get like what I'm saying, like تعرفي, like no, I do it for play, like it's for training. I got her trained, and she bites it when you say Yahudi.
I'm weak.
She bites it when you say Yahudi.
I'm actually weak. Like in Baraha, ya man. You know
She
who owns
literally
this?
mid-poop and she
You know
heard the
who
word and
owns
she
this
just
app?
looked at me instantly.
It's no wonder my phone's glitching out. But yeah, guys, so I'm just gonna run through this real quick, right? Because I'm gonna have to end the live. I have to go pray Maghrib and make something to eat. This is the problem with these, lives. Whenever I have them, I forget to eat. I forget to do everything. So, okay, I'm just gonna say this real quick. No, don't go. But if you guys can sign the petition, right? That's right there. The link is right there, or you can click on the. Can you guys hear me? Okay, by the way, everybody can hear me.
Yeah, but like I think I'm gonna hop off just because I'm taking a walk right now and it's freezing. I want to put my hand in my pocket.
يا زول خير ما في مشكلة. لكن before you guys leave, I want you guys, right, to go and sign the petition. The link is in the bio, right? It is a petition. دقيقة بس أفهم الناس. So it's a petition to classify the RSF as a T group, and it's very important that we put pressure on the international community to classify them as said T group, right? The more the merrier. So the petition is also it's in the link is in the bio, right? In the main account's bio, even on this account as well, right? And the link is right there. You can this is a tiny URL or a short URL. The link was huge, so I ended up making it smaller, so people could just search it up and click on it, and yeah. So please sign the petition. Keep pressure on these.
You don't have to be in America, do you?
Pardon?
You don't have to be in America, correct?
No. You don't have to be in America.
All right, because someone was pointing out, if you guys saying something, if you're in America, go to Khalid's bio. I don't know if that's related to the whole thing.
No, but there's other links as well in Khalid's bio as well. So definitely go to Khalid's bio, go to Kovi's bio. There's lots of information there, right? And
all right,
yeah, keep up the good fight, guys. And like I said before, wallahi, I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. Everybody that has spoken out, everybody that has shared a video, reposted, subhanallah, like. The effort that everybody's making right now.
Inshallah, there's more to come. Inshallah.
Allah يديكم العافية يا أخوان.
Allah يعافيكم, man. It's the least we can do, man. It's the least.
W Kovi, wallahi, I love you, my sister. Like I said before, and like
yeah, Kovi's solid with her activism.
Yeah, like I said before, right? And even Khalid said this to you before. Wallahi, if it was up to us, we would literally have a street with your name on it in Sudan. The amount of stuff that you do for us in Shin, W with the Nilan, Ibn Nilan, but W Abu Shama, all the people that are involved, that are pushing, and Ayman Jr., right? W Ayman Jr., such an amazing individual, and the things that he does will never be forgotten. ود البلد بجد عافيين منك يا اخوي ورافع لنا راسنا. With that being said, everybody, I'm gonna end the live, and inshallah I'll see you guys in the next time. Yeah, give me a follow. Give me a follow and definitely, yeah, it's okay.
Please, everyone follow. I'm trying to build a following now before I start creating content for like all the situations in the Middle East. I want to start exposing all these bad Arabic governments. Like that, I want that to be my focus.
يا اخوي ما عندك اي مشكله يا هولي لان بس حنعمل لك فولو whenever we go live let us know, we'll come support.
100%. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm still fixing to get like more followers before I'm even allowed to go live. I think you need 1,000 to go.
الله يديك العافية. دكتور حسن الله معاك يا أخوي. الله معاك يا أخوي. والله كلنا معاك.
مان عن جد بنحبكم. أقسم بالله بحبكم في الله. والله بحبكم في الله.
الله يسعدك يا أخونا. الله يجيب
You guys عن جد من أعظم الشعوب.
اللهم اغفر لي يديك العافية. شكرا لكم.
دكتور حسن والله كلنا معاك وكلنا قلبنا معاك. ادعي لنا وحندعي لك يا اخوي وان شاء الله الله يحرر لنا بلدنا الاثنين يحرر لك فلسطين ويحرر لنا السودان ان شاء الله وباذن
الله باذن الله
امين يا رب العالمين.
حياكم الله جميعا.
الله يخليك يا اخوي.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. Combo, it's always a pleasure, my brother, right? I appreciate you more than you can imagine. Allah يديك العافية يا أخوي. Whenever I host a live, I'll definitely invite you. I'll send you the live. Ismail, I feel like you didn't really speak. لكن حبابك ألف يا أخوي. حبابك مليون. أعمل فولو وإن شاء الله اللايف الجاي تتكلم معانا وتورينا يعني وجهة نظرك شنو يا أخوي.
Yeah, I'm even at work, so I mean, I wouldn't speak too much even if you guys were here.
لا لا، اسماعيل مكنه، اسماعيل مكنه اتكلم
الله
معاه.
يديك العافيه يا اخوي. الله معانا يا شباب، الله معانا، الله اكبر، الله اكبر. السلام عليكم.